mention a couple. I think they're going to mention M2. I don't think they're going to launch it. I do think they're going to mention the M2 Mac Pro, which I don't think will be coming out until probably around Thanksgiving, Christmas time. If not early as September. They'll definitely probably mention, they won't actually focus too much on it, but they'll probably mention the upcoming iPhone. But quite frankly, I think of all years, this year is going to be super 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 update and software focused, which is crazy because that's what it's supposed to be in the first place. But this year of most years, I think they're really going to focus on both softwares and integrations and updates. I think they really want to lock that down because people this year have been complaining a lot about iOS, about Mac OS, and just all these little things. And I think they're really going to focus on just making that nice and clean in preparation for this upcoming iPhone, because this is going to have the most changes physically that an iPhone has had in quite some time.
Michael, what do you think about the idea of Nerf's and photogrammetry? I know they won't release the headset yet, but maybe some pre.
Well, they're not going to release a headset just yet, but that said, they're deep into photogrammetry already. And I've been using their photogrammetry tools to create 3D objects for scenes for the past couple of months, and it's been quite easy. There's actually, I'm not going to lie, there is a company that I use that does it better, and which is crazy because they just happen to do it better. And there's a, if you're into photogrammetry, and I don't know how many of you are,
I
and
am. I
maybe
am.
yeah, maybe I should say just really quickly what photogrammetry even is. Photogrammetry is a process where you use your camera and you take as many photos. I would recommend around several hundred of an object, and then you upload all those photos into a software designed specifically to stitch those photos together. And what it does is it takes the 3D data, the data points of 3D and X, Y, and Z, where each of those photos was, and it reconstructs the object that you were taking photos of photorealistically in 3D space. And so now you can use that object, whether it's in virtual reality, whether you want to use it in making a 3D game, or even in visual effects, in feature films and things like that. Photogrammetry is used quite often. You've seen a lot of it on used in backgrounds of Mandalorian and all sorts of. Disney actually uses it a ton. So photogrammetry is definitely the future in terms of behind the scenes for creating things. I want to say content that people use for both making film, television, video games, and even if you use your IKEA app and you want to see what a chair looks like in your living room, even IKEA, instead of modeling each of their products, they can use photogrammetry to get that product exact. So it's definitely a huge leap forward in the 3D world. And what she's alluding to when she talks about the headset is that obviously putting that power into the user's hands is going to allow us to model you can model, think about it, you can model your entire living room, and then you can track and place those objects so that you never have to even come out of your 3D headset. Your and this will work with VR, but you can also use it with AR. So there's going to be, a million and one uses for this. Doctors' offices are going to use this. Education schools are going to use this. It's definitely a big step. So thanks for mentioning that.
So I got the tech. That, by the way, I mean, let's do the air horn because the top tech story of the day is exactly what we're discussing at the moment, which is what to expect at WWDC. And I have the Mac Rumors site is actually listed as the top story of the day with what to expect. So let me do the air horn just for tradition. Here we go. So it says Mac Rumors, what to expect at WWDC 22. Overhauled iOS 16 with widgets, more laptop-like iPad OS 16, multitasking, redesigned MacBook Air in terms of hardware, and more. So and there's a total, they're expecting, according to the article anyways, new iOS 16, and all the updates that come with that. Most notably, nothing crazy, honestly. Um, More health app stuff, messaging apps, social network like functionality, and iPhone. What else? iPad OS 16, Mac OS 13, Watch OS 9, TV OS 16. So it's a full across the board OS upgrade. And let's hope there's even more compatibility between them all if they're all being updated at the same time like that. Hardware possible upgrades that might be seen. They say the MacBook Air would be the most likely, and they go into quite a bit of detail about them. And I saw something today that makes it very likely that that is true, which would be great because I will break out the credit card if that should happen. There was a retail store, I forget which one, but they accidentally had the model numbers for the MacBook Air with an M2 processor as already entered into their database.
It was B&H Photo.
I think it was B&H. Thanks for confirming that. And so that, why would they do that if that piece of hardware wasn't coming? Obviously, is the big question. Obviously they wouldn't. So
Oh, it's coming. I just don't think they're going to I don't think any new hardware is going to be released today. I think they might hit on M2 and talk about what's developing, but I don't know if they're actually going to
but check,
actually
hold
show
that.
anything.
Let me see if you still feel that way after I read these two paragraphs. It says, if Apple does plan to introduce new Macs at the event, the MacBook Air is the device we're likely to see. According to Bloomberg's Mark Gurman, Apple is reportedly aiming to introduce the MacBook Air at the event, but COVID-related supply chain issues in China could prevent Apple from doing so. The next generation MacBook Air is expected to feature a total design overhaul with a MacBook Pro-like shape that does away with the tapered body. It will be thinner and lighter. It is expected to come in multiple colors, including space gray, silver, champagne, and blue. The MacBook Air is expected to feature slim off-white bezels and a matching off-white keyboard, and it could be around 13.6 inches in size. Uh,
Oh
so
yeah, no, we've definitely been it's so those are the same schematics that we've been talking about for the past a little over a half a year now. So I mean, it's not that it's not developed, and it's not that they're not releasing it. I think they might, like I said, they might
They
mention
can't
it,
get it.
but yeah, that's the thing. It's just with the issues with China and everything else. I just don't see them
right.
releasing anything at this particular event. And I apologize, I forgot because people were asking in the chat. I guess I didn't mention it. The app that I use for photogrammetry is Polycam. And I want to say that I think I pay $60 a year for it. But the app that I use, if you want to download today and try your hand at photogrammetry, it's called Polycam, Polycam. And it will be your new favorite toy for quite some time. Sorry about not mentioning it before.
So the other expected piece of hardware, if there is going to be any hardware, is a Mac Pro, and the article says that it was in 2019 that the latest version of the Pro, there was a version of the Pro that was released in 2019 at WWDC, and
That's the one I have.
yeah, and then they
Do you
talk
want
about
to
yeah, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
by far the juiciest thing that could be released, and it's mentioned in this article, is the AR VR headset. And again, Bloomberg's Mark Gurman and Apple analyst Ming-Chi Kuo have said that the headset is simply not ready to be introduced at this time. So don't get your hopes up on that one.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
But if anyone's interested in the 2019 Mac Pro, like a really deep dive development, a deep dive into it, if you're interested in buying one, that's my main work computer. It's a 2019. I have the $52,000 version of it, and I have a very extensive review of it on my YouTube that I can link to you guys in the chat if you're interested. But yeah, moving on.
Okay. So the next big article that I see here
Yes,
is
I am interested. Oh, this is York. Yeah, so okay, please put it
I'll
in the
leave a
chat.
link. Okay, I'll leave a link over in the chat.
it is Mark Gurman from Bloomberg says he has sources that Apple's working on VR versions of FaceTime and Maps. That'd be dope. That'd be super crazy dope. Um, Swift UI for AR and VR apps, and which is great because that makes it very easy to program AR and VR apps. And extending a Mac's display to its headset. So you could be on your laptop and then push shit over to your goggles as almost like it's an extension monitor, bringing it into 3D. That's super cool. Apple is set to hold its WWDC event today, ushering in iOS 16, iPad OS 16, tvOS 16, watchOS 9, and macOS 13. There you go. So we will look forward to that. It all starts in about 2.5 hours, if I have my clock right.
Hey, did you see possibly a dedicated classical music app?
Oh,
That's a
I heard.
move.
I did hear a rumor about that. Yeah, or at least a big, robust classical section to Apple Music.
I think they are competing with Tidal. Tidal have a great collection of classical music with the high quality. I forgot the title when it's like really
Loss,
enriched. Hmm?
lossless is the technical term.
Yes, yes, lossless. And Tyler, is this new computer going to be different from the one that just came in? I bought the laptop and the iMac. I'm hoping they are not updating anything soon because I just invested all this money.
They said it's a total redesign, not the traditional tapered iPad Air form factor and whatnot. Lighter,
No,
thinner.
just a computer, like the big computer iMac and laptop.
No, they're not. They're not expecting any iMac up. No one's expecting an iMac upgrade. Just an iPad Air, if anything, on the laptop.
Oh,
Although
iPad. Okay.
just as of note, there has been apparently there is an iMac Pro being worked on, but they have zero intention of announcing it any earlier than WWDC next year. But they apparently are working on one. They don't want it to steal the thunder of the M2 Mac Pro though. So
Okay. So the next big topic is from CNBC that in an SEC filing, Elon Musk is now accusing Twitter of, quote, resisting and thwarting his right to information about bots, calling it a, quote, clear material breach of the deal. In a letter to Twitter, a lawyer for Musk called it a clear material breach of the terms of their merger agreement.
So is this him wiggling out of the deal?
Well, maybe. Well, he wouldn't
As
have
predicted.
known how they were going to respond to that request, or maybe he did, and maybe he included that term in the agreement, knowing they would never reveal that, and that then he always knew he had that out. I mean, we could take a few different approaches to analyzing the 4D chess game going on here. If did he? I mean, we could debate it. Really, I could understand arguments on both sides of that one. Either he knew they would never be forthcoming about the bot data, or he is surprised as he's genuine, or it's all very honest that he's honestly, genuinely surprised that they're not being forthcoming about the bot data, and he really wants to see the data, and he had said so in multiple instances in both text and in the interview that he did with my best buddy Jason on the All In podcast, where he said, hey, they're not being very rational about this whole bot situation, and I want to see the data. And he talks about that issue at length. That Twitter's not really being very forthcoming in how to go about fundamentally, to really boil it down, he wants to know the percentage of accounts that are bots on Twitter. That's to him of critical concern, especially for an ad network that's based on views, because some ad networks are based on clicks. Twitter's ad network's based on views, and if your views are fake because they're bot views, he that's why he says this is critical that he know the actual number. And so let's do a test. Let's figure it out. Why waste any time? Let's do it right now. How do you propose we do it? And he doesn't at all like how Twitter's been approaching this, what he feels is an incredibly critical and serious issue, which he makes very good points in in framing that whole argument. And he seems incredibly sincere. Either he's a tremendous actor. Um, I don't know. It seems all very, very believable when he's describing the issue on the All In podcast. But that was about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Bots are
Tyler, do you
people
think
too,
there's any
though.
chance that he actually planned all of this from the beginning, and like his plan was
Or
never to like his
or
plan
he
was never to actually own Twitter, but to just make the changes he wanted in it?
Well,
okay.
I'm speculating he's trying to reduce the price point because everybody suggested, even the analyst, that the price per share was too high. So this may be a bargaining chip.
Well, he might have found a way to delay and kind of back out. But could he have preemptively known that before he engaged that he would add? He knew, oh, I'm gonna want to have an escape hatch out of this, and my escape hatch will be the bot scenario because I know that's a sensitive issue for them, and I know they won't be forthcoming about it. So I'm gonna make sure I include in the legalese of the contract that they're going to have to be able to comply with any of my kind of due diligence demands or what have you. And yeah, maybe he is that smart for sure. He's that smart, but what if Twitter did fully comply? Well, then that plan wouldn't have worked at all. It would have backfired.
I'm
So,
sure he
Tyler,
has a solution for that backfire plan as well. He thinks like multiple steps ahead.
if Twitter does not allow him to look at the bot data, does he still need to pay for the 1 billion if he decided not to move forward?
I don't know. I don't know if
Okay,
anyone.
and meaning, and also the next question will be, like what you say, even if they allow him to see the data and he's still not convinced, he still don't want it. That means what will the result be the same? That means whatever it is, if he decided not to move forward, he'll just give out the 1 billion, right? So he can always come up with any excuse that say, maybe just say he cannot raise enough money to buy. He can just give up the 1 billion and then move on, right?
No, Cheryl, it may not work like that. I mean, there's some areas where they might be able to pursue him for the full amount. So I don't necessarily know if we should be pontificating on this when we haven't even seen the contract. So
Mm-hmm.
The reason I think that he wouldn't, so I think the reason he knows that Twitter would never give up that data has very little to do with data and everything to do with social, because he'd have to expose so many celebrities, so many really big accounts on Twitter for having literally half of their following being bots. I mean, there's a lot of people from presidents down who like half of their following is bots. So I think he knows that they'll do everything they can to never ever show that data. So that was probably always a part of his plan at some to some degree.
But there's
So,
ways of
question. What if he walks with an escape clause, and what if Twitter is seriously impaired as a result? Will Jack Dorsey break ranks and squeal?
I think we
Mm.
should maybe give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, Elon's done things in the past to, help humanity, and as he's buying this and maybe discovered that this is how they monetize. I've been a digital marketer since God 1999, and charging for views, impressions, right? Um, is something that any digital marketer does not want to do because it's very easy to actually prove it too. The big question is, do they have an affiliate program in which they pay out the affiliates for a percentage of the income that's generated from the links that are created to go towards Twitter? And if that's the case, then you would want to investigate what portion of that revenue is coming from affiliates. So I think the route in would be to question what percentage of the revenue is coming in from the clicks and what percentage of the revenue is coming from the views, and then you could maybe benchmark against other sites like Google or Yahoo or others and see what the differential is in the percentage of revenue that's generated from impressions versus clicks, because you can choose to pay by impression, usually by 1,000, or you can choose to pay by clicks, or you can choose to pay by revenue of the sales that are generated. So understanding the full picture of how they generate income would be the kind of and benchmarking against other websites to see the delta between um, those two variables would be helpful. I think it's just Elon is probably looking at this and doesn't want to get involved in scamming people, really. And so I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt for that. That's my comment.
But by the way, Twitter's made an official statement on this issue about what he knew and what he didn't know. That apparently he signed this deal without asking any questions. That he did. This is their basic statement that he did no due diligence. So it's hard for him to, I think, come back now and say, "And now I want all this information," when he had all when he could have asked for all that information, before. So
Yeah, but think about this, right? I mean, if you're just investing into something, right, and if your intention is only to make a return on the investment, you wouldn't typically, want to come out with something that is going to decrease potential revenue, and which will essentially decrease profits, right? So most, not most. I mean, investors at time will look at the monetization opportunity. So, if he wanted to just monetize, why would he be questioning this? Because this would, uh,
no, I'm
basically.
talking about before all this went public when he's in private
He he said
he's signing these deals and he's meeting with the executives. Basically, he could have done whatever due diligence he wanted. Okay, and he asked for nothing. This is their claim. So
because he said at the beginning, and he said this on Twitter, I'm not doing this for the money. I'm doing this for free speech. And I don't care about what the economics were. He didn't care until he got other investors. And when he got other investors, they probably cared.
I think it's important to kind of look at his precedent and see his historic actions. The book on Elon Musk is actually a great book, and to kind of see the things he's done. The guy was actually 4 hours away from bankruptcy when he was doing SpaceX. I mean, he goes all in uh, into things, and as an innovator and entrepreneur, and a lot of folks here understand what that's like. Most entrepreneurs, the money is the byproduct of doing good work that you're passionate about. And then, you kind of start up companies, you get them going, you're passionate about them. Another great book to read is Venture Deals, to understand how there's opposing forces uh, and incentives between the entrepreneurs and the investors. And as a company grows and needs revenues, a lot of times investors kind of come in and they do deals all the time. An entrepreneur might have one, two exits maybe in their lifetime, whereas investors are investing all the time, so they understand the entrepreneurial path. They'll give money, and the entrepreneurs are always optimistic, and then they need more money and more money. And if you look at as they grow and scale, what percentage of the company they're left with, a lot of times it's under 30%, 20%. I mean, like Angie's List, she owns more than less than like 1 or 2%. And his historical precedent is that he does things to help humanity. He goes all in. He wants to do the right
Yeah, I
thing, I
think
think.
this. I don't think this was the case here. I think this was a gut feeling. He went in there, didn't do due diligence, just offered a whole bunch of money for the company, was going to take them private, and now he's trying to back out of the deal in any way he can. He never. I mean, I haven't seen the proxy statement, so I don't know what it was all based on. But he's making so many statements that yeah, the deal's just not going to go through.
and maybe that's the case, right? So, like, assuming if that's the case, if he's like, okay, you got excited, right? You know, as an entrepreneur, you get excited and you kind of jump in and you're like, okay, I want to do a deal. And then, like, what would you guys do if you discovered you wanted to go in and, so it sounds like a good deal. And then you find out, wait a second, there's a big portion of this that's pretty much a big chunk of scamming. And then you might want to exit too,
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. I think now that
my
he figured
former
out what
client.
he's actually buying, he's has buyer's remorse, but too late.
But you know what? There's a company, my former client, Stat Social, has all those numbers, and it can run any account and tell you what percentage of the account are bots. So that could have been part of the due diligence.
Oh
Can
yeah,
you
I mean,
speak?
there's plenty of companies that do that. They could find it out very easily, but he didn't do that.
And he may have, like I said, if he jumped in and got excited, right? The real question is, if is he making any statements like, hey, if this is something that is not good and there's a lot of bots doing this, that he'll still come in, so long as this process of generating revenue through impressions would go away, and it would be based on actual clicks, and even actual clicks, those are very easy to monetize on. But you really, you just got to look at the way that they're paying the affiliates for the marketing and how it works. So I would just, I mean, like, just look at his historical precedent, and I think that he also does things like that's unexpected, right? I mean, if he comes in and says, no, this is not proper, and if you change his stuff, then he'll jump in maybe and still buy. I think we should just give him a little bit of time to see how it shakes out.
Well, I I think that the American Newspaper Association released a report um, over the weekend or on Friday that said that there is $120 billion worth of ad fraud every year, and that's on everywhere with programmatic advertising. And so I think that's a little scary also. And part of it is bots, and part of it is phishing, and part of it is stacked ads. There are a lot of reasons, but there's a ton of ad fraud.
You know,
Well,
the
and
end result
I
here, of
think
course, is that that stock has dropped down to 38. He's going to pull out of this deal, and I mean, he's literally ended up decimating Twitter. The only thing is, there's really not a good alternative, but so they'll still be around. But they'll probably be trading under $30 a share when he pulls out.
But
the
did
one
he
thing that I think
decimate?
about the one.
Did he decimate Twitter, or did he
He
bring
did.
to
Look
light
at all the people that are
something?
leaving.
Yeah, but think about it. Did he decimate Twitter, right, on something that they shouldn't have been doing to begin with? If there's a lot of fraud there, right? I mean, just again, think about it. If you were going to invest into something, you made a quick move, and then you didn't do the best due diligence, but you find out that there's it's scamming. I mean, why would he back out if it was just for money, right? Because if it was just for money, then he'd come in. It's a good deal. I mean, Twitter is going to rise and grow. I mean, we see it going. It just doesn't
Well,
make
I would
sense to
argue
me.
that point. It's not a good deal. I mean, the stock is trading what at $35, $38 a share, and he offered way more than that. It's a bad deal.
The thing that I think about is if we take a look at not only Twitter but how it affects tech news around the world. And Dr. Brand, I think you mentioned that this is $100 billion problem. I'd love to see that broken down,
Yeah, and I think
because whatever happens to Twitter, right? Because this is an
it
ad-supported
is
world.
because it doesn't only apply to Twitter.
That's my point. And so if you were to sort of think forward and think about all the platform and software companies where this, and this is essentially what I think Elon is trying to do, and you actually start to look across the different spectrum, both U.S. and globally, and say, not from a stock price perspective, Ken, not that you're just looking at that, but just to see the revaluation of all the startups, of all the platform companies, because it's not just Twitter, it's other platforms too. And you play this forward in an iterative process, whether the deal goes through. This is an audit on the platform and the ad supported industry. So you'll see a reset in
Bingo.
capital, venture capital. You're going to see a reset in Twitter. This is just incidental. I mean, it's a big deal. Don't get me wrong, but I think this transaction is incidental to the bigger picture that's about to unfold.
This is
And
a
I think this is
big
Exactly.
where
no-no.
companies like, Meta or Facebook, they have a huge audience and they have a very short time to repurpose. From the smartphone for Apple, from every tech company out there, whether you're startup or large tech, this is going to reset the way you do business. And I think that's the bigger picture that I'm
I
trying
think
to understand. And I'm glad that you pointed it out, Fran.
You know,
and
it,
Any
I
you
think
any
know,
you're
it,
I think
connection
you're
with
right,
Sheryl
but I
it,
Sandberg
just
departure? Any connection with Sheryl Sandberg departure?
We talked about
I
that
don't.
last week around tech, with Tyler, and I think
I
there's
think
four
so.
different outcomes. But yeah, I think well,
If
look at it this way. Over the weekend, it said the only way Facebook or Meta moves forward is for Zuck to step down. And I believe it was Nicholas that talked about precedents like that with Google and Eric Schmidt. I think the same thing needs to happen, but that's not the fix. That's just part of the fixing.
he's
They've
their
got to get that
MVP.
leader out.
I mean, I just want to talk
I,
about Musk for a second. So let's be clear. This guy knew 100% that the bot issue existed before because everybody who has any knowledge of technology, and this is the richest man in the world, knows that. He's also advised by the biggest advisors, Goldman Sachs, etc., in the world of Morgan Stanley, who also know all of this. So the idea that this individual was not aware that his account personally is 70% one of the highest bot loaded accounts out there, and most people were buying the bots themselves to effectively increase their mimetic power is the number one joke. So he 100% knew this, and he is just trying to lessen his get out of jail clause. Ultimately, he made an offer at the peak of the market, full of hubris. He went in saying he cared about free speech, but then immediately said that the only way that you could get that type of free speech is to have an identity technology that ensured that there was not a Sybil problem, i.e., the bot problem. Everyone knows that the entirety of social media is dominated by bots and by bot scammers and we talked about this in other platforms. So we know all of this. He knows all of this. So one way or another, let's just put that lie to bed. This guy is trying to back his way out of a deal for legal cause so that he gets his $1 billion back. But behind all of that, you have to look at the masking effects of everything that he does. So in exactly the same way he sent out his back to work email, that was the precursor to the we're laying off 10% of the sales force. And the reason why he has to do this with this subterfuge is because he's got a massively pumped company that is not worth the collateral that he's posting for this offer either. So when he posts his bot warning, what he was really doing is laying the groundwork for him leaving this deal so that he can not create a panic in his main business, which is Tesla, and that the Tesla stock has also tanked, which is his collateral against this deal. So one way or another, this guy is either going to lose $1 billion on this deal or use this to renegotiate, which Twitter should absolutely not go with. And ultimately, he's calling them out for something that everybody knew was a problem from the beginning. And like Matt says, the only solution to the problem of bots is identity. And the question is, do you want to give your identity to these social media lunatics and destroyers of our culture, or do you want to be self-sovereign in that aim? And, there's nothing Musk is doing here other than backing out of a deal or renegotiating a deal.
I
can
mean, okay,
And by the way,
but
I
I
think
point out
about
all the
can I just
advertisers.
say really quick that none of the young kids use Twitter? I mean, this is not a platform of the future. I have kids. My oldest son is 22, and my youngest daughter, I have three kids, is 8. None of them and none of their friends ever use Twitter. I don't understand why everyone thinks this is a platform for the future. I don't.
Web3 uses Twitter to do a
Well,
lot.
yeah, but if
it's a
none
big
of the
deal.
kids go there, who cares? I mean, there are other ways of getting on Web3. Like, none of the
The
kids use
news
Twitter.
media is
Yeah,
dominated by Twitter, and
media and
he is a
politicians.
meme king,
Well, the
and
kids
he can
won't listen to the
stimulate
news then.
memes, but he's
Like, the
not caring
next
about the
generation
children.
will
Yeah,
not
but that's
use
the next
Twitter for their
generation.
Yep.
news.
Yeah, we
This
know
is
that,
not the future.
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry.
it is the current, and he's a current meme king. So he
Well,
cares about being in the
Well,
meme flow.
maybe if Elon Musk is the owner of it, maybe Twitter has a future because he's very um uh, like tech guy that is kind of attractive to any kind of generation right now, and people kind of like him. But if he doesn't buy Twitter, Twitter is done for the future generations. It's nobody cares in the younger generations.
you know, the thing though there is, think about the Musk effect, right? So there's the Musk effect. If he did go through with the deal, right? If he did go through with the deal, the stock would have probably jumped up because that's what kind of happens when he invests, right? And he could have just then sold off his stock and probably made a good amount of money. But he didn't take that route, right? So one route could have been, oh, okay, there's a bunch of bots here. I'm just going to be quiet. I'm going to do the deal. The Musk effect might kick in, and then he could just sell his stock and get out and even make a profit that way. But I think we should give the man the benefit of the doubt. I mean, the fact that he came out and said this is basically, and he know, I mean, he's a really smart guy, right? So I mean, he knows that basically he's taking a risk. He probably had a bunch of advisors, like you all said, that basically told him, "Hey, be quiet, don't say anything. This deal is gonna go through. We don't have pretend we have a lot of risk on clauses that will force this deal to go through. Why don't you just be quiet about this? And if you don't want to invest in this, basically invest and then pull your money out whenever the stock will likely jump and you can make a pretty penny." And so he didn't do that route, right? He came out and said something that actually hurts him by making this statement. And I'm pretty sure he knows the risks that are associated with him trying to back
He's
out of this
welching on the
deal.
deal. Come on, don't read into
Well,
this guy's
can we,
snottiness.
without even debating this issue between Nicholas and okay, even though I probably agree with Nicholas more, that's not really the point I wanted to make here, because there's been something else about people talking about the reevaluation of maybe for advertisers about the issue with bots, not just on Twitter, but the reality, this has been known for a really long time. All the advertisers know about bots. HBO did a whole documentary in the last year showing how easy it is to create bots and fake profiles and all sorts of fake social media. This is Madison Avenue knows about this. This is not like some sort of secret that everyone's going to reprice, like, quite frankly, what they spend on advertising on Facebook or Google or Twitter or TikTok or any of these platforms, because they all know. It's all built into the numbers. They know. And I'm done speaking.
And none of them want the truth, because if they had to look at the truth is that they're all bullshit numbers, which anybody who's got any knowledge of the space understands. But that's how they get the attention economy working. That's how we financed Web 2. And so they're going to have to stick with it, or a lot of the valuations are going to have to go down a lot.
It just seems like Ellen has made a decision, right, with his back up against the wall, stakeholders essentially questioning whether he can lead two companies at this time, inflation happening. It just seems like he's using this as a
He
card to
already
back
leads
out
more
of
than
the
two
deal.
companies.
I mean, I just, but
He just wants out.
he does want. I mean, it's obvious that he wants out, right? But I think that just assigning kind of negative intention is, let's just let it play out some more and kind of see what happens. I mean, he's got a track record of doing a lot of good things, like basically that.
He's got
I don't
track record
know.
in both places. He's done this to other companies too, where he's tried to buy them out. There's actually articles out there about that.
Yeah, just because he makes electric cars does not make him the Messiah.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I'm not saying that at all. It's just I personally like, I think it's just good practice. To give people the benefit of the doubt when in general, right? And we're all making
You're
assumptions at
giving
the
him
end
the
of the
benefit
day.
of the doubt in Xinjiang, where he's got his showroom.
Yeah, I don't I don't fully know. I mean, it's one of those things that I think it should just kind of shake out a little bit. And even, I mean, even then, we don't know. Nobody really knows somebody's intentions, right? And maybe his intentions are to dominate and all that good stuff, whatever. And just I think we're making assumptions on intention, right? Um, and you know what? I'm just stating, about his track record, but we don't really know his intention, whether it's good or bad, or just trying to, we just have no idea, right? So just letting it kind of shake out a little bit
Well,
more,
we know he's going to
we'll get
signal
there.
good intention. We don't know what the outcome is going to be.
Being that we all really don't know anything and none of us have seen the contract, maybe we can spend time on something else. Because otherwise, it's everyone just taking a loose opinion and a guess on what, and none of us have the right information because none of us have seen the
Well,
contract he signed.
I think that's great
yeah,
advice, Ken.
and I think yeah, and I think closing it out, I'd like to hear Tyler's opinion on this and everybody's, because I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago that we said, or Tyler made the comment that like when all these people, and we do have a judgment and a governance issue, and I do want to explore, how that 100 billion, if that's the number, Dr. Fran, how that affects, like if you pull all that traffic out, the bot traffic, what's the impact on obviously people? What's the impact on truth? What's the impact on cloud storage, VMs? Like going through hardware and software. I said platforms, but beyond that. But the point I wanted to close out on perhaps is Tyler, when you said when all these people, whether it was Zuck or all these startup people, this was never their intention. So I guess one perspective that maybe we can revisit on this call or a different call, they started out to build a great tech company. So at what point in this journey since 2009 or whatever did where did the problem start brewing? Obviously, it was growing into Wall Street expectations. One of these platform companies, not all, but most, when did they make the mistake
When
of
they
growing into
traded
something that
growth
wasn't
for
real?
earnings, Matt. When they traded growth for
No, of
earnings.
course,
This
no, of
is
course.
growth at
That's the
any
big thing.
cost, right? So you've got an
No, my
interest in making bots, right? The whole
no,
thing is
absolutely,
about
absolutely.
it's about VC investment who say we will pay for growth as long as you grow at a certain pace, we will subsidize your growth because at the end of the day you'll catch everyone in a network effect and then you'll start racking the fees up on them, just like Uber did. But the issue
Absolutely,
is the market
absolutely.
has ended before they've come to the taxation period. So now they're
No,
going to
that
find
absolutely
themselves
agree.
debundled.
No, 90. I totally agree with you. I'm going into that boardroom when they were looking for money in the first place, and they said, "I have a great idea." And yeah, I totally agree with you. I was going back to that. And Tyler, you were there way back when, right? And so, at what point in time? And I agree with you, Nicholas. I think it's the VCs, it's capital infusion, it's expectations for growth. But at what point in time, if we were to ask why 5 times, where is the root cause issue? And I agree with you, Nick. It's probably exactly as you state. But how do the intentions of the founders go awry?
If you read
Well,
the book
Tyler,
Hatch,
that one's for you.
it goes directly to the political campaign where Jack and the team went to try and to become players in the political game. It's well
Yep.
elucidated in the book, and that was against, I think, Ev's desire, and then they shut that down, and then there was this whole war between them. There's a very good book about all of the early stories and about all of the
Yeah, yeah,
backstabbing and the Machiavellian behavior that went on, which ended
yeah,
up in, Jack being kicked out twice.
yeah.
It's a
Hey, John,
difficult.
you and Mike, you
I
want to
think
say
we killed the
something?
subject. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
could I ask a really naive question? And the presumption is that bots generate traffic but not revenue. Is that really true? Don't bots end up getting more eyes on screens that would help with marketing? Maybe not as much as individual influencers, but what is? Does anybody know the stoichiometry of how bots versus actual
yes,
people?
yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll tell you how that works. It's very simple, right? So basically, the way you could do that, the way they do the bot stuff, right, is if they're getting paid a percentage of the impression revenue, then they'll just basically create. It's very easy then to create a bot that can just they'll go to your website, right? So you put up a website, and then you have a link to Twitter, right? And then basically you can create bots that go through that route versus letting other human beings come to the link and typically read some content and then click through. So it's basically how many of the uh, bots are basically created to, you create fake accounts and then automate that. And then you just keep doing that. And then it just keeps creating impressions. And then if it's the same impression from the same person, then that's an issue too. And then you could also use virtual VPNs. There's all types of ways to create bots to do that, to generate revenue. And there's also ways typically to track that too, which is if you did an audit and look at where the affiliate marketing is coming from, you can then kind of look at the actual links it's being generated from and identify if this is a bot. system generating that revenue, not too hard, you know, and then you could just extrapolate that up. So if you take a, you know, like a percentage, a random amount
Yeah, but
of
yeah, right, and and I
folks.
think John's basic point, though, or question, which you just answered, I guess, in a long way, is that basically bots inflate, you know, advertising revenue because people end up paying, you know, for advertising for bots. But I think the advertising agencies basically know this, so therefore the rate that you pay for an impression or whatever is going to be lower than if you actually thought it was always a real person. And the best example, and this is what I wanted to bring up, how the advertising agencies kind of work. You know, Nielsen, which does the television ratings and has done it for decades, which none of the TV networks like. No, nobody in television likes Nielsen. They think the ratings are inaccurate. They, you know, that they don't, you know, count out of home accurately. They don't count minorities accurately, and there's a whole variety of issues with Nielsen. In fact, NBC is switching now to something called iSpot rather than using Nielsen. Despite that, despite everybody knowing that there's problems, Nielsen was just able to sell itself to a private equity firm a few months ago for $16 billion, actually just last month, I think. Okay. So all of a sudden, even an entity that nobody even like particularly believes their numbers is now worth $16 billion. And that's because the advertisers always want a number. Even if they think it's a bad number, they need they need a number to advertise off. If you didn't have any numbers, they wouldn't know what to do. You know, I had my own radio show, I don't know, like 10 years ago. And the station I was at, terrestrial radio, because they were in trouble, whatever. I mean, that's a lover story. They stopped paying for Arbitron ratings. So they didn't have their own Arbitron ratings. Arbitron's like Nielsen for radio. Okay. So, you know, we couldn't sell advertising because we didn't have Arbitron ratings. But if we had paid for the Arbitron ratings, even if they were inaccurate, even if they were not an accurate measure of who's listening to my show or our station, then all of a sudden you can get ad revenues. I mean, does it make sense? No, it's completely crazy. But this is the advertising world. Okay. So I don't think the advertising world is all of a sudden going to change that much just because it comes out that Twitter's got bots, or even though I think most people, you know, in the business knew that. It's so it
And
is
and
what it is.
it
It
could
is
I
going to
ask the
change
second
when they
part?
implement identity, because identity will be moored at the human level, and that's
But
why
that's
that
not
will
happening in
drive both.
2022, Nicholas,
Yeah, but that's
or
going to drive.
2023.
Well, hold on. It is when you have tipping on Twitter Spaces, you cannot have a bot that is going to have the ability to prove itself, and that's what Elon was advocating, right? It was that you'd have to provide identity data, and that identity data would then be directly readable by the government and directly connectable to your bank account. So those technologies do exist, and they do enable you to verify that in fact that is a human because they need a bank account.
Can I bring it back to the question of the value of bots? And my follow up question is, in traditional advertising media, you don't just put an ad out once and stop. You do a campaign and you reinforce learning by repeating it at measured intervals and at measured times a day and for measured audiences. And so it's just inconceivable to me that the machine learning analytics and the bot sphere doesn't have all kinds of timing and triggers and cadence as to when they do this stuff deliberately for reinforcement learning of messaging. It seems to me that the potential utility of bots for an advertiser is potentially very substantial, and I wonder if that's not being underestimated in this whole bot battle.
It's not even so here's the thing, and first of all, it sounds like you're all into bot stuff. You're all a bunch of digital perverts, but it's not even about the bots. It's more about the impression that the bots give. Like if if you gave somebody the option to inflate their number of, let's say, like a small business, you gave the option to inflate how many followers it looks like they have versus actually having those bots follow them, they would rather just inflate the number. Like if you couldn't see who was following them, they'd much rather of course they'd inflate the number because that gives the impression to people. It gives social influence, and it gives what's the word I'm looking for? I know we all know what the word is, but basically it gives the consumer trust in what that company provides by knowing that X amount of people believes in that company. That's the only point of getting bots, is to get other people to believe that something is of whatever significant value. Otherwise, there would be zero reason to even have bots. It's not about the bots. It's about the number. It's just when people click on something and they see a big number, they go, "Oh, this many people." Like, fucking look at our room right now. 335 people are here right now listening. Somebody comes by our room and they see another room that has 100 people listening and another room that has 10 people listening. Well, for starters, that 10 room is going to stay 10 this whole time. That 340 room is going to keep growing. And there's a reason for that. It's because people see the fucking number and they say, "Oh, this
Yeah,
is how
but
much
I
this
think in
industry is worth."
advertising
mimetic.
it's different.
That's why we
In
call
advertising
Elon
it's
a
different.
meme
You're
king.
not
It's
looking.
not. I
You're
don't.
But
I
looking
it's
at
own
the
a
not.
number.
fucking
Yeah.
business, and in
He's
my
right. He's right.
advertising, I'm telling you how much it
You are
changes
correct.
everything.
You are correct. The people buy people, and mimesis is one of the driving forces of humanity.
Exactly.
People copy people, and the more numbers they see, the more endorsement it is for that person. Which is exactly why, to the point of someone who spoke earlier, they do not want to unwind the follower numbers because immediately it would create a doubt about the veracity of everything that they have. And
Exactly.
so at the end of the day, this is all about memetics, and Elon is the meme king, right? And so the idea that he didn't know this is bullshit. And to Ken's point, we should probably move on at this point.
By the way, one last point I just want to make, guys. When we're talking about, it's not necessarily just bots, right? Like, there's a lot of SEO that you can do. It's just basically you go create automated websites that are going to go in there and basically track a bunch of what's called long tail keywords. So somebody does a search, and then they see it's basically number one spot. They click on that, and there's a Twitter thing, and then they click on that and go towards the deal. So that's not like a bot. Right, that's like it's very easy to kind of do some splash some pages and do some SEO, and then bring folks in that way. Then the other question is that when you're doing the audit, is you want to understand how their basically algorithm is set up to um, analyze when they pay out these affiliates. So there's a strong incentive to not just an advertising company, but just be like an SEO expert and say, hey, these guys are giving money away for clicks. Let me go get some long tail keywords and just target that. So it's a reroute to Twitter, which is another way to make money, right? And then yes, there is bots where people can create different information of. It's very easy to create to create things that kind of start bringing in traffic and followers through automation, but and that's more of an automation play necessarily. So, but there is bot play in there as well. But to me, it's just like okay. So my question is why would why would you put money down, be in a contract, be in a huge risk to basically be forced into that contract and lose a lot of your money versus staying quiet about it. Like what's I know usually we're saying he's trying to back out of the deal, right? But there's also going to be advice on, hey, dude, even you didn't do your due diligence. I mean, how strong is that contract to keep him inside that deal? And even that, why wouldn't he negotiate on the backside to get out of the deal instead? And I've done, I mean, let me tell you guys, I mean, I've had in the past, I've discovered like bot type of scenarios, and I've called an advertising company. I was like, dude, this is like a bot type of scenario. You got to refund. I said, no, we can't refund. And then you don't refund. I'll just splash up some information of how this stuff actually works. And they're like, okay, here you go. Here's your $20,000 back. Right. So that's, I mean, he could have negotiated on behind the scenes and say, hey, look, I exposed this stuff. They know they're going to take a big hit, and then they could have said, okay, dude, just we'll let you back out of this, right? Because the consequences are more severe for
Yeah, I
Twitter,
think we're
right?
going in circles. Maybe we can move on to the next topic.
This
Okay,
was
I'd just like to know, Tyler, what's your thoughts? I feel this wanted to know your thoughts. You're in the techie world. What are your thoughts around this?
It they it is peculiar that Twitter isn't being a little more straightforward in a massive transaction like this. There should be a rather straightforward path to resolving the bot issue.
Mm,
You're talking about a massive transaction, and in massive transactions, there's all kinds of I's that need to be dotted and T's that need to be crossed. This certainly is a legitimate uh, such T crossing. This bot issue is it's a legitimate concern. Twitter's not even denying that. Twitter's not responding saying Twitter isn't denying that it's a legitimate concern.
And then the question is, I mean, if you identify that you're going into a deal, and even if you did your due diligence, but then you weren't given numbers, and then while you're buying, you find, hey, hold on, there's a lot of basically fraud going on over here.
Wrong.
What
But
what's the laws around that?
Twitter's response was, well, Elon jumped into this deal without doing any due diligence, and Elon's response is going to be, well, I got into the good deal. I got into the deal in good faith, and now I'm doing due diligence. So, which is it? You thought I didn't do due diligence. So, what's the problem with doing it now? If you want to accuse me of that, then by all means, let's resolve this. But then the response is, no, no, no. Time's up. Clock's out. You have to finish the transaction. And he's like, no. And it comes down to, and Ken or other Jennifer lawyers can get on this. It's this issue of good. There's an element of good faith in these transactions, and it becomes that to me is likely from a legal perspective where this now stands is who's actually behaving appropriately and who's not. And on that, just looking at it from that lens, Elon might have an easier argument than Twitter does at this point in terms of who's actually behaving better. The one that's saying, I really want to see what this bot situation is, or the one that's saying, no, 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 the clock ran out. You have to purchase this without addressing that. And them not conceding that that's a legitimate concern, which clearly I think everyone would agree. The one thing that unifies everybody on this issue is everybody agrees there's a bot problem. The question is just a matter of degree. Okay.
And did Twitter know also, right? So here, let me give you an analogy, right? Like you're sitting there going online, you're going to buy a car, right? And you think it's in good shape, right? And you do a good faith deal, and then you buy it, and then it turns out that it's all broken, and then the question is, did they know that it was all broken, right? So there is that good faith deal of, did Twitter know that most of the revenue is coming around from this bots, which is basically like a lot of fraud, right? And then did they know this, but they didn't disclose this? And then now when it's like, yes, you can have buyer's remorse. Like, hey, I didn't know I was buying something that's junk, right? Because there's a lot of data behind the scenes that's unknown. Now that he's going through it, then he's basically discovering things that it's impossible for him to have, awareness. They don't hand out this information. Nobody hands out this detail. Even within the companies, they don't know exactly how this operates, right?
We've been doing this an hour. Maybe we should just do a separate
Yeah,
room if
let's
people are that
go.
interested on it. I mean, we could also talk maybe about the 16 people who got shot in Philadelphia. There's other things going on in the world. That's my own view. I mean,
Tyler, why don't you wrap up and
Agreed.
then we move on to the next topic?
Okay. So the next one is the investigation finds Binance served as a conduit for laundering $2.35 billion dollars between 2017 and 2021, including funds gathering from hacks, frauds, and drug sales. This is from Reuters. Cheryl, if you could please pin it. It says, for 5 years, the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange, Binance, served as a conduit for the laundering of at least $2.35 billion dollars. According to, Reuters is reporting it, but who's making that claim? A Reuters
Probably a
investigation.
lot. It's probably a whole lot bigger than that number, by the way.
It says it's a Reuters investigation.
It's absolutely clear that there was widespread, they were doing no AML, no KYC, and this is part of the narrative. And furthermore, the reason why they have lost all of they had to reincorporate, they put new jurisdictions, they've got new regulated people, they've been hiring people out, the SEC left, right, and center. This is par for the course. They had to do this, otherwise they would have been not able to operate in any Western markets. This is part of the FATF's move in terms of virtual asset service providers and regulation of the industry. This is normal.
So, is it as simple as I think it is, Nicholas, that CZ decided that
No, he
to
was told. He was told either you do it or you're going to get shot in the head. Basically, by you will not be able to operate.
right, but he has a chicken and egg scenario, which is he likes the claim of being the biggest, having the most transactions and whatnot, and that he knows if he ever really needs to, he can start complying and cleaning up house and whatnot. So he decided to play fast and footloose,
Yeah,
so that he,
move fast and break things and
right,
act as a giant washing machine for bad
right,
people, which is
right,
exactly what gave everyone the bad name. And he used the cover of,
right,
he was in the least regulated market and he took a giant amount of volumes and he was very brave. And, fortune favors the brave when you get big enough because then they'll kosher you up with all the regulatory bullshit. And everyone will say, well, there's lots of bad things that go on, but CZ is a good guy now.
right, right. I think we're on the same page there. I think it's a logical approach, which is I'm just going to turn the other way, and I don't know what's going on, but all I know is I got a whole lot of transactions going on. I got a whole lot of traffic. I'm the world's biggest exchange. Until somebody comes and tries to arrest me, uh, you know, and he was willing to play that game as long as he could, and then the gig was up, the music stopped, and now he needs to comply very quickly and will clean up shop. But he got what he wanted out of it, I think.
You do very well out of it.
Yeah. Okay. So the next one is from the New York Times. It says it's new. Yeah, most news is. That's why it's called news, isn't it? New news. As Sheryl Sandberg leaves Meta, Silicon Valley loses one of its most powerful women. A report shows only 4.8% of Silicon Valley's top 15 firms were led by women in 2020. Okay, so the New York Times is Silicon Valley. Any gains have been incremental. They're using the Sheryl Sandberg resignation as an opportunity to remind everyone there's not enough women in Silicon Valley. Okay, the
I
next
wouldn't be
is
surprised moving to some sort of government post to avoid all of the allegations around her lying under oath.
okay.
Yeah, what did it state? Did she state why she left?
No, and it's rumored that she was. There's all kinds of rumors going on. No, but she hasn't made a. I mean, she did make a statement, but that didn't really add any clarity as to legitimate what's really going on.
And when we covered this last week, so hopefully we won't cover it again. Please.
So the next is from the New York Times, and as OpenSea faces a backlash over stolen and plagiarized NFTs, executives acknowledge the problem and outline steps to improve trust, including hiring more staff. OpenSea, one of the highest profile crypto startups, is facing backlash over stolen and plagiarized non-fungible tokens. But this was the is it the SEC is investigating this head of product who was basically doing insider tradings of sorts on their exchange.
Well, the NFT market is pretty much like, gosh, I would. That's predominantly, a bunch of, taking advantage of people don't really know what's really going on and what they're really buying. I mean, that market needs to be brought attention to kind of what's really kind of happening in there. I mean, you just got whales coming in and. They buy up front and they sell out. Once it pops up.
Let's be clear, this is a scapegoating of an insider inside the company. Everybody else who's in on those deals is also insider trading, and it's a filthy business that is pumped and dumped on the least qualified people, which is always retail. So this is just more of the same. But they have identified a good scapegoat who, really was, acts as a poster boy
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
but these are
SEC.
two separate issues, by the way. Just let's. The headline that got pinned is about theft, fraud, and basically theft and fraud and lawsuits at OpenSea. And the insider trading thing could be maybe part and parcel of that. But the story
That's the fraud. That's the fraud, Ken. That's the fraud.
that's one part of a fraud. There's obviously other parts of a fraud. Well, I'm saying that you think it was just this one insider trading case?
I think, yeah, I
No,
think it's
I'm
a
saying
way in
that's
once
the
they
way. I'm
start
saying
once they
that's the
start
way the
auditing.
SEC. That's the way the SEC enforces by design. Because they find the most egregious example. They don't have the money to fight everybody. They don't have the money to fight all of the insiders who were trading in the art business. right? So they take down Al Taubman, they take down this guy, and the OpenSea cuts this guy loose. This is exactly the way the SEC enforces. It looks for the most egregious example and sets a precedent. That's what they've actually said.
Yeah, but it's not going to deal with rug pulls and other things. Just they can convict this guy. They can send him to jail for 30 years, and it won't deal with all the other issues. That happen in the space. So I don't agree with that. I mean,
I'm just telling you, that's what the SEC's stated enforcement program is. Enforce against the biggest, like CZ, like we just said, and make them come to terms, and then find the most egregious, and then come to terms. That's
that's when
literally
you have,
what.
but Nicholas, that's when you have like analogous situations. Okay, so that happens generally with like insider trading. You get some of the bigger cases, and then people stop. Hopefully for a while, stop insider trading on insider information. In a basic thing. But the whole NFT and crypto space is so complicated that it involves other things besides maybe insider trading. Okay, I mean, like rug pulls that have nothing to do with insider trading, okay, which are a different kind of fraud. So I mean, I don't think a single case that they're bringing on this insider trading thing, which is and that's a very solid case because it's a fiduciary, and how like there really is no law on insider trading, so they try to do it use an anti fraud statute and everything. But I don't think that one case is going to bring down OpenSea. Okay, I just don't. I mean,
It's not about bringing down OpenSea. It's about letting the lawyers know that they have to advise their clients on this.
But wouldn't they start doing audits and then basically start uncovering all types of other stuff in the process?
Okay.
Moving on.
Next is a federal judge in Australia orders Google to pay an ex-politician $715,000 for doing, quote, nothing to prevent YouTuber Friendly Jory, a YouTuber name with the username Friendly Jory's abusive videos about him. So let's try this again. Tech giant and comedian Jordan Shanks may face contempt of court charges over videos published during a trial, and now the federal judge in Australia orders Google to pay this politician $715,000 for doing nothing to prevent a YouTuber from doing abusive videos about this guy. Wow. So the platform is being punished, fined nearly $1 million for not doing anything to stop a YouTuber on their platform because from making abusive videos about this ex politician. Man, Australia does not fuck around with social media, y'all. They
No,
really don't. They do not.
they do not.
It's a fuck free zone over there in Aussie. The in Australia, Google ordered to pay Australian politician over defamatory YouTube videos. Google ordered to pay for hosting anti-Italian Australian politician wins defamation fight against Google. Funny that they went after I mean, it's not funny they went after the platform. That's where the money is because the person who made these videos doesn't have a pot to piss in, most likely. So you go after YouTube. I guess you don't want to fuck around with a politician. It's probably friendly with the court, maybe even the judge. Weird shit going on over there, Australia.
Surely it's an extension of our 230, Section 230 argument that we've talked about endlessly. But, it's like if you're a publisher and you allow people to publish defamatory, slander, libel, etc., you would be liable. So it seems to me, the precedent is being set by the Australians to say
Right,
you are a
right,
publisher, not a platform.
right. Because the person who actually made the videos is not being punished.
US based. I mean, you guys, and 230 is US based, and I mean, if we want to start talking about like modernizing laws, again, as Nicholas says, it distinguishes between, an ISP service and a publisher, but you can't, saying that Google is a publisher is a stretch,
It was on YouTube.
or YouTube.
Okay, next up,
Everyone needs to be.
CNBC. A look at Democrats' efforts to pass the IACO, the ICO Act, which bans big tech companies from favoring their own products before November's U.S. midterms or the end of the 2022. A major piece of legislation that could reshape the tech industry is just a few steps away from becoming law. And I remember reading this article last week where the Democrats who are leading this are being accused of not pushing it through for fear that they'll lose campaign contributions from big tech, which is one of their biggest funders, and that's why they're stalling to push this through before the elections because they're worried about losing that juicy big tech finance contributions.
Yeah, but isn't that controversial for a corporation to say, "Hey, look, we made Mac OS. We made the Pages app. Of course, we're going to recommend it when you look up a word processor. Ours is the best. We know it's the best. You know it's the best. We should be allowed to do that. Otherwise, I think it's handcuffing almost the corporations. It's like all this infrastructure coordination, harmony. I think that's something that is a selling feature, and they should have the right to preferentially represent it, but it shouldn't be on like page 14 of search. Um, but if it's perhaps notified, like, hey, this is an advertised or biased or something, this is our stuff, we're telling you. As long as there's that sort of disclosure, I don't see why such a big problem.
Okay, next up is a daughter article to the same topic from Politico. It says in an email mistakenly forwarded to Politico, an Amazon spokesperson asked a consultant to push a narrative that the ICO Act would harm people of color. That's very interesting. That's how the sausage gets. That's how the sausage gets made, right there.
What? Wait. What was the like? You were breaking up when you were speaking. What'd you say?
Here it is. This is really wild. So Politico, I'm going to pin this to the top of the room. This is one of the more interesting ones we've seen in a while. Cheryl already beat me to it. It's at the top of the room. Amazon urges a consultant, a PR consultant, to push the message that, hang on, where to go, that this act, the ICO Act, and the ICO Act would ban big tech companies from favoring their own products. Well, Amazon does exactly this. So when you go to Amazon.com and you start shopping around for toilet paper, you're going to get recommended the generic brand toilet paper by the company that Amazon itself owns. Or
Amazon Basics.
Yeah, Amazon Basics is Amazon's favoring their own products to sell you. Why not? Because they get you twice. They get better margins when you buy their products and you're buying it directly from them, right? Kind of unfair in some sense. You know, the people competing against them are like, hey, this isn't really fair. You've rigged the marketplace in your favor. And Michael would say, hey, that's fucking capitalism, y'all. Go build your own marketplace. So, and he has a point. We're not debating that point here today. There is enough blowback, and this is not unique to Amazon. Apple, for example, Google is a great example. When you type in the word maps in Google, Google shows you Google Maps before Bing Maps or any other maps. Should they be able to do that? So, a calendar, if you go to Google Spreadsheets, it'll show you Google Sheets before any competing spreadsheets. And if you type in calculator, it'll show you their calculator. You get the idea. These big tech companies show you their version of it if they have it available before they show everybody else's. So the ICO Act would end this, right? Now, naturally, big tech doesn't like that because Google likes showing you Google Maps before anyone else's maps, right? And they like showing you Google business reviews instead of Yelp. And they like showing you YouTube videos instead of Vimeo videos, right? All day long they do this. So naturally, big tech really, really, really doesn't like this ICO Act, the AICO Act, which would ban big tech companies from favoring their own products. So every big tech company is coming up with very clever ways and paying lots of money to Capitol Hill to talk these people off the ledge, because they've got the gun to big tech's head and they're like, hey, they feel like they're in a hostage situation. Can we how much money is it going to take to fund your next election campaign, to get you to put the gun down that you currently have pointed at our big tech heads? Now,
How would this even be enforced?
hang on. Let's not get distracted, because what Politico just revealed, because Politico, I have to say, I mean, you hear me give Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, and the regular suspects a whole lot of shit, and deservedly so. Oh, and by the way, Taylor Lorenz is in a bit of a shitstorm right now for her last article that we'll get into that later. But Politico is saying on Politico that they received an email that was accidentally sent to them. They were accidentally forwarded or CC'd an email from an Amazon PR person talking to their PR consultants. These PR consultants have all the friendships with all of the journalists. So what this email entails is, it's from Amazon's marketing PR department, the comms department, as it's called, communications department. And this comms representative is talking to their consultant, their PR hack, that, hey, why don't you go and talk to all your journalist friends about writing the story that this AICO Act will harm people of color. Go, 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 go. Spread the message now, 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 now. Because if that narrative sticks and gets any traction at all, then Capitol Hill will have to abandon this, because Capitol Hill can't push something that disproportionately harms people of color. That's the definition, the new 2022 Ibram X. Kendi definition of racism, is anything that disproportionately impacts
So what?
people of color.
So what you're saying is that PR people are going to take advantage of the incentives provided by the Congress to establish reasons for them acting against the tech companies. So why wouldn't they just say, how many people of color are CEOs of any companies that are posing a threat to these guys?
This is so Citizen Kane. This is strange.
My point is, if you want to kill, let's something easier than a concept. This ICOAC is a concept. Let's use a person. If you wanted to politically or economically or professionally kill somebody in 2022, you would do it on the basis that they are, in America, you would do it on the basis that they are a racist, right? That they're,
Or they'd be in a picture with Jeffrey Epstein.
yes, or a pedophile, which is about equal in terms of, level of egregiousness in 2022. So, so they're trying to paint the picture that this act is, by critical race theory definitions, racist, because it harms people of color disproportionately. That is the definition by critical race theory of racism, that something disproportionately impacts people of color or a minority group. So if that narrative stuck, if that narrative gets out there amongst mainstream media, Washington might have to abandon this act. So it's a very clever way to not just kneecap it, just like cut the head off of that snake fully. This is like really going right to the gut. And the point is it's been revealed that this is manufactured narrative crafting going on from Amazon using their PR team, because the email was accidentally ended up in the inbox of Politico, and
Yeah,
Politico is revealing it.
Tyler,
Whoops.
that
There's a
all
clue
that
to the
all
name,
said.
public relations.
Yeah, but Tyler, that all said, you can make a case. You can make a case that a lot of the stuff that you told young with Amazon and the third party sellers hurts the third party sellers unquestionably, but actually helps the general public, because Amazon's been generally deflationary. Now, how long they'll be deflationary if they
I
become
got you.
the ultimate monopoly? But
I'm with you.
Amazon has been deflationary,
I'll
and the
bet.
internet's been
Ken,
deflationary, and therefore costs have gone down.
right. I think you raise a great point, as usual, which is, without even having read this, I think you would agree, and I think you would concede and grant me, we already know what Amazon's position is, which is, hey, if when Amazon basics are cheaper than all of its competitors. And so if you force us to remove that, you've just removed the cheapest products in Amazon of every category, and that is going to disproportionately impact low income people, which is disproportionately people of color. Ergo ipsum, your policy is racist because you're removing the lowest price goods, and that's harming people of color. Your policy is racist.
But even if you
Well,
deal with
actually,
branded products, look, my brother, my youngest brother, is real big in consumer electronics, and he sells a lot of stuff online. Worked for a really big third party seller. Okay, and there's stuff that they stopped selling because they couldn't compete with Amazon. There's stuff that they actually use the Amazon fulfillment for. So I know the whole business, and so even with branded stuff, it could be Sony. Okay, it's not just unbranded. It's not that Amazon's going to sell you some generics, a stereo speaker. Is that they can sell you the Sony stuff cheaper than a third party, or the Sanyo stuff cheaper than a third party. So it's beyond just having like some sort of like generic unbranded thing, as you're talking about.
Interesting to see how. I mean, because we sit here and we analyze these headlines every day in day out, Monday to Friday now, and on and on and on, and we often pontificate or conjecture about how the sausage is getting made in the back end and why this publication is coming up with this cockamamie headline, because there's no shortage of balderdash in the headlines in 2022. And this is a perfect example of showing how the sausage gets made. The big tech company has these PR gurus who talk to their journalist friends, and that gives that comfortable arm's length plausible deniability, because Amazon isn't directly telling the Wall Street Journal what to write. It goes through this middleman agency who has plausible deniability, but not in this case. Not when the fucking email ends up in the inbox of Politico directly. Now you just took the kimono off, ripped the band-aid off with no chaser. So wow,
But
there.
we are in a world of narrative wars, and you can
Yeah,
argue this exactly both ways, as Ken has elegantly pointed out, which is that are you hurting the creators and consumers? And as he well knows, is that Amazon is a monopoly, essentially, and the question is, should monopolies be regulated to ensure which ends? The ends that people can compete and create companies and create wealth, or that end users can buy cheap garbage from wherever they want to buy it from at the lowest possible price to stop inflationary pressure destroying the economy. I mean, there's good arguments on both sides. The issue really is that we have monopoly providers who've attained these positions through asymmetric capital provision, because that's the only reason that why they're the best is because they had the most money to build it, and this is the truth. This is the truth of every major business: is they attract capital, and the capital subsidizes loss making until they're profitable.
it's a great tactic to scare the bejesus out of Democrats. So who, under as Politico points out, the social justice message is particularly resonant during the Biden era, during which Democrats have emphasized racial and ethnic discrimination. It's a controversial talking point for the company, which has been criticized for mistreating its black and Muslim employees, selling racially biased facial recognition technology, tech lobbyists, blah blah. What? It's a really, it's rare that you get to see a situation such as this where you get to see how the sausage gets made and this how the narratives get generated. And here it is. This is what the Amazon person told their consultant. Quote, would it be possible for you all to push this with some of the newsletters to underscore continued concern for a broad cross section of groups, including communities of color? And
that's so, yeah, problematic. If they had only phrased it differently, it wouldn't have come out so weird. They could have said in an exploratory fashion, see if there's any, concern there. But they use such direct language. Usually executives are more clever than that.
And didn't she link?
Sometimes they do this, and then you say clever. I mean, I'm going to tell you, just in business in general, in so many things I've seen, it always kind of makes political sense, even for, quite frankly, for Republicans. If you see something is disproportionately hurting minority groups, and you point it out if you think it helps whatever you're trying to sell. I mean, there's nothing unique going on here. We're making it sound like this is like, wow. I mean, I've seen this a zillion times. I mean, I don't even know why it's that
Yeah,
newsworthy.
it is because normally they don't get caught with their hands in the cookie jar in this fashion. Whether or
No,
not,
but Tyler, I'm saying there are companies that don't view it as getting their hands caught in the cookie jar. So I'll give you an example. In the casino industry, particularly if you want to get a license in places like Washington D.C. or Detroit, okay, and some of them even have affirmative action guidelines. You have to hire so many minorities. I mean, part of your pitch to get the license, because they give limited licenses. It's not like Nevada where everybody gets to open if they want to. Part of their pitch is how they're going to benefit minority communities. It's not like they're in secret about it. Okay, so I don't. I mean, this.
Well, it's also when you put it in that perspective, if you're building a casino in the heart of somewhere like Chicago or Detroit, and you have to have that even be stated, like don't forget to hire the people who live here, it's kind of a problem.
Well, no. But no, here's the point: they would have hired the people who live there anyway. But nonetheless, the public officials put it in the thing, right? Because they're politicians, right? All I'm saying is that this idea of that a certain product could help minorities, okay, is not like something that like has is companies do that overtly, okay. So it's not like you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. I don't really understand that concept. You got
let me
caught
explain it
with,
for you.
with
Let me explain it. As this article says, do you really think now? Do we really think that Amazon legitimately gives a shit about these people they're now asking the journalists to raise the issue about? Meaning, uh, people of color, this group. Does Amazon Does Amazon legitimately think? Oh, do they care? Is this a financial issue for Amazon that they don't want to fall under this ICO legislation, or is it, you know what, we really care about, we lower our prices because we really care about people who have low incomes, and we really think it'll be terrible if you remove our ability to do this because we care so much about these groups? Well, that would be, as this article says, rather hypocritical because previously uh, the Amazon was criticized for mistreating its own Black and Muslim employees and selling racially biased facial recognition technology and spreading pollution in communities of colors with its warehouses. So, how can Amazon both simultaneously be polluting communities of color with their warehouses using racially biased facial recognition technologies and mistreating its own Black and Muslim employees? And now they're trying to create a narrative that they care so much about. They're drumming up this narrative that's pro communities of color. Do we, for a second, believe that they actually give a shit? No.
No, of
So
course not.
that's my point.
So what you're really upset about is corporate cognitive dissonance.
To a degree,
That's really the point.
and they just got exposed that the way by which, let me put it this way, because to be very specific, what they're proposing is that a national minority quality forum, an advocacy group focused on health disparities between minority groups. This particular forum, the National Minority Quality Forum, had written their concerns. They'd sent this letter to lawmakers about how they felt that this ICO Act is uh, unfavorable to minorities. And so Amazon says they find that letter from the National Minority Quality Forum, and they want that thing to get sunlight and exposure. And so they're willing to pay their own PR teams to go to try and drum up support to get that letter more airtime, more visibility in the big publications. Now, I'm cynical enough of a fucker. I'm a real cynical bastard. I wouldn't be surprised if Amazon was involved in the National Minority Quality Forum, even crafting that letter so that they could then take it and then use it in this precisely in the way that this article is highlighting.
How far does the rabbit hole go?
I don't really see what distinguishes them here from the other 499 Fortune 500 companies. They're capitalists. I mean, yeah, they're there to make money, and every Fortune 500 company and Fortune 1000, whatever. Okay, they always want to put their their best face forward with the public. And if you got a hold of internal emails or marketing documents with for lobbyists or ad agencies they use, it's always going to be about like how to skew a message to make them look better.
That's the difference, though, Ken.
Every
Your question
every
was,
company
"What's the
does that.
difference?" That's the difference, though, Ken. It like you literally just answered your question in your question. The difference is they got caught. That
Right. So
that's
here it is.
that's all that
Here's
matters.
here's the hot paragraph in this political article. It says, "quote," and this is from the Republican Hakeem Jeffries. Uh, he,
Representative. He's not a Republican. He's a Democrat from Brooklyn. In fact, he went to
sorry,
the
thank you,
part of
thank you,
Brooklyn
thank
I
you.
grew up in, by the way.
That's right. Yeah, and he's part of the Congressional Black Caucus, and he says in an email to Politico, in a last-ditch attempt to preserve their corrosive powers, Big Tech is now circulating arguments that antitrust legislation would harm black communities. I don't buy it. And he's part of the Congressional Black Caucus.
He's more important than that, Tyler. He's actually like the third or fourth ranking Democrat in the House.
I'm just
He's
saying, but
probably
here,
no, third or
here you
fourth
have an
ranking Democrat in
actual
the House.
here you
He's
have an
probably
actual
going to be
black
the
member
House
of the
Speaker.
House calling this out for the bullshit it is.
Yeah, I
I'd
just
be
wanted to point out
curious.
being a member of the Congressional Black Caucus is no big deal, but being in his position where he's like number four, I believe, he's probably, given his age and given how old the people are in front of him, he's going to be Speaker of the House in the next 10 years if the Democrats maintain control. So he's a really important guy.
I'd be curious what the metadata analysis shows for the people who purchase Amazon Basics. So if there was any sort of connection there, perhaps they would have a leg to stand on. But this seems a stretch. It
At what
seems
point
not.
are we going
It'd
to
be,
go all the way?
I have a shit ton of Amazon basic products. Um, I'll say this
No,
though.
the point I was
At
going to
the
the point
I'm sorry, bro.
point I was going to
I
make.
got a shit ton, and not even just basic products. I've bought shit everything from literally Amazon Basics, toilet paper to USB plugs, right on up to fucking camera lenses just to see the quality of it. Like I'm just saying, like I'm not gonna front. I definitely have a lot of Amazon Basic shit just sitting around my house, and I order for Amazon basically daily. What I will say though is that obviously primarily my job is acting and music but I own a production company and I own a music studio and I own several other marketing businesses. And I will say this, at the end of the day, even me on a small scale, me on a very, very small scale, when we are making movies and we we are shooting for movies for Netflix and things like this, we 100% take into consideration the data, the demographics, where we want this to be seen, who we should be quote unquote pandering to, et cetera, et cetera. All that shit goes into consideration when you're even demographic. I mean, just down to the very basics of Instagram or Facebook advertising. I'm not going to advertise a damn thing without first figuring out where in America or the world I need to target this fucking product based on color, income, race, sex, religion, et cetera, et cetera. Like I'm a very, very small fish in the pond. And when you look at these wells, there's, of course, they're doing the same thing. At the end of the day, if you're a capitalist, green is the fucking color. Green, 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 green. And the problem is when you're thinking green, you exclude thinking about how that damages other things, especially the way it's going to look when people who are not, people who don't run businesses, people who don't own shit, they don't think about capitalism that way. In fact, all capitalism is evil. And so when they see something like this, a leak from a company like Amazon, and it says this, of course it's going to rain hell on them. Like how could it not? No one's ever going to look at this and be like, Amazon can possibly give a shit about minorities. They can't look at this and think that. It's impossible to, if you don't own a business, if you don't have to make those kinds of decisions on a day-to-day basis, you're not going to look at this and be like, yeah, they're definitely not racist. In fact, you're going to think of it quite the opposite. And that's just kind of how it is, and that's why they're catching so much heat right now.
Okay, next one is Yuga Labs confirms that the Bored Ape Yacht Club Discord server hack with 200 Ethereum worth of NFTs stolen. The third time a bad actor impersonated a Yuga Labs run account to steal funds. The company behind Bored Ape Yacht Club's NFTs made a disclosure 11 hours after word of the exploit surfaced on Twitter. They confirmed that.
Ouch.
Hmm?
Sorry, ouch. That sucks.
Indeed. Next, Wall Street Journal says they have sources that Chinese regulators will conclude year-long probes into Didi, logistics platform called Full Truck Alliance, and recruitment firm Canjun as early as this week. So that drama is going to finally come to a close, eh? The next is from the Wall Street Journal. A profile of billionaire crypto investor named Mike Novogratz, who got a Luna tattoo before its collapse and whose publicly traded Galaxy Digital is down 69% year to date. So it's a profile piece. The next is a fundraising for some Brisbane startup you never heard of, an Israeli startup you never heard of. Just glancing through a France-based Diabellop, whose AI diabetes management tech automatically adjusts insulin delivery as needed. That's fucking awesome, by the way. Google Collaboratory, like laboratory, but co-laboratory, kind of clever. A web service popular with AI researchers for running Python code quietly bans deep fake related projects. Okay. Anything else? Oh, the Russia's biggest tech company is called Yandex, and the CEO and co-founder has stepped down from the company and its board after the EU added him to the Russian sanctions list. And the New York State Assembly passes the first right to repair bill in the U.S. for electronics. Good for them. That's awesome. Okay, so those are your big boring headlines for today. Any new ones? No.
Did you mention the ASML one?
I'll look at ASML's IP theft allegations against XTAL and China's Dongfeng, created by ex-ASML engineer and flag bearer of China's chip industry, Zhang Chengyu. That's a really hot issue. Is former Chinese employees of ASML going back to China and trying to make chip companies, and ASML IP theft allegations against those people.
Hey, Tyler, because you just mentioned something. I think it was more on a device level, something to do with diabetes. I guess it may have been like a pump or a meter or something. Is that what
Uh-huh.
you just did, right?
They said
I just wanted
it equalizes it kind of optimizes the amount of insulin, which is
Got it. Okay. No, the reason I just it's a device, because I wasn't even going to bring this up because I try to be pure to me. I try to be pure to tech news at some point, but and this is more medical and biopharma, I guess. But there was a big article, several articles in the other day about a new drug development. I just sent relating to diabetes and weight loss that apparently is very consequential, and I just back channeled that to Cheryl. I mean, I think I sent her the
Yeah.
one. You got it. Yeah. So, and I don't really understand it. So I know we have at least one great doctor on stage. I don't know if he knows about it. But but apparently, I mean, from all the press I see, this is people are making a big deal about this drug. Because it also is going to help people lose weight. So anyway, that's as much as I know because I really don't understand this stuff.
Is John there to comment? Or maybe he's busy.
Okay, well, kind of related. The first, we're going to get into the tweets. The first tweet I have is from Eric. If you want to help us understand this one about a spooky quantum biology might cause your DNA to mutate.
Yeah, so I guess historically people never thought that at the scale of molecular interactions relating to DNA that the effects of quantum mechanics, where we can have superposition, we can have a spontaneous symmetry breaking, they didn't think those were actually possible because of the buffering effects of water, because water was so intrinsic to life everywhere. But now there's some calculations and some experimental work that suggests there is more to that story. So all those discussions about quantum DNA and all these other silly things will obviously be a boost for the conspiracy theorists on Clubhouse. But in terms of better understanding how mutations occur and to what effect we can mitigate that, I think it's a good sign for understanding, I guess, life here on Earth. But yeah.
Okay, Thomas Tong found one that gut bacterial metabolite promotes neural cell death, leading to cognitive decline. A team of researchers from University of Louisville found that gut bacteria metabolite promotes neural cell death, leading to cognitive decline. So, yet chalk that up into the now never-ending growing list of impacts of gut bacteria that were previously not understood.
Mapping the microbiome is going to be bigger, in the opinion of the experts, than mapping the human genome because of the ability to create these proteins which are critical, including that post I posted about mRNA, messenger
Yeah,
RNA, and,
yeah.
and all of those things. And the other article that I posted that I thought was interesting was Bloomberg confirming exactly what we've been saying for the last year or so about the ruble and the yuan and the way that they're trading. So everything seems to be coming to a head. And the point I was going to make before was that ultimately, when politics and economics are mixed, there will be narrative wars, and we are in that narrative war at the moment, and that sort of relates back to the bots and the memetics and all of that. And so we can only clean this up, we can only clean our world up when we clean up the fact that we are electing people on the basis of mimetic information as much as anything else. So, and the information that we're being fed and narratives that suit our prior thoughts and prior decisions. So if you're a racist, you're going to find these things even more upsetting, and if you're, these progressive ideas upsetting, and that's the purpose of the media in general, is to feed hungry mouths, and that's why you have a news feed.
You know what? It's so funny too because not not to change the story, but or not to change the topic, but it's just as we talk about this, and I'm sure I've mentioned this multiple times over the past since we started Tech News, Tyler. But I feel like it. How do we? Why does every goddamn thing have to somehow be political? Like, why does it all like? I can't buy a fucking Rubik's cube today without somebody being like, "Don't ignore the colors." Like, it's just like, can I just fucking buy a Rubik's cube because I want to solve the puzzle? But you
Because it's
can't.
the way people
Everything
organize.
it's
It's
but it's
people.
just it's wild to me that like I understand that it's the way we organize people, but there's got to be room for motherfuckers to just like each other or not and have nothing to do with politics. There's got to be room for us to just like the same products or not and have it not be political based. Like there
Right,
we have to
but you
get
have
back
to
to that
solve
point.
politics. So you have to solve politics, and the way you solve politics is through information, and the way that information moves is through people and through the things that influence people. So you are exactly saying the right thing: is that information is creating the divisions and creates the unities. So we need accurate information about everything, and that is the singularity that we're moving towards. And the
There's
question is,
certain
who
things that
controls
shouldn't
the
be
information?
I
Who
feel like there's
controls
certain
that?
things that just shouldn't even be political though. And I understand what you're saying and I 100% agree with you. I just it drives me nuts that certain things are political. Like there's just topics, in my opinion, that just should not be political. Women's health is not a it's not a political debate. It's fucking biology. If women have issues
But then
once a
people will
week,
debate you on biology.
I'm just
I mean,
saying
that's
it's not.
people.
I'm just saying that it's weird that that's somehow like it's not my fucking business what's going on with a woman's body. Like I don't think that that should be a political. It should, I almost feel like politics should ban certain topics as a way of swaying how people think. Like if it's about a woman's body, like that, if it unless we're talking, the only topics we should be
So you're
debating
advocating
should be
reducing
spending
freedom right now.
the only topic what I'm saying is if we're going to debate a woman's body, the only question is how do we make money in the government to make sure women's products are free for them during their time of the month, like that kind of stuff. Fine, we can debate that because that's important, and we should find a way to make money for that. But debating what they do with themselves, but we don't. And here's the thing, I think my problem is the lack of equality in it. Like if we're going to debate that, why aren't we also debating dudes balls? Like why aren't we debating what goes on with our bodies and having control over our bodies? The reason we're not is because it's a fucking man's world, which I'm fine with that. But what I'm saying is there's got to be a point where we take responsibility and acknowledgement of the different types of, because yes, there's white
You're
privilege
just
for
you're
sure.
this
There's white
that's
privilege
a
for
you
sure.
that you're
There's
what you're
white
saying
privilege, but
is a total utopia. You want to wish for these things. The way that
no,
you
I
do
don't.
it.
I
No,
don't
but
want
you're
to wish
saying
for them. I'm not looking for
but it can't
utopia.
happen because people will disagree with you. That's
I know,
all.
and I'm not
So
looking. I'm not
so
looking
you
for a utopia,
so unless
Nicholas.
you get everyone to agree, you're going to have a problem. So you have to have mechanisms by which people come to consensus using good information,
So what
not
would be the
narrative
mechanism?
skewed information.
So what would be the mechanism?
Well, I don't
Mechanism
want
of
to say it
what?
because I'm always saying the same thing. But it rests on information theory, and information in general, and who owns that information and who gives that information is is the answer. That's
So the
mapping,
question is,
and
so
that
what we should
problem
really
is
be asking, according to what you just said, is how do we stop a individual group from solely owning said information?
correct, and that's always been my point: is that you have a choice now. You have the Chinese way, which is total information control, or you have that's the way of many of the nations, and then you have nations that have pseudo information control through corporations that have, as Ken said, a capitalist instinct to maximize profits, which means that they must sow narratives to get people to become trendy so that they can become viral in every single way that a product becomes viral, etc. So all of that is normal. And so all of this is about influencing information in the minds of the beholders. And ultimately, the only way I could think about, because obviously I'm frustrated with this problem as you are, is to have self sovereign identity that enables you to start that process of knowing where the information comes from. Because as John said, I believe, words have power. And that's everything. It's as we communicate, so we miscommunicate, so we misinform, disinform, etc. We are in a world of information overload, and simplistic narratives will not work. So we need sophisticated technologies to take us forward.
It's a very interesting point you brought up. And by the way, just everyone that's discussing over in the room chat, I read all of your room chats, and you guys are making very, very good and interesting points. So thanks for contributing to that. And I hear what you're saying. And I guess at the end of the day, I agree with you, but I also think that we have to information overload, I think, is the primary point here. And this is the reason that, for example, kids, my 14-year-old brother, for the past throughout the entire pandemic, he was 11 when the pandemic started, he's 14 now. Throughout the pandemic, he would call me not to ask me about fucking imagination questions or why is the sun, golden or anything like that. Nope, he was calling me for stock tips advice. He was asking me how to form an LLC. You're fucking 12. Go outside and play. The problem is information overload. Kids are growing up fast. Everything is way too instant and way too fast. And I don't think that that's a problem, but I do think the problem is that we're not really dealing with
I'll be back in one
how
minute.
do huh
I'll be back in 1 minute.
okay, we're not really dealing with how do we regulate. not regulate information overload, but how do we teach people to handle it properly? Because some people can't handle that much information without fucking,
They
it leads to
self-select.
problems.
Come on, they self-select. People self-select, and what they're doing is very natural. They're trying to conserve energy, which is a fundamental feature of physics. And in the conservation of energy, they come to decisions and they come to biases, and those biases short-circuit the available information space and narrow it down to the people they like to follow, and then they become meme followers. So you have a meme lord, or you have a meme king like Elon, and then all the little NPC sheeple follow behind and say, oh, well, Elon says this, so it's got to be right. Or, Donald says that, so it's got to be right. And they narrow their field of information to information that they already agree with. So they narrow it down, they become members of a tribe, they become members of a community, and then they become mimetic within that community and influenced by people that they perceive to have more power than them. And that's how societies work. That, if you're interested in that, you should definitely read the book The Social Conquest of Earth by E.O. Wilson. Or if you're interested in ideas reconciling the social sciences with the natural sciences, you should read E.O. Wilson's book Consilience. This is how it works.
Share both of those books in the chat, please, because a lot of people are interested in this topic. So if you don't mind, just add them in the chat so everyone can look those up.
Add to cart and purchase.
It's just it's a really interesting thing to really look at every fucking day when we have these conversations, and I look at how, just how smart everyone in our rooms are. I understand that this room is not representative of the common denominator. I understand that everyone in this room is above average. And I understand that this isn't, a good way to kind of gauge where society is. But that said, everyone in this room is influential and smart enough to help to contribute to figuring out methods of change and how to deal with these particular problems in society. And this is one that I think we have all the books in XYZ that's out there. None of it can fix society's issue with information overload as it stands. When I was a kid, we did not have school shootings like this. I never had to learn how to deal with a classmate wanting to kill everybody. Like, all this kind of stuff comes from the information overload, and it comes from having all these ideas thrown at people way, way, way before they're able. There's a reason that the CEOs of these companies and the people who develop these apps won't let their own fucking kids play with these apps. They won't let their own kids on these apps. These people's kids, they're not allowed anywhere near them because they know how poison and dangerous they are. Yes, they're great tools in the hands of somebody who has the maturity level to deal with them, but that's not the case here. Everyone gets this information on day one. Everyone's born with a goddamn iPad. You leave the hospital with an iPad as kind of a parting gift from the doctor at this point. And it's like, how do we deal with kids knowing everything immediately? Because we didn't know what a 14-year-old knows today. We didn't know till we were probably 20, 21. And what a 16-year-old knows today puts them right in alignment with a 23, 24-year-old, except the problem is the maturity isn't in alignment with the 23, 24-year-old. And how do we close that gap?
Okay. Next up, Twitter, YouTube asked to remove perfume advertisements. Videos of the perfume brand Layer Shot sparked outrage amongst a large section of social media users. Did anyone see the Layer Shot perfume ads and why they're so upsetting to people? I've not. Never heard of it. It says the Information and Broadcasting Ministry on Saturday asked Twitter and YouTube to remove from their social media platforms the videos of advertisements of a perfume brand that triggered outrage for promoting gang rape culture. Is this the Indian perfume? I did see this briefly. In letters to Twitter and YouTube, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting said that the videos were detrimental to the portrayal of women in the interest of decency and morality. The videos of the perfume brand Layer shot sparked outrage amongst a large section of social media users who claimed the advertisement sought to promote sexual violence against women. And that's why, yes, this was the one in India. Yep, I did see that. Okay. The next is from Saudamini that the new MacBook Air may not come with a wide range of colors. And they're talking about the MacBook Air that's expected to be announced in an hour. Because exactly 1 hour from now, Tim Cook and the team over at Apple will jump up on stage and give us the new 10 Commandments for 2022. And by 10 Commandments, I mean the new operating systems for all the Apple devices, from the laptops and the iPads and even the watch and anything else. And they might even, no doubt they will talk about AR and VR, which will be very interesting to see what they do say about it. They might mention their new ad network. It'd be very interesting to hear how they talk about that. And it's their biggest annual gathering called WWDC, the Worldwide Developer Conference. It starts in exactly an hour. We will live stream it here in this room, as we have done now a few times. And it's a lot of fun. And do join us for that, starting in exactly an hour. And the article I just read is that the new MacBook Air, which is expected to be announced, will not come in the full spectrum of colors. It will only come in gold, silver, space gray, and dark blue. The next
There'll be
article, yes,
just a
go
quick comment on the developer conference. It'll be interesting to see if Mac OS goes closer to iOS. There was some debate or discussion about that Apple might go move both OSs more in the mobile direction. I sure hope not, because I still find a lot of the features, things that you can do on a MacBook, you absolutely cannot do on an iPad. So,
Agreed.
yeah, and I hope the new MacBook Air, if there is one, come on, backlit keyboard. It's the only thing holding it back. My only criticism. Yeah.
Google. Okay, next up is from Saudamini that has NASA found hell, strange planet where clouds rain lava. The Spitzer Space Telescope of NASA has discovered a hell-like planet with clouds that rain lava. That does sound like hell. We could use the new doll. I want to see the new Dolly 2 image generator with Planet of Hell raining lava. What kind
You
of
just need a. Sorry, go ahead.
Dolly 2 is so incredible.
Yes, for those who don't know, if you go to Instagram and do a search for hashtag Dolly, Dalle, or Dolly2, Dalle2, you will see mind-blowingly cool output from this algorithm that is given very simple inputs in the form of text, and it gives just mind-blowingly cool outputs. I recently saw some mind-blowing examples of somebody very cleverly said, show me a new Nike sneaker designed by Frida Kahlo or by Frank Gehry, who's an architect, who designed the Guggenheim Bilbao, or the Walt Disney Amphitheater in downtown LA, one of the world's renowned architects. But what would it look like if Frank Gehry designed a Nike shoe? And it makes it instantly, in an incredibly convincing way, in an incredibly mind-blowingly cool way. That is the fastest, most genius way to come up with mind-blowingly cool shoe designs, is to say, what would a shoe look like if Salvador Dali designed a Nike shoe? And boom, as fast as you can say it, it generates it, and it beyond exceeds expectations. It does it in an incredibly uh, realistic way that exceeds expectations nearly every time. Just unbelievably cool. And you can take
There was a Tyler. You'll like this, Tyler. There was an experiment some guys I know did on YouTube where they had an artist basically compete against Dolly 2, and they made the same suggestion for both the human artist and Dolly 2, and had them both render their digital image based on the suggestion. And then they did this for a series of about 10 prompts. And then they compared the two side by side on an iPad, unlabeled, and asked everybody in the production office which one they thought was done by the AI and which one they thought was done by their digital content artist. And it was so interesting to see who thought what and why. And about half the time they got it wrong, like which one was responsible for which piece of art. And it was really, really interesting because it also kind of starts to put into perspective how Dolly actually, quote unquote, thinks and perceives the input that's given. So if you're interested in that, I'll send the link over to you on Twitter later.
Yeah, a few people might take issue with your phrasing there, how it thinks. Some people might say it's just merely computing, but that's definitely something worth considering. Just a shout out to Doom
That's
for
why
the
I
PowerPoint.
very specifically said that phrasing, because I know people take issue with it, and people need to stop taking issue with it, because the reality is that's the direction we're going. And I know it's scary, but people have to become comfortable. If we turn our backs or allow society to turn their backs on the reality of progress, it's only going to cause more problems in the future.
And this is we had a discussion about 6 or 8 months ago on NFTs, and a point that I was trying to make then is that when you have the non-repudiatable identity attached to the NFT, it and it's a name brand content creator, it will have value. But the ability of others to so closely apply this kind of technology and generate content so closely resembling that of the original source, um, that all but the high end creators and artists are at risk of being flooded with copycat content.
Oh, 100%. Definitely, definitely. And these are problems that we have to think about, but then we also have to think about uh, and I know this is going to sound off the rails, but at what point do we decide that Dolly is his or her own artist?
And how do you detect synthetic permutations, which will be by the trillions, and know what's authentic and what's not without the kind of non-repudiatable technology through the entire sales cycle, from creation to sale to resale to
Mm.
resale. I mean, there is. If there's a case for Nicholas's arguments in the economy, put the privacy issues aside, I think this is going to be front and center.
Okay. Next up is a tweet from Katerina about promising new materials mimic muscle structure and function. You know where this is going. Inspired by the structure of muscles, an innovative new strategy for creating fiber actuators could lead to advances in robotics. Exactly what we need. Superhuman strength robots. Right on time.
We already have can feel. Just stop it with that.
And BB found one from BBC, as she always does. Digital fingerprints of 1 million child abuse images made. A new system for classifying images will help stop them being shared online, a UK charity says. Digital fingerprints of child abuse images. Yes, well, this is the whole Apple drama that they had to walk back, wasn't it? They're trying to fingerprint images, and so they can know what you have without actually seeing what you have, and then ostensibly punish you for it. Digital fingerprints. The UK charity, which is responsible for finding and removing such material online, said the fingerprints, known as hashes, would help companies and police find copies of the images. It is hoped that by doing this, The reuse of the images can be prevented. The images are from the government's child abuse image database. The database contains some of the most extreme content that appears online, what is known as Category A and B material. The hashes are an identifying code produced by an algorithm and act as a fingerprint for each image or video. Many tech companies use lists of hashes to search for child abuse material on their systems by comparing hashes of images to a list of them created by organizations. The system has limitations, however, so essentially the BBC is just figuring out something that geeks have known about for a very long time, the concept of hashing and how that's being used with in a very debated fashion. There's a very hot debate over whether tech companies should use it, most notably Apple, because Apple announced that they were going to add this to their operating system. And then there was a massive outcry from computer scientists. And then Apple said, well, we've already been doing it, but now we're just announcing that we're doing it, and it's already been going on. And there was a tremendous blowback, and so Apple's walked this all back. So just to give you some context about this, but now that was a year ago, by the way, and now the BBC's aware that this even exists, so they just wrote an article about it. Anyway, the next one is from about a boat, an autonomous, crewless, robotic boat called the Autonomous Mayflower reaches American shores. The crewless robotic boat that had tried to retrace the 1620 sea voyage of the Mayflower has reached the shores of the Americas. That's kind of cool because now I can hop on one of those things and go across the Atlantic without a qualified sailor on board.
Well, let's hope there's more space than Fry on Futurama had in that closet with Bender. If it's not made for humans, there might not be a comfortable place to sit. So you might need one of those Ukrainian butt pillows or something.
Question
The
for you,
soldier
Tyler.
bear.
Are
Yes.
you comfortable enough with the idea of an AI flying you somewhere or controlling your ship across an Atlantic adventure?
No, not yet. I
But do
wouldn't.
but you feel that one day you think you will be?
Yeah, for sure. But that day isn't today. Well, it's a tricky question because I'm imagining myself standing at the dock in front of the ship, and I have little upside to risking my life. So I'm going to need some kind of motivation. For $1 million, would I do it? Yeah, maybe. For Yeah, for free? No, hell no. Why would I do that? I have no. I can take an airplane with a human pilot, across the Atlantic and far faster. So I don't. I need a convincing scenario to calculate my risk profile for this particular set of questions. So that's the issue. It's a
Mm.
degree of risk, and currently I have zero upside and infinite downside. So I don't see the reason to take the risk.
How close do you
But
think humanity is to people doing it for free? So, for example, you couldn't pay me to fly Spirit Airlines. However, I'm curious if people would take a free flight in a pinch to get some from A to B with an AI plane.
Free
The
flights.
question is, I think
but
the question is, how do
autonomous
they
flying is
rate?
much easier than driving and much safer.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty rational. You
I
rather
think
it's
first,
safer to do it in an airplane than an AI driving you.
What about
For
sailing?
wouldn't it like, I mean, with the cars, I know they do like analysis, right? They'll sit there and say, okay, how many hours of driving can the car do and stay out of accident versus a human being? I mean, I'm just curious, how would you do that with a flight, right? Because you got a lot of variables. You got human beings on there moving around, right? And it's curious, they don't use electronics. Like, I'd be curious to how, they got to do a lot of data, a lot of testing
That's
to
a
get to a
great
point
point.
to prove it.
flying, there
That's a
is
great point.
autonomous flying. Most of the hours, the pilots don't do shit. They just start and they land. That's all. I mean, flying is really easy for AI. There's like,
But that
there's
isn't. But
a-
he did make a great point. If you think about it though, Katarina, he did make a great point because we just had the one guy jump up out of his seat because he was tired of waiting and open the goddamn emergency door and jump out the plane. And we've
You
got
know, and I have a lot of pilot friends. I mean, they tell me that, yeah, you got some AI, but like, you don't know what kind of factors they're going to run into, right? Like, it's, like
that's so
storms or
interesting.
some random thing.
Boeing
The human
737
element is
Max.
the
but there
biggest
are way
flaw.
more factors in driving through a city. That's why it's way more complicated, and AI and autonomous driving is lacking behind, but not necessarily for flight. We had even here in tech news around the world this guy that does drones for people in Germany, and he said it's not a problem that the AI is not capable of doing this. It's just how the German laws are. We could start this right now because flying, autonomous flying, is pretty easy. There's way less variables.
The human
I,
variable is the X factor that scares me away from it. Until we can figure out how to make make us safe from each other, that one person that freaks out and starts doing crazy shit on the plane, until we know how to deal with that without an other human on board designated to deal with it, that's it. It's gonna feel iffy for me.
And like
What
even with the
pilots and
cars and the
co-pilots have been
roads,
doing
right?
for
Like
40 years.
it's the humans. It's the humans that, like, it's, if it was all AI on the roads, it would be, and cars would be like, okay, I'd feel safer. But when you got other humans mixed in with AI, it's like, they do, that's there. On the flip side, though, guys, there are scenarios of creativity and experience in which, if the AI is not aware and they come into a situation where it doesn't make, for example, remember that when that guy landed on the water, right? And saved a bunch of people.
Sully.
Would the AI do that?
It's you guys are forgetting that the self driving is infinitely more complex and uh, uh, process intensive than flying. Flying, we've had autopilot for 40 years. Like the AI is already flying the plane. The pilots don't do anything. They don't even need to land on the Airbus. They can fall full glide protocol all the way in. They so the fact that they can occupy three dimensions of space. They the it's not like, think of driving
With
as being a formation in the
Pepper, that
pyramidal.
begs the question: why are the pilots even fucking there then? Whose benefit is it that the pilots are there?
It's all of ours, just in case something goes wrong.
Exactly,
It's a
exactly.
paperclip
But,
machine
but,
just keeps making paper clips, right? Like,
my pilot friends have told me that that they said that's a misconception, that a lot of the takeoff and landing portions are controlled by the human being, right? I mean, flying around during the long haul, but that this is what some of my pilot friends told me, that people have the misconception. I don't know what the data says in a wide analysis, right? But how does the AI land and take off, right?
on the
Or is the human handling
Airbus,
that?
On the Airbus, on the Airbus, the autopilot is actually capable of landing. The 747, it isn't. The 747, they have to from final to touchdown and taxi. The pilot is in control, and on takeoff, the pilot is in control. Takeoff is all of 30 seconds. A landing is all a minute. So for of your 3 hour flight, the pilots are in control for a minute and a half.
Yeah, and that's the most important part, right? The takeoff and landing, make sure you don't crash, right? So, you know,
Exactly. I think like even just the interface, go into a cockpit and look at it, it looks like a space shuttle. It looks overwhelming just to know how to program that, or it's set in the coordinates for the autopilot. It's not like, hey Siri, let's take off. It's not that simple. So I would
It's
still
funny
give
though.
some
Take it off.
respect and consideration to the pilots. I would personally not trust any of the controllers. And there's a joke here in Waterloo when they were doing robots that can help you move a desk. The joke was that the only person willing to do the test of moving the table, like I'm holding this side, you're holding that side, we're moving, and the robot's moving, and it's applying just enough force. The only person willing to mess around with that was the person who programmed the controller. Everyone else on the team was like, no, no, it's all good. So I think there's still some skepticism.
We do need to
So
remember that the 777 that crashed at SFO killed 2 and injured 40. That was attributed to an error in their autopilot landing.
And the Falcon 9 that sent up the crewed compartment to the International Space Station did it all. And like those astronauts didn't do a thing. That was all autopilot. The entire process.
Okay. Looney Tunes, Warner Brothers, and Nifty launch NFTs of Looney Tunes characters. So if you thought bored apes were big, wait till you get the Tweety Bird. And how many different NFTs can they make from Looney Tunes? And the next one's from BB, that if you hate swallowing pills, MIT has a new invention for you, a drug delivering gel to change the game um, for people who hate taking solid pills.
And you can make a cake and use that like cream style cake to the children. And the important part is that it can kept under the uh, normal temperature. That means they designed it, they invented for like the people in Africa, for the kids there, so they can transport it under a more severe environment as well. So that's both for kids and both for the minority people there as well.
Yeah, but who likes? I mean, just a question: does anybody like taking pills? Because it sounds like this is a big improvement, right? Because I don't know who
Yeah,
prefers to
if
take
your
pills these days.
kids, crying that he to refuse to have that pill, you how do you do? You make your kids, force them to swallow, or you just make a cake and where everybody's happy.
Yeah, but I'm saying in general, even adults, right? I think it's a big nice hit, like where, yeah, if you could just like take some little liquid
And yes,
things.
it mentioned for the elders as well. If you have some trouble with swallowing, maybe the throat problem as well. So I think there are several aspects you can apply this on.
I didn't catch exactly how the technology works. Like, how does it take? Can you repeat that? Is it just some liquid format, or can you kind of how is it
It's
taken?
made by some kind of oil. Okay, Tyler, would you please help me? Or I,
I'm ready for the next article.
maybe I'll send it to you. Okay, and you read it later. I send you the link.
Okay,
I don't think the Matrix would be the same with a gel.
that's a good point.
But they were joking.
Could be with edibles though. That would make all this. That would make plenty of sense. Gummy bear, like gelatin gummy bears, red gummy bear or the blue gummy bear.
Hey, I got a question. I mean, this has popped in. Have you guys covered? Yeah, I read. I saw this a couple 2 3 weeks ago because I'm trying to go full mobile. Right. I'm actually heading up to Colorado right now to Breck, but um, Elon Starlink, right, was static where you had to be in one position, but now, like unofficially, they've launched that you can be mobile with it and goes out to oceans and different areas and move around. Have you guys covered that? I haven't been on Clubhouse in a while.
Yeah,
Uh,
funny enough, Boeing was actually using Starlink in the desert to track their own spaceship, so that was kind of funny. I was like, "Oh wow, good photographer caught that."
I did see someone I know on Twitter who received one and showed a bunch of photos of it. It's the self-tracking version. It's a bit heavier, and it shows how you set it up in his tweet thread. That was like 3 days ago that I saw that. Looks cool.
Does this scare anybody? Because one of the threats there that I've seen is like, all right, so he owns the technology, kind of go up and launch these things, and it's way ahead. Whenever you got central communications like that, and if we're worried about Facebook and all these other guys. I mean, this is going to be at a planetary level because I mean, eventually, you can't compete. You're not gonna be able to compete with the satellites because you have to run lines, right? You have to run lines, and this will also open up a shit ton of areas in which you cannot operate land and have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to get lines to, or you can't even get lines. So with solar and power and wind farms And by the way, Tyler, just so you know, I've been analyzing this, and I figured out that being close to wetlands in a high wind zone, you can have the wind generated, plenty of protein in the fish, and not a lot of people are going to be thinking to live next to a swamp. And generate your own power. So I think that's kind of the nice bug out place.
Can I also just point out that shit ton is my favorite metric unit?
That's funny.
That's not even metric. That's imperial.
Oh yeah, true, true, true. Also, I just want to address something really, really quickly.
You're thinking of
Um,
shit megagrams is what you're thinking of.
ship megagrams. That's what. Yes, yes, yes. For those of you
I'm
that
sorry,
keep
what?
saying it, because I see this once or twice, almost every time I pop in. I used to be on here, believe it or not, every single day. Like, when do we even start? How long ago was Tech News, Tyler? Like a year and a half now? I don't something like that.
Almost a year and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, and I used to be on here every single day, but the thing is, once the pandemic ended, I had to go back and rebuild my entire company, all of them. I had to get them back profitable and whatnot. So I haven't been I pop in once every now and then in a blue moon, or obviously when free orgasms are on display during WWDC and things like that. But um, every time I come in, it always shocks me when I see this in the chats where someone will say, "I thought this was tech news," um, and I want to say something to those of you that continuously say that every goddamn time. Understand that all news is technically tech news. Technology is how we mark our time in the world. It tells us where we are based on what technologies we are using, what technologies are just a dream, and what dreams can become realities, and how close we are to making that so. Where we are in time is literally marked by our technology. And so every topic, every conversation that we have up here, if it's important, if it's heated, if it's a debate, it's only happening because we are even on a fucking technology that allows it. So when you guys say that, there's a reason that if you go back to the beginning of the pandemic, there were all these different newsrooms. Only ours has actually made it through the whole goddamn thing and still came out with these kind of numbers. There's a reason for that. It's not like we're just letting people randomly talk. We've put a lot of time and thought and effort in conversations, backdoor conversations, group discusses. We've talked a lot to figure out exactly how what is best to make this type of thing work on this platform, to make this type of room work on Clubhouse. There's a reason that it's so consistent and why it will always remain consistent. And to Tyler's credit, he has always
You,
always always had that at the front of his leadership, so
you know what's
don't
funny?
question it.
We've Michael and I have never had that conversation before, but he knows that he can say what he's saying because he knows I feel the exact same way, and I see very regularly, daily basis. You know, I thought this was tech news. And it's generally generally it's people who haven't been here for more than a day who don't know the flow of how we do things, and I appreciate Ken holding our feet to the fire to move when we start belaboring certain articles for too long. If we go into we do sometimes go an hour into a single article, and at that point we should probably move on. And he correctly, he's got we need an impatient person on the team to give us the sense for when we're starting to belabor points. But the format, it goes way beyond just reading headlines, rapid fire style. And today's a great example because in 30 minutes we're going to watch Apple's live stream keynote. We'll probably be the only room in Clubhouse or even social audio. I don't even know if there's a Twitter room that'll even live stream the Apple keynote as we've done since the start of Clubhouse. And that's a fun thing to do. And that is a ton of tech news. That's like tech news orgy, as Michael alluded. So, but I love that Michael was confident enough to say what he said because I felt exactly the same way. And he knows we feel the same way because we've spent enough hours, we've logged enough flight time in this room together to know that what we can and what's kosher and what's cogent and what the nature of the room is. And to your point, you said something really beautiful, Michael, which is there were, by the way, other tech, other rooms on the topic of tech headlines, which when we were getting started were way, way, way bigger than tech news around the world, and were in fact, if I remember correctly, even people who have equity in Clubhouse were
Yep.
managing and moderating those rooms. And you know what set us apart, I believe, is uh, we got to know each other in a way and care about each other in a way and connect on a deeper, more personal level, and uh, and argue. And by the way, we I think that might be the other biggest difference is we get into arguments in here, and boy, did we go through some doozies. Uh, I mean, we used to use the boxing, end of the round. Let's
We
get
used to encourage it.
Yeah, you're sound.
yeah. It used to be a scheduled part of the program. Was the fucking
Yeah, we actually had an hour. For those of
combo.
you, so guys, just so you know, like there was a time when Tyler would let this. We would have 5 hour, 6 hour rooms where we would literally get into a heated fight. Tyler, it got so crazy that at one point Tyler had a scheduled hour where he would ring a boxing alarm, a boxing bell, and he would allow two people to just go head to head however they needed to get out what they were trying to say, and it was a full on brawl, no holds barred. And you got to understand, to get to a point like that, as he said, everyone on this stage, you'll, and I'm sure you know, a lot of you will look at some of us and notice like, oh, those two don't like each other. You're not wrong, but we're still siblings in a sense. Just 'cause you don't like all your siblings, you don't like all your family members, but they're still your family. Everyone on this stage is a member of that family for me, especially the ones who go all the way back. Tina, Amanda, Pauline, guys like this, girls like this, Katarina, Cheryl Beebe, all, Dr. Fran. These people have been here since day one. So you got to understand, like, it really is a family vibe. And that's the only reason we're able to scream and yell at each other and come back on stage and say hi the next day. And that goes back to the point that Tyler was making earlier. It took a lot of logged hours together to really figure out what the exact formula was to make this room be as fucking awesome as it is. And so when you guys come on and you say things like, "Oh, I thought this was a tech room," it's like, okay, just look, stick around for a couple of days and you'll get the flow of it. Don't come in for 5 minutes and be confused.
right?
And by the way, I just want to add one thing. If you look at the very top, you see where it says insights, right? It says insight. And why would we need all these people on the stage to do that? And by the way, those debates, I just want to add in there, right? That those debates are respectful, right? And it's all about ideas. And a lot of times those debates lead to, both sides kind of learning more from one another. I just wanted to kind of add, because I'm not on Clubhouse that much as right now, because yes, Tyler's also like a kind of like a prepper person, right? And right now, like here's the biggest tech problem I think we have in the world is we have fiat currency and you got printing machines. And I would suggest that everybody kind of look at the pie chart of how the money was sent out, right? And how much went to those little checks that everybody got. And everybody's like, "Oh, I got some checks," right? Whenever you just print money, right? We're going to have inflation. But, when you have a separation of okay, what percentage of the like a few handful of people got the majority of the cash versus the public, and what they got, that's pretty much a pretty big problem. And did have a Great Depression before. Those things do come at times, and inflation can trigger those things. And Tyler talks a lot about, hey man, being prepared, right? Get yourself self sustainable, and we do that in here. And imagine back in the Great Depression, people were more self-sustainable. They were farming, taking care of themselves. How many people know how to fish? How many people even go outside? How many people know how to hunt? And then if you got a city of like in Houston where I'm at, 6 million people, and what happens when the moratorium expires and 10% of the house, because I talked to real estate, 10% of the homes out there on the market right now,
I'm
they're
very
not paying.
terrified of that moment, by the way.
Yeah, they're not paying their mortgage, dudes. And then all of a sudden, so we have an inflation situation in the houses, and it's not linear, right? It's not linear; it's exponential when you have a low supply, and I think that's artificial low supply. And then the houses jumped up 25-30%. What happened? And then all these people, they're not going to stroke an average of $2,000 a month, $48,000 check. They can't even afford that stuff. And so when that happens, home values go down, and then you paid 30% over, and now you're like at 45%, especially when interest rates are going up. How many people are going to walk away from those kind of loans, right? And when it comes to crypto, by the way, we talk a lot about crypto. A lot of us, I'm for crypto. A lot of us in the space that understand it. It's not money. It's a utility. And then when everybody's investing into
Now,
crypto, right?
you're going on
you
some
know,
serious stream of consciousness here. You're going from
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
settings
like
this is
going
because
in
I'm
It's
not
circles
this
you know
around,
morning.
what's
This
Maher.
funny?
morning.
You know what's
now.
I'm
funny,
just
Tyler,
Now,
about what he
I gotta,
said? You remember
now,
when we used to charge people bitcoins?
Yeah, Maher,
yeah.
you want to start your room, Maher?
What he just, but you can't go into how you feel about crypto. That is an endless trail of conversation that is the deepest of all rabbit holes right there when you start talking about how you generally feel about crypto. That, I mean, we
But
gotta
let me just add what I mean by that. Let me clarify, right? What I mean by that is
let's
like,
just
all right,
tell me
people
what
who
is
are
the
not.
main point you want to make.
Okay,
Yes.
here's the main point I want to make. I'll say it in 30 seconds, right? Crypto is a utility. I like the crypto end line at the end of the day, but right now, crypto is not used to buy bread and beans and things like that, right? If it was at that stage, it would be a little different. It would be more of a utility, and then people, I think, are going to withdraw from crypto because they're going to need to. They're going to need that cash to take care of things, right? So it's not a for and against thing. I just think that it's not massively
Maher,
used. Right?
we used to charge people a Bitcoin to say what you just said, by the way. Like that was an actual thing we used to do, is charge a Bitcoin for kind of going on that type of ramp. But my point though is that when you guys say that kind of stuff, you got to understand like just how deep and how even there's rooms, by the way, for a lot of you that are new here. There's rooms that you guys will go listen to later that were actually created months ago in this room. That's how this room works. Like we've literally spent off into rooms about everything from, I mean, the topics. I mean, we had rooms about sex bots. We had rooms about dating, digital companionship. We've
Great.
had spin-off rooms. I mean, it gets deep. So you got to understand, like, we basically it's a lot. It's been a lot of fucking trial and error to figure out the exact formula to do what we do in this room. So when you guys say those kind of snarky comments in the chat, it's always going to make us laugh. But I also want you to know and understand deeply from the bottom of my heart, we don't give a shit.
What's this
That was
conclusion, Mike?
So Ben and Ame host crypto rooms, under Tech News. So follow the Tech News Club if you want to get updated on their rooms when they do deep dive rooms all about that. So there's exactly 20 minutes from now. It's gonna be Christmas morning for all of the Apple geeks, fanboys, and fangirls. And we're going to watch that in 20 minutes. I have 20 more articles to share before we get there. So that's about one per minute. So here we go. So the first one I have is from May, who I just mentioned does the crypto rooms. And it says that Norway now plans to track all supermarket purchases. I'm retweeting this to the Tech News Twitter account, TNATW. Statistics Norway, which is some kind of company or agency, wants to receive several million daily receipts from food stores, signaling a new era in state data collection. How do you feel about the idea that your state might now start tracking every purchase you make? Norway is doing it, and for Norwegians, this probably isn't that big of a surprise because, by the way, in this part of the world where I happen to work, the it's incredibly normal for everyone, and I mean everybody. I mean, it's public information. Your taxes essentially are public. Your income is public. How much money you make anyone can look up how much another person makes, which is a very real fun thing to do on a first date, by the way. So, Statistics Norway wants to receive several million daily receipts from food stores, signaling a new era in state data collection. Privacy advocates and the supermarkets themselves are unhappy because they like to monetize that data in some way, I bet. People living in Norway are used to big government, but the latest news coming out of Oslo is a surprising new step down the road of data collection that not everyone is happy with. Because everything about an individual living in Norway is linked to their birth number, their social security number, their state ID, which also is public, by the way. In Sweden, they don't hide their personal number, as it's called. And they already know where you live, which, by the way, is also public. Everyone can look up everyone's address and phone number and salary, etc. You get the idea. What you earn and what's on your criminal record is also public. So dating is especially fun in this part of the world. However, according to a report, they now want to know where you shop and what you buy. And I guess the fear is that that could become public, of course. So, anyways, that's what they're talking
Hey
about.
Tyler,
Yes.
I there is a ruling already in what kind of pushed the fintech industry in Europe. I don't remember what it is called anymore. And I'm hoping that this could be a similar kind of thing. You think about it, the biggest reasons for health problems is kind of those micro moments, those decisions you make for snacks or food in general. So I think it's brilliant if it's made in the similar way that the fintech kind of
Okay.
regulation was put into force. So that
This is
if that data is opened up for
yeah. Yes.
startups, of course, based on consent, right?
Yeah. Right.
Um, it's brilliant.
Yeah. But let me explain something else. Because in that part of the world, people pay rather high taxes, or at least they kind of feel they do, and they don't mind doing it, but they want to get a lot back in return, and it shapes a sort of perspective that um, if you are everyone has health, the healthcare is covered by the state for the most part, and if you are eating lots of crap, maybe that should be known so that people could interject on your behalf, so that you could be notified that you're wasting our collective tax dollars. You see where I'm going? So would that
Yeah,
not? Yeah. Well, this is it's a mentality that I'm aware of because I've been working there for a decade. But people in the U.S., where you live, your environment shapes your perspective. And when you live in an environment with high taxes where everybody is very focused on how their hard earned tax dollars are spent by their state, there's no waste. This is why Scandinavia kicks so much ass. This is why all the buses are brand freaking new. This is why, in many ways, things are beautiful because they're not wasting tax dollars. Like, oh my God, oh
right.
my God, are we wasting tax dollars in the United
So,
States? Right,
what we're missing though
right,
from making this to actually work really well
right.
is a decentralized system. Which I mean, all the systems today are kind of old tech centralized systems. They're basically they're built on the logic of the US big three AWS, Azure, Microsoft, and so forth. They're all centralized systems. But right now, the EU is clamoring for decentralized innovation or infrastructure or GovTech to be able to allow the citizen to be head, front, and center of deciding your data. So basically, you have a data uh, wallet of sort that you take care of. You can decide where you want to have it, but only you can access it. So this is, of course, what Nicholas always talks about from his perspective and his innovation, that he has that key and he has the way to kind of unlock that. But we're kind of there is nothing out there today that can provide that kind of a possibility, so that you can decide where and how your data is going to be taken care of. You can kind of decrypt it and work with it.
Hmm. Yeah, but if it could be utilized, yeah, maybe with the right protections in place to protect people privacy, but so that people who are bad actors can be dealt with appropriately to prevent them
Yeah,
from.
and that's the transparency part. So if ICA, which is one of like it's like Tesco in Sweden,
or Walmart, I guess, in some sort. So if that, if my, it's basically what I buy in a grocery store should be encrypted, and only I can decrypt it, and only I can send that data to some kind of wellness actor and make it usable for myself, and also create insights. And suddenly you're creating like a situation where you can start doing, all
Well,
kinds of algorithmic
you
improvements of this is like just imagine going to the store. Okay, you usually buy this candy bar, so just try this snack instead this time, or whatever. All these things, or that your friend, when he went to the store, he bought this instead of what he usually brought. You start putting into place all these kind of social cues that are
right.
really effective
You and I
in
know,
helping.
both know that the state is going to watch alcohol sales very closely.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, that's true.
Right, because the state is has a rather strong obsession with alcohol consumption, because as they probably should, especially in the winter. And by the way, basically, the state has a monopoly on selling alcohol, which is Americans will find a truly bizarre concept. And so you have to go to buy alcohol from a government store that only the government, most of the time, only other than going to bars. And if they track that and how much alcohol you're buying, and could they not build some kind of system where if you're buying too much alcohol, that some kind of action is taken?
Yeah,
And
definitely. And then in a sense that's what there's also, this is kind of what's where this is always in a one way happening is in the uh, uh, not gaming, but what is it called? I'm losing the word in English, but lotteries and whatever, where you put too much money in poker games and stuff like that. I don't know why the word escapes me, but that's where there already are some, like the state is looking, because that's also a source of income to the state, and they're watching quite
Were you trying to say
carefully.
earnings?
Yeah, yeah, earnings, but I was trying to say gambling. Sorry. Yeah, gambling. So
Okay.
gambling is another place where they're already putting those kind of behavioral big data algorithm in place, and it just like a year ago, the like the advertisement were just going crazy. It was nuts how much we were hearing about how this casino, that virtual casino, and so the government wanted to put a stop on that, and are trying to kind of put some regulations in place. But so I can see that, yeah, it's gonna get really
okay,
interesting how the government's gonna put their fingers into that.
okay, we got 10 minutes, and I've narrowed it down to my favorite 10 stories. So here we go. From Shirok, from Bloomberg, who owns crypto in Congress? A look at the players in the U.S. Congress who both own and potentially have oversights of crypto. So this is where shit's going to get very real very soon about how the U.S. decides what they decide to do with crypto. And this Bloomberg article looks at who's actually really in charge when you have such a bloated system, and who holds crypto. And to that point, there was another really interesting article in my final 10 here in the final 10 minutes, which was that somebody covered that politicians are receiving lots of crypto donations. And I thought this is truly brilliant, because this is a great way to get crypto into the hands of, if you donate to politicians via Bitcoin, for example, and if they have enough of it, there's a weird phenomena of people who end up having a wallet with some Bitcoin in it. Now they actually are on Team Bitcoin, where they want it to work just by selfish self interests. And rather than donating in dollars to try and get them interested in Bitcoin, give them a bunch of Bitcoin. And now, due to kind of natural human tendencies, they will be in favor of it if they have enough of it anyway. So it's kind of a clever point of Bitcoin maximalists who want to see favorable regulation donating Bitcoins to politicians. I kind of like it. So
You call corruption clever.
Yeah, it's
yes,
not as
that's the
practice.
American way of looking at it. Yeah. So The next is I just exposed my former Americanisms there. The next is that there it is. Digital currencies flow into political campaigns. There it is from PBS.org. Some states have banned
In
cryptocurrency
America,
donation.
corruption is called lobbying.
Yes, that's right. And here's a wild one from Thomas Tong. Scientists say that the old myths about the aurora borealis speaking may actually be true. Researchers at Aalto University in Finland, which is right outside of Helsinki, are suggesting there is a strong link between geomagnetic fluctuations, and they can accurately predict when it will when it will where did it go? And they can predict when it will happen with 90% accuracy. For centuries, legends have spread of the aurora, quote unquote, speaking and making sounds as geomagnetic storms glimmer over the Earth's poles. Scientists have long dismissed these psychoacoustic phenomena, imagined sounds. Now, a new study by researchers at Aalto University in Finland has reopened the debate, suggesting there is a strong link between geomagnetic fluctuations and auroral sounds.
Just imagine there being a relationship between magnetism, resonance, and frequency. It's just amazing, isn't it?
It would be really wild, though. I mean, people need to start doing psychedelics with the aurora borealis and really unlocking the Earth's mysteries. As the no doubt, yeah, different to
brings whole new meaning to a magnetic personality.
But here's the weird thing: is there have been Vikings that have been found under glaciers who had psilocybin mushrooms in their possession. So no doubt these things happened back then. And can you imagine being, from many millennia ago or many centuries ago, and using psychedelics with the aurora borealis? I mean, I have to imagine that'd be one of the most mind-blowing things one could do. So the next, I guess they had that was their version of VR. Just who needs Oculus when you got aurora borealis with psilocybin? So the next is from Jeff G. That Myanmar. Oh, this is from Nikkei Japan. Myanmar energy crisis deepens as power plant investors walk away. Military's new minister signals a tougher approach towards business, and as if Myanmar didn't have enough problems on their hands, now they're going to run out of energy. The next is from Shirok from USA Today. How to erase those private details Google knows about you. And this is, a perfect article to share with your grandparents if they read USA Today. This is kind of ABC children's nursery rhymes for geeks, but USA Today is for your grandparents, so they'll appreciate that article if you share it with them. But the next one is really interesting. From Thomas Tong, you can now buy a coordinated multi-drone swarm in a box. Puerto Rico-based Red Cat Holdings has announced that it believes it is the first and only commercially available multi-drone swarm system in a box. So, if you want to take over a neighboring power, if anyone want to commit a coup, just dial 1-800-DRONE in a box, drone swarm in a box. And you too could wreak some real havoc and overthrow your geopolitical rivals. So the next is that a new beam steering technology could lead to beyond 5G efficiency. The beam steering antenna is compatible with existing 5G specifications that are in use for mobile networks today. So we're now going to get some additional beyond 5G efficiency with new beam steering technologies. And switching apps. Here we go. We got a couple more. Switching apps is draining people's productivity. The question is how much? So when you're on your devices and you're switching between apps, you're losing productivity, obviously. It says most workers, according to a study, are wasting how many hours a week simply by moving back and forth between apps. How many hours per week? No, let's do minutes per day. How many minutes per day are people wasting switching between apps?
45.
37.
50.
Final guesses? Okay. Sharon wins it with 45. The answer was 47. And then Katerina has a really interesting one. With 4 minutes to go, scientists develop a fabric that turns body movements into electricity. The fabric could one day be integrated into clothes or wearable electronics to power your devices on the go. And South
I like that.
you got to be such a downer on these things. Just why can't you just let us fantasize about powering our phone with our pants?
on on the YouTube Apple channel, uh, WWDC, because it's live in 2 minutes. 164,663 people are waiting. I just want to point. The only reason I'm pointing this out, that there are literally that just jumped up to 175K. um about 75K shy of a quarter million people waiting to watch WWDC. I'm only pointing this out because there's no technology company on earth outside of Tesla who I feel understood the assignment and followed the formula that can generate this type of hype and excitement for a goddamn technology software conference. Like it's insane how spot
And
on.
Michael, I'm watching it on Apple.com, so you're not
Yeah,
even counting the people there.
yeah, and that's the thing. Out of like, you've got YouTube, you've got Apple.com. I'm sure they've probably got a Twitch stream. It's insane. And it's starting, by the way, Tyler. But it's insane when you think about it.
Okay, here we go. Is it let me know when Tim jumps up on stage.
Will do.
Okay, I got three more headlines, four more headlines. Here we go. South Korea and the United States launch 8 missiles in response to North Korea. South Korea, U.S. responded to North Korea's launch of 8 missiles Sunday by firing 8 more missiles into waters off the east coast of North Korea. Now, why is that interesting? Let me share something with you that mainstream media is not telling you, which is, how do you think North Korea, which can barely rub two nickels together, can barely feed its people, figured out how to do nuclear missiles?
They've got great friends in China and Russia.
Exactly.
It's pretty simple. China wants them to be nuclear. That's why they're nuclear. If China didn't want them to be nuclear, do you think North Korea would be nuclear if China didn't want them to be? The answer, that's a really
No, that's
hell
their
no.
major contribution for import and export.
Right.
They obey China.
So why does China want North Korea to be nuclear? And why is North Korea launching missiles rather regularly? And why is China notably never launching missiles and very fond of reminding people that they never attack anybody? Because they don't have to. Because they created a really clever proxy state to do all their really dirty business for them. So, make no mistake, China's not going to be launching missiles at anybody. North Korea is, on China's demands. And that's why what's happening right now with South Korea and why is the US responding or give a shit about North Korea? You think America gives a shit about North Korea? It does not. But the top brass in the US understand that what North Korea is doing is an extension of what China's secret ambitions are. So when North Korea is launching missiles near Japan in South Korea, and South Korea and the US start retaliating and launching missiles back, make no mistake, this is the US and China playing footsie. It isn't just North Korea, South Korea.
Yeah,
So
more importantly, remember that Moon Jae-in leaned more towards having conversations with North Korea, whereas this presidency heavily on the side of Western politics, aligns well with America. So the first missiles was China's message to South Korea. You haven't towed the line, and this is a warning.
is it possible to edit the title of the room? in real time or not?
No,
No.
in Clubhouse, no.
Right. Okay. So next up, Toyota residential energy storage solution is based on EV batteries. Nice to see Toyota get into that. A hypersonic sled traveling Mach 5.8, nearly 6 times the speed of sound on the ground. A sled recovered for.
Starting.
Here we
This
go.
intro transition was fucking fire.
Okay.
But everyone can share this room, so you can add this is happening on the share comment.
Oh, there he is. He's talking.
So they can use their superpowers to innovate, create, and collaborate, making apps that continue to change the world. And WWDC is designed to give this community what they need to do their very best work. We'd love to support our developers beyond WWDC with comprehensive world-class support and other important initiatives. We just opened our brand new developer center across from Apple Park, where developers can engage with our engineers. And to reach our global community, this past fall, we introduced our first online Tech Talks for developers to learn more about our new technologies and directly connect with Apple engineers in live sessions and one-on-one office hours. We are also committed to cultivating the next generation of developers, including efforts to reach underrepresented communities. So our developer academies teach students the fundamentals of coding as well as other necessary skills to find and create jobs in the app economy. There are 17 around the world, including the Academy in Detroit we founded in October as a part of Apple's Racial Equity and Justice Initiative. And in Saudi Arabia, we launched our first developer academy for women in February. Our entrepreneur camps provide developers from underrepresented communities with mentorship, inspiration, and insights from Apple. The first camps were for female founders, and this past year we expanded the camps to reach Black and Latin founders. Alumni have gone on to secure major funding and see great success on the App Store. These ongoing efforts empower all developers with the tools, technologies, and inspiration to change the world for the better. Last year, many millions of developers engaged in WWDC, and we expect millions more to join us again this year. In fact, we're excited to say we've grown our developer community to over 34 million Apple developers. We have a huge week ahead of us with an amazing online experience, including sessions, labs, and digital lounges, which will all be available for free to our developers. Today, we're going to push our platforms further than ever for our developers and our users. So let's get started by sending it over to Craig. I'm really excited about what we have to show you today. But first, stairs.
Get the fuck out of here.
A portal.
Now, let's talk iOS. Together with iPhone, iOS helps you get so much done, whether you're at home or on the move. And the next release, iOS 16, offers new intelligence, sharing, and communication features that are going to enhance so much of what you do with your iPhone. And those come together with an incredible set of new personalization features that will make your experience feel fresh and completely you. Let's get started with the all-new lock screen. The lock screen is the first thing you see every time you pick up your iPhone. It's a place where you can check the date and time, look out for key messages, and launch the camera to quickly capture the moment. And it's just a place for personalization, where so many of you put a photo that makes iPhone uniquely yours. In iOS 16, we're bringing the biggest update ever to the lock screen, completely reimagining how it looks
and works for you. Let's take a look. I am out of ordinary.
That portal was so dope.
Out of ordinary. There's too many ordinary people. They'd rather be boring than so. I'm out there. I'll put myself there. I am out of ordinary. The new lock screen remains undeniably iPhone, while also giving you new ways to make it more personal, beautiful, and helpful than ever. Let me show you. Here's my lock screen. You'll notice the subtle depth effect with my daughters appearing in front of the time. I really love it. Now, if I just press and hold, I can personalize it further. I'll just tap customize, and now I'm in the editor. Now check this out. I can simply swipe to try out different styles that automatically change the color filter, the background, and the font for the time, all to complement each other. These look really beautiful. So let's go with this one. Now, of course, if I want to change anything, it's easy to dial it in further to get it just the way I want it. All I need to do is tap on element to start editing. So let's customize the font. I can audition different typefaces and choose from different. And I like this color. I'll just adjust the shade a little bit. I think this looks my lock screen more helpful by putting widgets right on the lock screen. So let me move the girls down here and tap in to bring up the widget gallery. Really useful for getting information at a glance, like calendar events. So I'll add the temperature, my activity rings, and let's drag in the calendar widget. Now this is great. And what's even better is I'm not limited to just one. Let's create another. I can bring up our brand new wallpaper gallery, which showcases a bunch of options for inspiration. Plenty to choose from here. So much room for personalization, with millions of combinations. With Photo Shuffle, I can choose a set of photos to shuffle throughout the day. And we also have suggested photos, intelligently curated for my personal library, like the best shots of family that look great on. It's an awesome one to add to my collection. I created a bunch of other lock screens. Amazing the range you can create. Weather, which shows live weather conditions, like a downpour and lightning. Just love this animation. Here's a really cool emoji wallpaper and our pride wallpaper. And here's one from our astronomy collection. Watch how it animates fluidly as I swipe into the home screen. So cool. So that's a quick look at the all-new lock screen. And for developers, WidgetKit makes it quick and easy to put glanceable information from their app here as well. The new lock screen is so beautiful, we wanted to make sure that you can always enjoy it, even if you get a lot of notifications. Sometimes notifications can cover up your personal photo, so we've rethought how they appear. Notifications now roll in from the bottom of the lock screen as you receive them, and you can choose to hide them throughout the day. Now, sometimes you get a bunch of notifications from an app, like when you're following the score of a basketball game. Well, now there's a better way to keep tabs with something called live activities. Live activities make it easier to stay on top of things that are happening in real time, right from your lock screen. For developers, starting in an update to iOS 16 later this year, they can use the Live Activities API to create these compact and glanceable experiences. This will make it really easy to follow that NBA game, track the progress of an Uber ride, see how you're doing on your workout, and more. All while letting the other elements on the lock screen shine. One of the most popular activities for many of us is listening to music. And now with Live Activities, the now playing controls can expand to a full screen view that celebrates album art while you listen along. So that's the all-new lock screen. Ways these updates tie together and build upon what we introduced last year with Focus. Focus has helped people reduce distractions and stay in the moment. And this year, we're taking it further, starting with extending focus to your lock screen. Your choice of a photo and widgets can all be tied to a particular focus. And now that you can have multiple lock screens, you can match them to the appropriate focus throughout your day. You can have a dedicated one for when you're in a work focus, with widgets showing your upcoming meeting or to-do list. Or with just a swipe, you can activate your personal focus. All of your corresponding notification settings apply, and it extends to your home screen too. So now you can elevate your favorite apps or widgets for keeping up with friends and family. And now, your focus can also carry into the apps themselves with focus filters, which let you filter out distracting content. Let's take Safari. Instead of seeing all of your website, turn on the work focus filter and see only the tabs to work. And you can filter not just tab groups in Safari, but also conversations and messages, accounts and mail, and events and calendar. And for developers, have a new API so they can help you focus in their apps as well. These updates to Focus can help you draw boundaries and find balance throughout all the moments in your life. Now, let's talk about what's in store for messages. Hundreds of millions of people rely on messages every single day. It's integral to how we communicate with the people who matter most. And now we're adding 3 of the most highly requested features to messages. First, have you ever sent a message only to immediately realize you didn't quite say what you intended? Well, no worries, because now you can edit any message you just sent, so embarrassing typos can be a thing of the past. Second, have you ever wished you'd never sent that message at all? Well, good news. Now you have undo send, so you can immediately recall a recent misfire. And finally, you can now mark any thread as unread, a perfect tool if you don't have time to respond in the moment and want to be sure to come back to a message later. These 3 features are going to make a big difference in how you use messages every single day. Messages makes texting easy and efficient, and it's also a great way to share. Last year, we introduced Shared With You, which takes things like photos, links, and music that your friends share with you in messages and highlights them right in the app where you'd like to enjoy them later. And for developers, we're really excited to make Shared With You available with a new API. So when someone sends you a funny video, a worthwhile article, or a recipe that you don't have time to check out in the moment, it'll be there waiting for you the next time you open that app. And when it comes to sharing in real time with others, people are loving SharePlay. It's stellar for enjoying shared experiences while connecting over FaceTime, like watching TV shows, listening to music, or breaking a sweat to a synced up workout. So many of your favorite apps are using SharePlay to create shared experiences, like listening to bedtime stories together with better sleep, or playing a rowdy game of Heads Up no matter how far apart you are. And this year, we're making it easier to discover all of these awesome SharePlay experiences from within your FaceTime call. With just a tap, jump into SharePlay supported apps that you already have on your phone or share with your friends. More shared experience. Share beyond FaceTime, bringing in messages. Number 1, developers. Now, when you find something you want to share, plus, you can kick off SharePlay there and enjoy it together while chatting in messages. Same instantaneous shared controls, share matter. So whether SharePlay, movie night, or marking a message unread so you can respond later, Messages has everything you need to connect with ease. And we're making it that much easier to compose messages with some updates. More, here's Robbie.
Dictation lets you type just by speaking and can be much faster than typing with the keyboard. This is why it's so popular for taking notes, sending messages, and more. In fact, dictation is used over 18 billion times each month, and it's designed to protect your privacy. Thanks to the neural engine, dictation can happen entirely on device. Today, we're excited to introduce an all-new on-device dictation experience that lets you fluidly move between voice and touch. Let's take a look. We'll use our new dictation experience to send an email. Now, when I start dictating, the keyboard stays open, so I can switch between using voice and touch. Even select text using touch and replace it with my voice just by speaking. Are you sending a longer message? Dictation automatically adds punctuation to the text. That's so cool. Mind blown emoji. Automatic punctuation and emoji dictation also work when you send messages with Siri. And this year, we're making it easier to use Siri with apps. There are over 15,000 apps that work with Siri, using Siri Kit and Siri shortcuts. And today these require manual setup. So we're introducing a new developer API built using the Swift programming language called App Intents. Now shortcuts work with zero setup, so you can use Siri to get things done with supported apps. Now let's talk about another feature powered by intelligence. Live text. Live text is so useful because it's deeply integrated across the entire OS, letting you interact with text and images across the system, from camera and Safari to notes and screenshots. And this year, we're excited to take this integration further by bringing live text to video. Now you can pause a video on any frame and interact with text, just like you can today with photos. It's great for copying code samples. We're also accelerating the things you do with live text with quick actions. So now you're just a tap away from converting currency and translating a foreign language. And for an even richer translation experience, you'll be able to use live text while in the Translate app with our new camera view. This will be great for when you have lots of text to translate. Developers were also excited to announce a live text API. Soon, you will be able to grab text straight from photos and videos in apps like Vimeo. Photos are about more than just text. That's why last year we introduced Visual Lookup, a feature that recognizes objects like pets, landmarks, plants, and more, and gives you rich information about what's in your images. And this year, we have a new feature that takes image understanding further. Now, when you touch and hold on the subject of an image, you can lift it away from the background and place it in apps like Messages. It feels like magic. It's actually the product of an advanced machine learning model, which is accelerated by CoreML and the neural engine to perform 40 billion operations in just milliseconds. Together, live text and visual lookup continue to unlock rich and useful information from your photos and videos across iOS, iPadOS, and macOS. Back to you, Craig.
These intelligence features help you get things done with ease. And another app that makes life easier is Wallet. To tell you about what's new in Wallet, I'll hand it over to Corey. With Apple Wallet, we're working hard on our goal to replace your physical wallet. Take what we're doing with driver's license and ID cards. We're excited to have launched Maryland and Arizona, with 11 additional states actively working on deployments. And the first locations now accepting wallet IDs are select TSA security. Your ID to apps requiring ID. Your privacy, only the necessary information will be shared. So rather than providing your exact birthday, you can simply share that you are over 21. Now, let's talk about keys. Our growing suite of keys in Wallet makes it easy to access everyday places like your home, car, hotel, and office, all with your ID. And now we're making sharing keys even easier. Favorite messaging apps like Mail, Messages, or WhatsApp. When your friend receives the key, they can add it to their wallet with a single tap. And to let you share keys with people who don't have an iPhone, we are working with the IETF to make sharing keys an industry standard that is free for others to adopt. We are seeing tremendous enthusiasm from our partners, more signing on to support. Now let's talk about Apple Pay, one of the most important areas of Wallet. We've made a lot of progress with Apple Pay acceptance in stores and online, And now we're expanding even further. Starting this month with Tap to Pay on iPhone, millions of merchants across the US can accept contactless payments directly on iPhone with no additional hardware or payment terminal needed. Beginning with apps from these payment providers, Tap to Pay on iPhone enables small merchants and large retailers to use iPhone to securely accept payments. In addition to expanded acceptance, we're also enhancing Apple Pay to support new types of payments. So, we're thrilled to announce Apple Pay Later. Apple Pay Later lets you split the cost of an Apple Pay purchase into 4 equal payments spread over 6 weeks with 0 interest and no fees of any kind. And Apple Pay Later is available everywhere Apple Pay is accepted, in apps and online. You can now get that espresso machine you wanted and pay for it over time with no additional cost. For developers and merchants, Apple Pay Later requires no integration. It just works using their standard Apple Pay implementation. Upcoming payments are managed through Wallet, making it easy to keep track of what's due when and to stay within a budget. We have another brand new feature that helps you track order tracking, deliver detailed receipt and delivered securely private. Apple Pay order tracking will be offered at millions of merchants through e-commerce platforms, starting with Shopify. So that's our wallet update. Back to you, Craig. With ID cards available in more locations, new ways to use and share keys, Apple Pay Later, and Apple Pay order tracking, Wallet makes life so much easier, no matter where you go. And the best way to get wherever you're going is with Maps. So let's get out of here to talk about what's new. We're building the best map to help you navigate and explore the world. We've launched our redesigned map in 10 countries and regions, and we're excited to announce that later this year, we'll bring the new map to 11 more, including France, Switzerland, and New Zealand. Our new map includes great features like cycling, look around, and so many more. And with the new city experience, we pushed it even further with unprecedented detail for land cover, roads, and elevation, as well as improved driving and transit navigation. And we're adding Las Vegas, which looks stunning. And before the end of the year, we'll add 6 more cities, including Miami, Chicago, and Sydney. To tell you more about what's new in Maps, here's Meg.
With iOS 16, we're introducing great updates for Maps users and developers. Let's start with one of our most requested features, multi-stop routing. You can now plan up to 15 stops in advance. Maps will now store previous routes in recents, so they're easy to get back to. And you can plan multi-stop routes on the Mac and send them to iPhone when you're ready to go. And of course, when you're driving, you can ask Siri to add additional stops to your route while safely keeping your eyes on the road. Next, let's talk about getting around with transit. We're making it easy for riders to pay fares how much their journey will cost, along with the ability to add transit cards to Wallet. And if the transit card balance is running low, you'll receive an alert so you can reload it without having to leave Maps. And for developers, we're making big improvements to MapKit, starting with our revolutionary new city experience. It includes rich details for land cover, roads, landmarks, and more. Developers like Bird can now integrate this detailed map so users can more easily locate bikes and scooters to get around town. And it looks stunning in both light and dark mode. And there's more. We're also bringing Look Around to MapKit, making it easy to integrate high-resolution imagery from maps into apps like Zillow, helping users get an immersive, ground-level view while browsing homes. And finally, we're excited to announce that later this year, developers will have faster and more flexible ways to build incredible maps experiences with brand new server-side APIs. And that's a quick look at Maps. Back to you, Craig.
Now, let's talk about sports. Sports can bring people together in meaningful ways, whether a heated rivalry among friends or a whole town rooting for their team. And at Apple, we want to create great experiences for sports fans everywhere. To tell you more, here's Ruby. I get the money. He's all on my tailor. I know how we do. Today, there are many ways to
These
keep up
transitions
with
are
your
killing me.
favorite sports. Like being able to ask Siri about players or teams, or see live games, no matter where they're streaming. And now, with live activities, the Apple TV app brings you scores and play-by-play action right on your lock screen. We also recently premiered Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV Plus, where you can stream 2 great games every Friday. And today, we have another major update for sports in Apple News. Apple News is the #1 news app everywhere it's available. And it's about to become amazing for sports fans. You can now follow your favorite teams and leagues to get stories from hundreds of the best publishers in an all-new section called My Sports. You'll also find scores, schedules, and standings for the top professional and college sports leagues. And highlights, too. Now you can catch the best plays from your favorite teams right in your news feed. And your favorites are seamlessly synced with the Apple TV app and across all your Apple devices. This new sports experience is free. It'll be available in the US, UK, Canada, and Australia. And when you subscribe to Apple News Plus, you'll get premium sports from many local newspapers. That's sports. Back to you, Craig. iOS and the entire Apple ecosystem are amazing for families. And we have some great new features to talk about, starting with some updates to family sharing. With family sharing, you can share your favorite purchases and subscriptions with 5 of your family members, including Apple Music, iCloud Plus, Apple One, and much more. Everyone has personalized access to their favorite content without having to buy their own subscriptions or share an account. And for households with kids, you can create accounts just for them with built-in parental controls to help you monitor their screen time or approve their purchases. And this year, we're making it even easier to create accounts for kids and make sure the right parental controls are in place right from the start. We're adding a new easy way to set age-appropriate restrictions for apps, movies, books, and music, along with quick setup of other important parental controls. We're also making setting up a new device for your child, like an iPad, really simple. Just turn on the device they'll be using, bring your iPhone nearby, and choose to set up with Quick Start. With just a few taps, the new device will be set up for their use with all the parental controls you've selected already configured. And when your child asks for more screen time, you won't have to navigate to settings to approve or deny the request. You can now respond right in Messages. Finally, we've added a new family checklist. Update child settings as they get older, turning on location sharing, or just reminding you that you can share your iCloud Plus. Those update family sharing this year. Now, as we all know, one of the things everyone enjoys sharing with their family is photos. So this year, we're using a better way to share photos with your family. Our precious memories are often captured by several people. And in between personal photos of hobbies, house projects, and homework, we have photos on our device that everyone in the family would like to have. But no one has all of them, so the family's memories are never complete. Until now. We're introducing iCloud Shared Photo Library to help you share photos seamlessly and even automatically. It's easy to set up. It's a separate iCloud library that everyone can contribute to, collaborate on, and enjoy. You can participate in one shared library that's shared with up to 5 other people. We've made it share just the photos you want from your library. You can share everything already in your library, or choose what to include based on the start date or the people in the photos. For example, you could choose to include just the photos where you were together with your partner and the kids. Once the shared library is set up, you can manually move over new photos after you take them. But we wanted to make it even easier with a new switch right in camera that sends shots straight to the shared library as you take them. Great when you're on vacation and you want to make sure the photos are shared right away. And if you take a photo of something personal, like a gift, you can easily turn it off. You can also have the sharing switch enabled automatically whenever you take shots. Shared library nearby. Photo camping trip, you have to every editing and deleting photos in the shared library. So if one member of the group is a talented photo editor, everyone gets to enjoy shared photos. Content in the shared library will appear in everyone's memories, featured photos, and in the Photos widget. So you can relive your family's adventures that include all the photos. That's iCloud Shared Photo Library, the best way to share photos with your family. And last, about privacy. We're always working hard to protect our users and their privacy with features like App Privacy Report, Mail Privacy Protection, transparency, privacy nutrition labels, and so many more. Another critically important area is protecting our users' personal safety. One way we're doing that is by adding a new tool to help people quickly turn off others' access. For example, disabling location sharing if they're escaping an abusive relationship. It's called Safety Check. To tell you about it, here's Katie.
Many people share passwords and access to their devices with their partner. However, in abusive relationships, this can threaten personal safety and make it harder for victims to get help. We've been working closely with organizations that support victims of domestic and intimate partner violence. And the result of those conversations is Safety Check, a new section in settings where you can quickly review and reset the access you've granted others. This lets people in abusive situations quickly revoke an abuser's access to their data and location, enabling them to cut ties and get to safety. Safety Check stops sharing your location with others via Find My and resets the system privacy permissions for all apps. It also protects access to your messages by helping you sign out of iCloud on all your other devices, and restricts messages and FaceTime to the device in your hand. Safety Check also helps you manage who you've given access to, and you can audit which permissions you've granted to certain apps. We've received some really positive feedback on our approach, including from the National Center for Victims of Crime, who said, in times of crisis, for many survivors, it's important to know who has their information and location. Safety Check helps give control back to survivors. This is important work, expanding the ways iOS helps you stay safe. Now, back to you, Craig.
Protecting you and your privacy is and will always be at the center of what we do. iOS 16 offers so many updates that will change the way you experience iPhone. iOS also extends that experience beyond the phone to enhance how you interact with the world around you, whether helping you through your morning routine or keeping you connected on your next road trip. iOS has you covered. This year, we're bringing exciting updates to your home and your car. To tell you what's new in the home, here's Corey.
Transition game is just, this is ridiculous.
Our home is perhaps the most important place in our lives, and there's a lot to manage. Smart home accessories can make it easier and more convenient to control your home right from your iPhone. You can do things like see who's at the door while working at your desk, or turn off the lights downstairs without getting out of bed. And when you're away from home, you can double check if the front door is locked or adjust the temperature so it's just right when you get back. And your smart home is all the more powerful when your accessories work together, reacting to changes automatically. Now, the smart home is still in its early days, and we want to help bring these powerful experiences to as many homes as possible. In order to build a connected ecosystem at home, it's important that you have the most choice, so you don't have to worry about what works with what. With that in mind, we joined forces with other industry leaders to create a new smart home connectivity standard. It's called Matter. Matter enables smart home accessories to work together across platforms. And to ensure we stay true to our values, we contributed HomeKit, our smart home framework, as the foundation of this new standard. So it's built on the same core principles and maintains the highest level of security. Industry-leading brands have already committed to supporting Matter with over 130 products in the pipeline. And that's just the beginning. The Matter standard provides the underlying foundation to connect smart home accessories, and it allows us to innovate on top of it. We take privacy further, ensuring that data about how you use your accessories is processed and stored by default in ways that even Apple can't. With Matter, we can continue to create amazing experiences in the home app. Sure, all your different accessories are consistently simple to set up and easy to use. And now that you'll have more accessory options to choose from, let's check out how we made the experience even better with an all-new home app. We reimagined it from the ground up, starting with the underlying architecture so it's more efficient and reliable, especially for homes with many accessories. We also completely redesigned how you navigate, organize, and view accessories to make it easier to control your smart home. We've integrated your rooms and favorites into the main tab of the app, so you can see your entire home in a single view. And we made sure it looks great whether you're just getting started or have built out an advanced connected home. We've added new categories for climate, lights, security, and more. And an overview of what's happening in each category right at the top of the screen. And categories are a great way to navigate within the app. When you tap on a specific category, you see all the relevant accessories organized by room and more detailed status information. A multi-camera view displays up to 4 cameras at once, front and side, and you can scroll to the right to see any additional cameras. We also redesigned tiles so the different accessories are more visually recognizable through shape and with the new widgets on the lock screen, it's easier than ever to see how your home is doing. So that's the all-new home app, and it's coming to iPhone, iPad, and Mac. Now that you have what you need to keep tabs on your home, you're ready to hit the road. Let's hand it off to Emily to talk about CarPlay.
CarPlay is the smarter, safer way to use your iPhone in the car and has fundamentally changed the way people interact with their vehicles. It's available on over 98% of cars in the U.S. What's more, 79% of U.S. buyers would only consider a car that works with CarPlay. It's a must-have feature when shopping for a new vehicle. Our users love CarPlay. It gives them an easy way to use apps in the car using the familiar UI from their iPhone. But cars have changed a lot, with larger size screens and more of them throughout the. There's an opportunity for iPhone to play an even more important role. We've been working with automakers to reinvent the in-car experience across all of the driver's screens. Let's take a sneak peek at this next generation of CarPlay. There's so much to explore here. Let's take a closer look. This next generation of CarPlay provides content for all the driver's screens, giving an experience that is unified and consistent. It's the very best of both your car and your iPhone, and it goes beyond what you can do with CarPlay today. Deep integration with the car's hardware lets you tune your car's radio or change your temperature without ever leaving the CarPlay experience. It also includes widgets powered by your iPhone that fit your screens perfectly. They can live front and center in the gauge cluster as well, giving you information at a glance. In fact, this next generation of CarPlay powers your entire instrument cluster. To do this, your iPhone communicates with your vehicle's real-time systems in an on-device, privacy-friendly way, showing all of your driving information like speed, RPMs, fuel level, temperature, and more. And no matter what type of unique screen shapes or layouts you may have, this next generation of CarPlay feels like it was made specifically for your car. We're also excited to give you the ability to make the core of the driving experience unique to you. We carefully crafted instrument cluster options ranging from the modern to the traditional. Use different colors, dial treatments, backgrounds, and layouts to provide various looks and feels. You can choose different curated themes and styles for your gauges. And automakers from around the world are excited to bring this new vision of CarPlay to customers. This is just of what the next generation of CarPlay will bring. Vehicles will start to be announced late next year, and we can't wait to show you more further down the road. And now, I'll hand it back to Craig.
And that's iOS 16, a mighty release that gives you entirely new ways to make iOS your own. It also helps you stay in touch with ease, engage with the world around you, and seamlessly share experiences and memories with your family and friends. And that's just the beginning. We've also made a big advancement in spatial audio with AirPods. Now, spatial audio works by understanding how sound interacts with the geometry of your head and ears. And now, in iOS 16, you can use the True Depth camera on iPhone to create a personalized spatial audio profile, enabling an even more precise and immersive listening experience, tuned just for you. Plus, Quick Note is coming to iOS, so you can capture ideas instantly. A new rapid security response mechanism gets important improvements to iPhone faster, and you've got more Memoji customizations to choose from. And there's so many more features to meet your needs, no matter where you are. Now, I'll hand it over to Kevin to tell you about the big new advancements coming to Apple Watch.
Apple Watch continues to be the most loved watch in the world because it helps you stay connected, active, and healthy. In watchOS 9, we're bringing great new features to each of these three areas. First, stay connected to what matters to you most just by glancing at your wrist. Whether you use the popular Photos watch face or a face with rich complications. And we're adding 4 new watch faces for you to choose from. Astronomy face has been remastered to take advantage of the expansive display and shows current cloud coverage around the world. The lunar calendar is used to observe traditional holidays and special events in many cultures. The lunar watch face celebrates this 1,000-year-old practice with support for Chinese, Islamic, and Hebrew calendars. Time, designed by artist Joy Fulton, features whimsical animated numbers. You can tap the display to send them bouncing around, and when you lower your wrist, they take a nap. Finally, Metropolitan highlights watch typography with a new font that dynamically stretches when you rotate the digital crown. Many lovely color combinations. Applications enable you to see more information in a small space. And we're bringing these to more of our watch faces. watchOS 9 also introduces a refreshed Siri UI and new banner notifications. And active apps will be pinned to the top of the dock for quick access. Another way to stay connected is by listening to the latest stories or sharing your favorite. watchOS 9, the podcast app, allows you to discover and follow new podcasts using Search and Listen Now. And the app is now available to kids using Family Setup. For developers, sharing content and selected images from apps like Outcast and WeChat is easier with new ShareSheet and Photos Picker APIs. Call Kit, you can start and or mute VoIP calls from apps like WebEx directly on Apple Watch. And that's some of what's coming in watchOS 9 to keep you connected. And now to Craig to tell you what's coming to keep you active.
The Workout app is one of the most popular apps. So in watchOS 9, we're bringing you easy-to-use metrics, views, and training experiences inspired by high-performing athletes. Starting with running. It's a sport that no matter what your level, you can use metrics to better understand your performance. And switching up your training can reduce the chance of getting injured. The first thing we're doing is adding 3 new running form metrics to track how efficiently you run. Measuring these from the wrist isn't easy. Take vertical oscillation, for example, which is a measure of how much you move up and down. If it's too high, your energy might be wasted going up versus propelling you forward. In order to capture this from the wrist, we need to extrapolate your torso movement from the distinctive style of your arm swing. We use machine learning and sensor fusion, a combination of accelerometer and gyroscope, to isolate your torso movement and then measure how much vertical oscillation is produced. We use a similar approach to measure the 2 other running form metrics, stride length and ground contact time. These metrics can be added to new, easy-to-read workout views. Each workout view lets you see more at a glance. Scroll the digital crown to see new views for familiar metrics like segments, splits, and elevation. And we're introducing heart rate zones, so you can quickly see what zone you're in and get a sense of your intensity level at any point during your workout. And there's also a new custom workout that you can use to add structure into your run. For example, if you are trying to improve your speed or endurance, you can create a workout using distance and time intervals that include sets of work and recovery, which you can repeat as needed. You can also add one of the new alerts to a specific part of your workout, like one to monitor which heart rate zone you want to train in to help keep you on track. During your run, these alerts will guide you with both haptics and voice feedback, letting you know when to switch between work and recovery, and when to pick up the pace if your heart rate falls below the target zone that you set. During your run, you can use the digital crown for additional workout views, like the new power metric. Running with a power target can help you go the distance by keeping your effort in a range that you can reasonably sustain. You can even see how this workout is contributing to your activity rings. And if it's a route you do often, it will be automatically saved in the workout app for you to race against your last or best time. That way you can see if all the training you are doing is paying off. You can use many of these new features, not just when you're running, but for many workout types, like hiking, HIIT, and functional strength training. And for our triathletes, there's a new multi-sport workout type that uses sensor fusion to detect when you've finished one leg of your race and are transitioning to the next. So it can automatically switch between swimming, cycling, and running. That's just some of what's coming to the workout app in watchOS 9. Since the first Apple Watch, we've been inspired by the stories we hear from users who stay motivated by closing their activity rings each day. We also know there are many iPhone users who want to meet their fitness goals but don't yet have an Apple Watch. So in iOS 16, the fitness app will be available to all iPhone users. Using the iPhone motion sensors, you can track steps, distance, flights climbed, and workouts from your favorite apps, which can be converted to an estimation of your calories to contribute to your daily move goal. You'll also be able to share your move ring with friends and receive coaching tips. While Apple Watch gives you a picture of your all-day activity, we're excited to bring some of the fitness app benefits to iPhone users to get them started on their journey. Now, I'll hand it off to Sumbul to tell you what's coming in watchOS 9 to help keep you healthy.
Sleep app has helped millions of you by providing insights into how much sleep you're getting, along with metrics like heart rate, respiratory rate, and blood oxygen. In watchOS 9, you'll be able to learn more about your sleep with sleep stages. Apple Watch uses signals from the accelerometer and heart rate sensor to detect which stage of sleep you're in.
Fuck yeah.
Machine learning models were trained and validated against the clinical gold standard of polysomnography with the largest and most diverse population ever studied for a wearable. You can see how much time you spent in each stage as well as when you might have woken up.
Nice.
You'll see more details in the Health app, where you'll learn that each sleep stage, REM, core, and deep, perform an essential function. And as you sleep, you're likely to cycle through these stages multiple times. Research researchers are still looking into what happens during sleep and how it impacts your health. We want to help push forward the science. So, Apple Heart and Movement Study participants will now be able to contribute sleep stage data through the Research app. With the large scale of the study, we are excited about the potential discoveries. That's what's new with sleep. Another area where Apple Watch has an impact is heart health. We hear from so many of you who have received an atrial fibrillation alert and sought potentially life-saving. So, we also wanted to offer support once diagnosed. When living with this condition, it's important to understand the time you spend in AFib because it may relate to your risk of serious complications such as stroke. watchOS 9 can now track the amount of time your heart shows signs of this rhythm with AFib history. And in the Health app, you can manage lifestyle factors that may influence the amount of time you spend in AFib, like exercise, sleep. AFib history even helps you identify the time of day or week when your AFib is most frequent. You can also share a PDF with your doctor to facilitate richer conversations. AFib history is a first-of-its-kind feature that uniquely provides insights into your AFib over the long term. We expect to receive FDA clearance for AFib history soon. Apple Watch makes some of the more complicated aspects of your health more intuitive. And this year, we're tackling another integral aspect of health for so many of us, medications. Over 50% of people take prescription medications, and we wanted to help make it easier to track, manage, and understand the medications that you take. So in watchOS 9, the Medications app makes it easy for you to discreetly and conveniently track your medications, vitamins, and supplements anytime. You can log medications that you might take occasionally, like cetirizine for allergies. And you can receive notifications for medications that you need to take regularly. Rich complications on your watch face can help you stay on top of your schedule. And of course, track and manage your medications in the Health app, even if you don't have an Apple Watch. To build your medications list, start typing the name and you'll see suggestions. We wanted to make creating the list easier, especially if you take multiple medications. So you can just use your iPhone camera to scan the label of your medication. You can create a schedule to receive reminders and add custom visuals to make it easy to remember. Another important aspect of medications is drug-drug interactions, which can make them less effective or cause side effects. In the U.S. alone, drug interactions cause nearly 250,000 hospitalizations each year. To help you with this, you'll receive an alert when you add a new medication if there is a critical interaction. We've partnered with Elsevier, a leading medical publisher, to provide clinically accurate and evidence-based information across the medications experience. You'll be able to review critical, serious, and moderate interactions, as well as interaction factors like alcohol. Medications also works with health sharing, updated in iOS 16. You can now send a family member an invitation to share their health data with you. This is another way that you can support a loved one on their health journey and have peace of mind too. Now, back to Kevin.
Your health data is some of your most personal information, and privacy is central to how we build and design features for Apple Watch. Health data is encrypted on device and is not shared without your explicit permission. You'll also now be periodically reminded of what health data you're sharing and who you're sharing it with. There's so much more in watchOS 9, including support for 6 new keyboard languages, a new way for developers to connect their watchOS apps to Apple TV, and with Family Setup, kids can now control home devices right from their wrist. watchOS is the world's most advanced wearable operating system, and watchOS 9 takes it further with new features to help you stay connected, active, and healthy.
I'm so excited for watchOS 9 and can't wait to get it into the hands of our users. Next, to show you what's new with Mac, here's John.
Couldn't be more excited by how well the Mac transition to Apple Silicon is going. It all started with the launch of M1, which brought a whole new level of performance, capabilities, and battery life to the Mac. We've already transitioned nearly the entire Mac product line. Users have been blown away by the phenomenal capabilities of these new systems powered by the M1 family of chips. And the Mac business has never been stronger.
Here we go.
Today, we're excited to start the next generation of Apple Silicon for the Mac. Introducing M2. It takes the breakthrough performance and capabilities of M1 even further.
Oh, shit.
More, I'll pass it over to Johnny.
Today we begin our second generation of Apple Silicon designed specifically for the Mac. The M series chips deliver a scalable range of performance and capabilities. It began with M1's breakthrough set of features that transformed our most popular systems. M2 starts the second generation of M series chips and goes beyond the remarkable features of M1. Unlike others in the industry, who significantly increase power to gain performance, our approach is different. We continue to have a relentless focus on power-efficient performance. In other words, maximizing performance while minimizing. Combined with our unified memory architecture and custom technology, focus on power efficiency allows M2 to bring even more performance and new capabilities to our most popular Macs. M2 is built using an enhanced second-generation 5nm technology and features over 20 billion transistors. That's 25% more than M1. We use those transistors to enhance every feature of the chip, starting with memory controller, 100 GB per second of unified memory bandwidth, which is 50% more than M1 for even greater performance. And because M1 is capable, users run all sorts of demanding tasks. For M2, enabled up to 24 GB memory to handle even larger and more complex workloads. M2 features our next generation CPU with advancements in both the performance and efficiency cores. Performance cores are faster and feature larger cache, and the efficiency cores have been significantly enhanced for even greater performance gains. Together, they rip through CPU-intensive tasks using very little power. When we look at the multi-core CPU performance of M2 compared to M1, it delivers 18% greater performance. And compared to the latest 10-core PC laptop chip, the CPU in M2 delivers nearly 2 times faster performance at the same power level. And M2 delivers the peak performance of the PC chip while using a quarter of the power. Now let's compare M2 to the latest 12-core PC laptop chip, which needs dramatically more power to deliver an increase in performance. So it's in a thicker, hotter, more noisy system with less battery life. M2 delivers nearly 90% of the peak performance of the 12-core chip while using just a quarter of the power. This is what we mean by the power-efficient performance of Apple Silicon. M2 also features our next-generation GPU, which now has up to 10 cores. That's 2 more than M1. Combined with a larger cache and higher memory bandwidth, the 10-core GPU delivers a big boost in graphics performance. M2 delivers up to 25% higher graphics performance at the same power level as M1, and up to 35% higher performance at its max. And compared to the integrated graphics in the latest PC laptop chip, the GPU in M2 delivers 2.3 times faster performance at the same power level. And M2 delivers the peak performance of the PC chip using just 1/5 of the. This much higher performance per watt from M2 enables systems to run cool and quiet with exceptional battery life. Now, one of the advantages of making our own silicon is our generation secure enclave and neural engine. The neural engine in 1.0 trillion per over 40% more generation higher support 8K H.264 and HEVC video. Features powerful for hardware accelerated encoding systems with playback 4, and that starts our generation of M series chips with 35% faster, 40% faster neural engine, and 50% more memory bandwidth. It takes the amazing performance, capabilities, and efficiency of M1.
MacBook Air 2 is about to be crazy.
Now, back to John.
The fact that we're already starting our next generation of Apple Silicon for the Mac is remarkable. So now, let's talk about the first Mac to get the M2 chip. We're thrilled that it's our most loved Mac, the MacBook Air. Users love MacBook Air for its great performance, portability, and battery life. It defined the category of thin and light notebooks. And with M1, it redefined what a thin and light notebook could do. Today, it's more popular than ever. In fact, MacBook Air is the world's best-selling laptop. Apple Silicon enables us to design products we never could have imagined, which is why we're so excited to introduce an all-new MacBook Air completely redesigned around M2. And here it is.
My MacBook Pro maxed out and about to be put at the same time Air 2.
Let me down. Let me down.
That's beautiful.
This is the new MacBook Air, powered by M2. And to tell you all about it, here's Kristen.
The new MacBook Air takes everything our users love about the Air to the next level. The wedge shape of the previous Air has evolved into a new design that's strikingly thin from every angle. The durable, all-aluminum unibody enclosure feels incredibly solid when you hold it and is built to last. And this remarkably thin design integrates its components so efficiently that it results in an astonishing 20% reduction in volume over the previous Air. The new Air is just 11.3 millimeters thin, or under half an inch, and it's only 2.7 pounds. MacBook Air now comes in 4 finishes: silver, space gray, a gorgeous starlight, and a stunning midnight. And yes, MagSafe is back for dedicated charging and peace of mind when you're plugged in. And it keeps the 2 Thunderbolt ports free for connecting to a variety of accessories. There's also an audio jack with support for high-impedance headphones. The all-new design is incredibly portable, and it's loaded with new features, starting with the brilliant Liquid Retina display. We expanded the display closer to the sides and up around the camera to make room for the menu bar. The result is a larger 13.6-inch display with much thinner borders, giving users more screen real estate to view their content in brilliant detail. At 500 nits, it's also 25% brighter than before. And MacBook Air now supports 1 billion colors, so photos and movies look incredibly vibrant. Next, let's talk about the camera. Having a great camera is more important than ever these days. So MacBook Air features a new 1080p camera with twice the resolution and twice the low light performance of the previous Air. Combined with the processing power of M2's advanced image signal processor, you'll look great on video calls. Next up, audio. To fit inside such a thin design, the speakers and mics are completely integrated between the keyboard and display, all while delivering an even better audio experience. A 3-mic array captures clean audio using advanced beamforming algorithms. And there's a 4-speaker sound system that produces amazing stereo separation and vocal clarity. There's also support for immersive spatial audio for music and movies with Dolby Atmos. The Magic Keyboard features a full-height function row with Touch ID. And of course, the new Air has a spacious, industry-leading Force Touch trackpad. And when it comes to performance, M2 takes it even further. So applying filters and effects in apps like Photoshop is up to 20% faster than before, and a massive 5 times faster for customers that haven't yet upgraded to Apple Silicon. And for intensive workloads like editing complex timelines in Final Cut Pro, Performance is nearly 40% faster than the previous Air. Thanks to the power efficiency of M2, all these capabilities are built into a silent, fanless design. And even with a larger display and increased performance, the Air delivers the same great all-day battery life with up to 18 hours of video playback. There's also some new charging options, including a compact power adapter with 2 USB-C ports, so you can charge 2 devices at once. And for the first time, the Air supports fast charge with an available 67-watt adapter, so you can charge 50% in just 30 minutes. So that's the all-new, amazingly portable and powerful MacBook Air. It's thinner, lighter, and faster, with a durable unibody design, bigger display, better camera, all-day battery life, and 4 beautiful finishes. It's everything you could want in a new MacBook Air. Now, before I hand it back to John, let's see it in action.
Yo, their ad game is so on point this year. Their transitions and ads are crazy. Hamster was a nice touch. Zero chance this isn't the most requested Christmas gift for college kids.
We're so excited to bring M2 to MacBook Air, the world's best-selling laptop. Only with Apple Silicon can you build such a thin and light notebook with a fanless design and this combination of performance and capabilities. But that's not all we have for you today. M2 is coming to another Mac, which is actually the world's second best-selling laptop, the 13-inch MacBook Pro. It's our most portable Pro notebook, and users love the performance it delivers in its compact design. Now with M2, you get even more capabilities in the same great form factor. With a faster 8-core CPU and 10-core GPU, working with raw images and apps like Affinity Photo is nearly 40% faster than the previous generation, and over 3 times faster if you're upgrading from a model without Apple Silicon. And playing graphics-intensive games like Baldur's Gate 3 is also nearly 40% faster than the previous 13-inch Pro. With an active cooling system, the MacBook Pro is designed to sustain its Pro performance. And thanks to M2, it also supports up to 24 gigabytes of unified memory. Along with 50% more memory bandwidth, multitasking and working with large assets is super fluid. With support for ProRes encode and decode in M2's media engine, you can convert your video projects to ProRes nearly 3 times faster than before. MacBook Pro also delivers phenomenal battery life, with up to 20 hours of video playback. So that's the powerful 13-inch MacBook Pro. With the incredible performance of M2, ProRes acceleration, up to 24 gigabytes of memory, and up to 20 hours of battery life, our most portable Pro notebook gets even. Both the Air and the Pro also support our environmental goals. They use 100% recycled rare earth elements in many components, are free of numerous harmful substances, and meet Apple's high standards for energy efficiency. The all-new MacBook Air starts at $1199 and just $1099 for education. The powerful 13-inch MacBook Pro starts at $1299 and $1199 for education. And they'll be available next month. And the MacBook Air with M1 stays in the lineup at $999 and just $899 for education. We're thrilled to bring M2 to the world's 2 most popular laptops, the MacBook Air and 13-inch MacBook Pro. And they join the even more powerful 14 and 16-inch MacBook Pro with M1 Pro and M1 Max to round out the most amazing lineup of Macs we've ever offered and continue our tremendous pace of innovation for the Mac. Now back to Craig.
really excited about these new Macs. This generation of Apple silicon and the
Craig's walk right now is super swaggy.
OS. Wrong door. Mac role in our lives. Collaborate with colleagues, family, and friends. Create and organize what's important to us, and so much more. This year, we focused on making the core things you do with macOS even better, delivering new ways to be productive and take advantage of the capability of your other devices with continuity. So what should we call it? Well, that brings us to the latest exploits of Apple's crack product marketing team. They've been absolutely rocking high since their naming coup on M1 and M2. And needless to say, they were exhausted. But after their requisite 3-month rejuvenation retreat in Monterey, with their chakras now in complete alignment, the team once again piled into their macOS naming micro, wove their way down Highway 1. While stunning surf, fluvial in beautiful Ventura. So the ways we use our Macs. So let's jump in. A key part of the Mac experience is helping you be productive and creative, which can often mean having a lot of windows open at once. And the more you do, the more overwhelming this can become. We all want the perfect mix to focus on our work without distractions and to easily move between tasks. This year, we have a new way to automatically keep everything organized and give you quick access to your windows. It's called Stage Manager. Let's see how it works. When you're working on the Mac, it's really easy to find yourself with lots of open windows. Now, the Mac has great tools like Mission Control to help you find the window that you're looking for. But with so many open windows, it can feel like you never really escape all the clutter. With Stage Manager, you can focus on the app you're using without the distractions. Easy started. Let's activate Stage Manager from Control. Automatically arranges all my windows for me. Currently working with front and center. When I bring forward a different app, like clicking on Mail here in the dock, you'll see that it's brought to the stage and Safari gracefully moves over to the left with my other recent apps. And Mail moves back to the left. You'll notice that for an open windows here, Stage gathers all the windows together in a single pile. When I click, I get the top one. And if I want a different window, I can cycle through them just by clicking. It's really convenient. Of course, just as you would expect on a Mac, I can have overlaps and multiple apps open at the same time too. Really easy to group apps together. Here, I'll drag in Notes and pair it with my Pages window. So great when I'm working on projects that involve a specific group of windows, like planning a trip with these 3 apps here. And if I go back to my previous group, Stage Manager keeps my windows arranged just. I love working this way. Of course, like many Mac users, I often want to get at files on my desktop. And with Stage Manager, we've made that easier than ever. I'm working on this Final Cut project, and I want to pull in a couple of files. Click on my clear the file to review. Now, I can grab these title graphics, drag them over to my Final Cut window. I'll just drop them in right here, and boom. So that's a quick look at multitasking with Stage Manager. Another part of the Mac experience that helps you do more is Spotlight. This year, we have a big update that delivers a more consistent and powerful experience across our platforms. Spotlight is great for doing all kinds of things, like quickly launching an app or starting a search. And now you can peek at a result in Quick Look with a tap on the spacebar. Spotlight can now also find images from your photo library across the system and on the web. And using live text, you can search the text inside the image. You can also take actions like starting a timer or running a shortcut right from Spotlight. It's also a great way to get information, now leveraging the full window for richer results. For musicians, you'll see their albums, key facts, news, and more. It's also great for movies, TV shows and actors, businesses, and sports. Rich results and the ability to take actions right from Spotlight are also coming to iOS and iPadOS. Now, speaking of iOS, we wanted to make Spotlight even easier to discover and access, so we added it right to the bottom of the home screen. You can use Spotlight to launch an app, find a contact, or start a search. These updates make Spotlight more productive, helping you find what you're looking for faster. Let's turn to an app that many of us use to communicate every day. To take you through it, here's Darren. Of course, we're talking about mail. Mail is central to how so many of us communicate. This year, we have great updates that will help you be more productive, starting with some highly requested features. On send, pull an email back a few moments after hitting send. Scheduled send, so your emails arrive at the perfect moment. Follow-up suggestions will automatically remind you to follow up if you haven't received a response. And Remind Me makes it easy to come back to a message at a particular date. Next, let's talk search. Overhaul of search in mail we've done in years, leveraging the latest state-of-the-art techniques to deliver more accurate and complete results. When you click search, you'll see recently shared documents, links, and more. Typing, with each letter, you insert suggestions. If you make a typo, search is one step ahead, only showing results for the correct spelling. And search knows synonym for that. All are all coming OS. And that's mail. Next up is another app most of us spend a ton of time in every day. Safari. With macOS Ventura, Safari is the world's fastest browser, rendering the most complex websites with incredible speed. Safari is the most power-efficient browser on Mac, letting you do more on a single charge than any other browser. And of course, Safari is a trailblazer in protecting your privacy on the web, with features like intelligent tracking prevention and privacy report. Safari has a legacy of introducing key web technologies that elevate the web experience for everyone. Safari's pioneering support for HTML5 transformed the video experience on the web, resulting in higher quality playback and increased battery life. And Safari continues to deliver support for the latest web technologies and standards for web developers, including all of these added in just the last year, like more fluid web animations, new browser extension types, and support for the push notification standards. These enable more immersive and engaging web content for our users. And now, Safari has a new way to share your favorite content with others with shared tab groups. Whether you're planning a trip with friends or shopping for a couch with your partner, you can share all the tabs in one place. And when they find something great, they can add tabs too. See which tabs your friends are looking at live. And using built-in collaboration, you can easily connect in real time over messages or FaceTime. It's so easy to discover the web together. And next, we have a new way to make the web a safer place. We rely on passwords to protect our most private accounts. While Safari helps users create the strongest passwords possible, there are still ways accounts can be compromised. Hackers can use social engineering techniques, like phishing, to trick users into giving up passwords. They can also breach a website directly to get access to all the passwords stored on its server. That's why we've helped create a next-generation credential that's more secure, easier to use, and aims to replace passwords for good. We call them passkeys. Passkeys use powerful cryptographic techniques and the biometrics built into your device to keep accounts safe. To create a passkey, just use Touch ID or Face ID to authenticate, and you're done. When users create a passkey, a unique digital key is created that only works for the site it was created for. Passkeys can't be phished. Since the passkey never leaves your devices, hackers can't trick you into sharing it on a fake website. And passkeys can't be leaked because nothing secret is kept on a web server. designed passkeys to work in apps as easily as they do on the web. Passkeys are securely synced across Apple devices using iCloud Keychain and are instantly available on Mac, iPhone, iPad, and Apple TV. We've been working with industry leaders in the FIDO Alliance, including Google and Microsoft, to ensure that passkeys work seamlessly cross-platform. With the passkey, you'll be able to walk up to a non-Apple device and sign into a website or app using just your iPhone. The transition away from passwords will be a journey, and we look forward to working with developers on the passwordless future. And that's Safari. Now, back over to you, Craig. We think these updates to Mail and Safari will help you be productive and browse the web in new and safer ways. Next, let's have some fun and talk about gaming. We're at a point where two things are really coming together. First, Apple Silicon has changed everything. It's taking the graphics performance of every new Mac to new heights, giving Macs the power to run the most demanding games with ease. Second, the Mac is more popular than ever, and it's a huge and fast-growing opportunity for game developers. And since we have a unified silicon architecture spanning from iPhone and iPad all the way up to M1 Ultra, game developers can scale the quality and performance of their titles across the entire line. Another key part of a great gaming experience is the software that powers it. To tell you what's new, here's Jeremy.
Continue to improve Metal. It's the software that powers hardware-accelerated graphics on all our platforms. And now, Metal 3 brings new features that will unleash the full potential of Apple Silicon for years to come. Gaming at maximum resolution and quality looks awesome. And to help game developers increase the performance of realistic and immersive graphics, we're introducing Metal Effects Upscaling, which enables developers to render rich, visually complex scenes even faster. It works by rendering smaller, less compute-intensive, and then applies high-quality spatial upscaling and alien. So cool. No Man's Sky, coming to Mac later this year, will be the first game to use frame rate increase, response field, and another low. Games continue to push the boundaries. You're more realistic than ever. More take Metal 3 at fast sort of providing storage and uniform can more quickly access high quality textures and buffers. 3 and Apple Silicon enable even more immersive visuals, faster performance, and quicker load. It really is a new day for gaming on the Mac. But don't take our word for it. Let's hear from the team that has created the acclaimed Resident Evil Village. We are so excited it's coming to the Mac. To tell you more, we are delighted to introduce Iju-san, manager of Capcom's Advanced Technical Research Division.
Stereotype.
会場の皆さん、フランチャイズとなりました。今回、皆様にこのニュースをお知らせできること、大変嬉しく思います。バイオハザードの最新作が、アップルシリーズついに登場いたします。圧倒的なパフォーマンス。新しいプラットフォーム、最新のメタ作は、抜群で、クエア、驚異的なスピード、すべてのラインナップでお楽しみいただくことがください。滑らかに描写されたこの雲をここではハイクオリティのテクジオメそして複雑なシェーダーを扱っています。メタルエフェクトアップこのような公開ビジュアルはによりクエアにおいての 1080p スタジオ飲むような 4K 出力まで対応しております。これまでこのような処理はパフォーマンス家庭用ゲーム機やゲーミング PC のみのもののレベルの体験を全ての Apple シリコンマにおいて私たちは新しい 答えてくれるパフォーマンスが欲しいと思いません？ゲーマーの届け非常に楽しい。バイオハザードは今年ございます。それではクレイグさんにお戻しします。
Thank you, Ijun-san. Next, let's talk about continuity. Continuity is all about giving you a seamless experience across devices. Features like universal control, AirPlay, and handoff allow you to always use the right device for the moment. And today, we're extending handoff to FaceTime. Now picture you answer a FaceTime call on your iPhone while you're away from your desk. When you get home and bring your iPhone up close to your Mac automatically recognizes the call on your iPhone. And you can move it to your Mac seamlessly, giving you a bigger view to continue the conversation. You can hand off calls in any direction between your devices, so you'll always be able to join the call from the right one. We also have exciting news about another continuity feature, which pairs the best camera you own with the large displays on Mac. We spend a lot of time in front of our Macs with our cameras on. Our webcams have become an integral part of work, school, and play. And now, with Continuity Camera, you can use iPhone as your webcam. It's powered by the advanced capabilities of the iPhone camera system, letting you do things that were never before possible with a webcam. Let me show you how it works. Now, I'm just going to pop this stand on my iPhone and attach it to my display. Let's launch FaceTime. You can see my Mac automatically detects my iPhone and uses it as the camera. I don't even have to wake up my iPhone. This all works wirelessly. There's nothing to plug in. Let's call a friend in the design studio.
Hey, Craig.
Hey, Johnny. Are you up for helping me give a demo of Continuity Camera?
Sure, I'm using it right now with my iPhone and Pro Display XDR. You know, one thing I love about Continuity Camera is center stage. I can move around, center stage will keep me in the frame. I'll freely blur that mode to blur the background with that beautiful bokeh.
Loved having these features on my iPad, and it's great that we can now use them with any Mac.
Sure. People are going to love is Studio Light. It's out. Brightens my face and darkens the background.
Hey, that looks great. It's almost like you have a ring light.
It is perfect for tough lighting conditions, like if I'm ever sitting in front of a window. Okay, now I want to show my favorite new feature, Desk View. It's on my desk, and it keeps me in the picture. It is amazing. Take a look. It looks like I have a dedicated overhead camera, but this is Desk View, creating both of these views. One ultra-wide camera on my iPhone, using some very powerful image processing. Didn't even need to adjust. Desk great sharing design. I can use it to show my nephew a new card trick.
Well, hey, Johnny, thanks for helping us give the quick demo.
No problem. I'll talk to you later.
In addition to FaceTime, you can use Continuity Camera with any macOS video conferencing app, like Zoom, Teams, WebEx, and more. And we're working with Belkin to offer beautiful stands to hold your iPhone at the perfect height and angle. These will be available later this year. And since so many of you with a Mac already have an iPhone, these great capabilities come with the devices you already own. That's the magic of continuity. And that's macOS Ventura, a feature pack release that brings new tools for managing Windows, smart new features for Mail, Safari, and games, and magical new continuity features. Now, let's turn to iPadOS. Create a distinct experience that's built on the best of iOS, like security, mobility, and an intuitive touch-first interface, with powerful capabilities from macOS, like multitasking and trackpad support, combined with features like Apple Pencil that are uniquely iPad.
All of this comes together to deliver our most versatile device. Here, in iPadOS 16, we have a big release that's going to take this versatility even further, starting with a host of features that you heard about earlier in iOS and macOS that are going to be great on iPad, like shared photo library, shared tab groups and passkeys in Safari, and a big update to Mail. We're also bringing weather to iPad, taking full advantage of the stunning display with beautiful animations like these gently moving clouds, heavy snowfall, and driving rain. And all of these modules are tappable to access detailed information. And for developers, we're announcing WeatherKit, so they can build weather into their apps. iPadOS 16 also includes new ways to collaborate with others, more capable apps, and new features for pro users that take advantage of the power of the M1 chip. So let's start with collaboration, which often begins in messages when you're asked to pass along a document. Of course, you could send a copy, but now you can also instantly kick off a collaboration when you send something with a share sheet. This makes initiating collaboration across the system as easy as sending a link and means a conversation with your collaborators is always just a tap away. Let me show you how it works. So let's tap into messages. An upcoming offsite, and we've been using this conversation to figure out the details. Now, it looks like a message just came in from Lob, and he wants to I want to share the group. Tap share. I ended up sharing a copy, but now you'll notice collaboration right here. It is, I don't need to type in a bunch of names. Everyone gets added automatically. Go ahead and send it. Way easier to collaborate with people you're already communicating with. Everyone can immediately join and start making edits like the ones you see here. The messages conversation, I even get a notice of any changes I might have missed. When you collaborate this way, your document is connected to the conversation. It appears in the toolbar, and I can kick off communication and get back to the message conversation or initiate a FaceTime call. Let's go ahead and call the group. Hey, everyone.
Hi.
Hey, Craig. Hey, I saw that a few of you were in the document. Does anyone have any other ideas for the offsite?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, and I've been collecting a few tabs. I'm going to share them right now with you in Safari.
Slop. Here, you can start collaborating with the group right in Collaborate tab Safari. Go ahead. Invite. Now I can get to them in Safari. Just like with the Pages doc, everyone in the group automatically has access. Anne and Mindy joining the tab group. And I can even see which tabs people are looking at right in the tab bar. Looks like checking out kayaking.
A few more, check these out.
When Lop adds tabs, they instantly appear in all. Let's see. We already did this last year. But ziplining looks cool. All right, team, let's wrap this up and update our document with the latest ideas. Anne is updating the text, and let's drop all. So that's a quick look at some of the new ways you can work together with collaboration in iPadOS 16. In addition to Pages and Safari, these new collaboration features will work with a variety of apps like Notes and Keynote. And for developers, there's a new API to integrate collaboration in their apps. And these features will also be coming to iOS and macOS. Of course, when you're collaborating live, sometimes you want a space where you can brainstorm and capture ideas as they strike. So today, we're giving you a sneak peek at a brand new app called Freeform coming later this year. To tell you all about it, here's Elizabeth.
We have so many great ways to collaborate, but up until now, you didn't have a space to work in. A place for group sessions, project planning, home renovations, or school projects. Now, you can be on a FaceTime call, and with a You're all collaborating live on a freeform board. You can add almost anything to a board. It's perfect for brainstorming sessions, jotting down notes, sharing files, or even creating diagrams with others. It's flexible, limited only by your imagination. As others begin adding their thoughts, you can see their live cursors showing you right where they're working. And if someone is in another part of freeform, you can just tap to jump straight to where they are on the board. And anytime you need more space, move around simply using touch, or focus on what's really important with a pinch. Of course, with a full complement of drawing tools, you can sketch or write a note anywhere you'd like with Apple Pencil. And with all the powerful tools to create content on iPad, Freeform is a great place to pull it all together, including photos, video, audio, documents, PDFs, web links. Pretty much anything you need to work with can be brought onto your board. And you can preview right in line, including multi-page documents and high-resolution videos, giving you everything you need to bring your ideas to life right at your fingertips. And that's a sneak peek at Freeform. Back to you, Craig.
Freeform is going to be a great way to brainstorm your ideas with others. And we're building it right into iPadOS, macOS, and iOS later this year. Of course, the versatility of iPad means you can seamlessly move from being productive to gaming. With its stunning display, built-in sensors, and support for your favorite game controller, iPad provides a great gaming experience. And the M1 chip delivers high-performance graphics, enabling immersive games like Divinity Original Sin 2. In iPadOS 16, we have some great updates to gaming, starting with Metal 3, which brings the same Metal FX upscaling and fast resource loading API to iPad that we talked about earlier with macOS. There's also a new API that lets games download large assets in the background, enabling you to multitask while the download completes. Another important aspect to gaming on iPad is how it brings us together. Tens of thousands of games use Game Center to help us play with our friends or compete against each other. It's easy to jump right in and play without creating a new account using your Game Center profile. You can find friends to play with, compare scores on leaderboards, and track progress through achievements. And now we're bringing activity to the Game Center dashboard. You can see what your friends are playing, highlights of their achievements, and even find out when they beat your high score, so you know when it's your level back on. All of here on your Center profile. Game Center has always supported playing together in real time. Now, Share Play makes it simple to join and play. In a multiplayer game using Game Center, just start a Share Play session and bring your friends right in. The versatility so many. Part of that is apps. Year, we're continuing our work to make iPad apps more capable with desktop class apps. While many iPad apps have their origins in iOS, over the years they've taken on their own unique capabilities, optimized for the iPad's larger display. In iPadOS 16, we scoured the entire system, adding enhancements across the board, from system elements and interactions to new features you use on Mac and want on iPad. Let me highlight a few of them. Undo redo across the system, availability view in Calendar, find and merge cards and create lists in Contacts. And we have a big update to files with some of the most requested features, such as the ability to change file extensions, view folder size, and more. We've also added system-wide features that deliver improvements across apps, starting with a redesigned find and replace experience that works inline. A document menu in apps like Files, Pages, and Keynote that reveals common actions you may want to take, such as duplicate, rename, export, and print. And for the first time ever, customizable toolbars in iPadOS, so you can add the tools that matter to you most. For developers, we've created new APIs so they can build these capabilities right into their own apps. These features will help you be more productive, and we have another feature for Mac that will be great for creative pros on iPad, and that is reference color. The Liquid Retina XDR display in our latest 12.9-inch iPad Pro is great for professional color. And with iPadOS 16, we're introducing reference mode, which meets the color requirements in workflows to improve color compositing, where accurate colors and consistent image quality for stamp or sidecar. Reference mode provides cross device, making iPad Pro an indispensable tool for creative professionals. Now, I want to turn our attention to a set of features enabled by the performance iPad Pro and iPad Air. Features for people who push the versatility of iPad to the limit. Pros are always wanting more space to work with, so we're adding a new display scaling setting, which allows you to increase the pixel density of the display so you can view more in your apps, which is particularly helpful. We also want to enable you to do more in apps. Our latest iPad Air and iPad Pro come with a ton of ultra-fast memory and storage. iPadOS 16 adds support for virtual memory swap, meaning your iPad's storage can be used to expand the available memory for all apps, and delivers up to 16 gigabytes of memory to the most demanding apps. With technologies like display scaling and virtual memory swap, we have the foundation for a big leap forward in user experience. One that can change how our pro users get work done on iPad. So we're bringing Stage Manager, our latest windowing system that you just saw in macOS, to iPadOS. Stage Manager takes multitasking on iPad to a whole new level by making it more nimble and unlocking full external display support. I'd like to show it to you now. Today on iPad, when you use apps, you get the full screen experience that we're all familiar with, like in Photos here. With Stage Manager, you can now resize windows and expose a powerful new way to work on iPad. And easily all my apps. You'll notice all apps appear on the left, so it's really how create work. The first time on iPad, I can work with overlapping windows. I'm going to drag Messages alongside Calendar here. Instead, automatically moves Calendar gently off to the side as I bring it. I move Messages to the left. Stage Manager repositions Calendar for me automatically. And like you saw earlier, I can resize windows and arrange everything just the way I want. It gets even better when I plug my iPad into an external display. The wallpaper beautifully fills the entire display, and I can move my cursor on my iPad. Let's go ahead and launch Keynote. I do again enter now on an even bigger camera. All that additional screen real estate when we're it's amazing. Group and even for between my iPad and external display running on screen, and I can take advantage of the ability of each display. For instance, I'm working on this Keynote document, and I want to add a drawing from Procreate here on my iPad. I can use Apple Pencil to add a finishing touch to my drawing. And now I can jump back into the gallery and then drag and drop across displays and into my deck. And that's a quick look at Stage Manager. It's an entirely new way to multitask with multiple overlapping windows, flexible window sets, fast app switching, and full external display support. And that's iPadOS 16. Big release with exciting updates to many of the built-in apps. Weather app comes to iPad. new ways to collaborate and be productive, great features for pro users, including Stage Manager, and so much more. Now, back to Tim.
Thank you, Craig, and thanks to all of our presenters. What an exciting day of announcements. We introduced the all-new, redesigned MacBook Air with its super thin enclosure, liquid retina display, MagSafe, beautiful new finishes, and supercharged by M2, our next generation of Apple Silicon. Along with a powerful new 13-inch MacBook Pro, also supercharged by M2. And we pushed our software platforms forward in some incredible new ways, introducing features and capabilities that will enable our developers to do amazing work and provide our users with exciting new experiences. Our OS releases will be available as developer betas today, and each of them will have a public beta next month. All of these OS releases will be available to our users this fall. I'm confident that our incredible products and innovative platforms will inspire developers to do the very best work of their lives, enabling all of us to do even more amazing things. We hope you enjoyed today's event, and we have a huge week ahead. We will be offering a comprehensive online experience, starting with a platform State of the Union for those developers who want to take a deeper dive into our announcements. And there will be more than 175 sessions, as well as one-on-one labs with Apple engineers and digital lounges. All of this is available for free to all our developers to help them get the most out of the conference. Thank you for joining us, and let's have a great WWDC.
Fantastic. Like I said, it was going to be, we said it was going to be mostly software focused this year, but I have to say, they really, the domestic violence thing was incredible. Allowing people to just push a button and take care of making sure certain people don't have access to a person anymore. That is huge. And someone had mentioned in the chat during that point, they pointed out that this was also going to be good for whoever that was that said it in the chat. That was like probably 200 messages ago. Remind me what you said in there, because I think that some of the use cases you guys came up with in the chat are also going to be game changing for that particular thing. But their focus on software and just the updates is fantastic. And using Resident Evil 8 as a marker for where their graphic capability is huge, because it's a very, very high graphic fidelity game. And the fact that Capcom was able to make it scale properly across all of the Apple Silicon family is that's just fantastic. There was so much going on. Also, I'd like to point out that Craig, his his presence when he did that flash run, I kid you not, thousands of memes popped up immediately on Twitter, and people are now calling for him to be Apple's next CEO. So I don't know if that was the plan all along, but Craig is really he's rubbing everybody the right way.
Yeah. The MacBook.
What's going on with this MacBook not having touchscreen? I really want them to have touchscreen. I always touch my screen, but realizing that nothing can be touched.
I think I genuinely think that their plan now is because they've doubled down and tripled down on.
Is Carl still there?
I don't think they need the thing is, I don't think they need a touchscreen. Like, I mean, I understand the utility of it, and I understand why everyone wants it. But the closer and closer integrated the iPad becomes as an extension via Sidecar and everything else, it's becoming such an extension that I understand everybody's desire to have it be a touchscreen, and perhaps maybe they allow it on the MacBook Air at some point. But honestly, between my iPad and sidecarring it to the MacBook, I don't see the necessity for it. But I do understand, especially if you use
Yeah, I
Microsoft
don't
products as
understand the
well.
desire for the touchscreen.
It's just so natural to touch your screen these days.
Oh, I don't know about that. Have you ever seen somebody on a Windows touchscreen? trying to move around windows or shut. It's really
Microsoft
awkward.
Surface is touchscreen, right?
Yeah, the Surface is. Yep.
Yeah.
I think Phil's point was how awkward it is for people using Windows. I know if Apple was going to do it, they'd do it correctly, which they already have with the iPad, which is why I don't think they have a desire to do so with a MacBook.
Right.
Yeah, I think
Because
that's
they have
why
the technology, but
journalists
they
are
have no
always.
desire to do it, right, Michael? That's what you're saying.
It provides flexibility if you are doing some work outside, and it's quicker than your mouse if you don't bring that with you.
But then,
But
would you just use an iPad?
I mean, Mac Pro or Mac Air thing. If you don't bring your, it's like you have a pad and then you have mm, you know, a laptop thing. It's like you have to bring a lot of devices with you. So that's why, like, if you have this touch, just like Cher said, it gives you more ways to use your laptop.
It's interesting because I know me personally. So anytime I travel, it doesn't matter where I'm going. For example, my niece's sweet 16 is going to be on July 3rd at my sister's house down in Georgia, in Atlanta, and well, the outskirts of Atlanta and the suburbs. But um, whenever I travel, I have a very specific carry-on, and in that carry-on, there is always my DJI Air 2S, extra propellers, my Sony A7S III, extra lenses, my MacBook, and my iPad. And the reason that I point that out is because I'm never without a touchscreen device, but I always have my MacBook as well because they're two very different devices that have very different functionality, and I need both of them. And I prefer using both of them, and their specific functionalities for everything from editing to quickly just taking out if I want to just go fly the Air 2, or if I'm shooting on the Sony and I need an extra monitor, I'm bringing the iPad. If I want to, but if I want to dump footage and I want to do some quick editing, I'm gonna use my MacBook Pro. But the point is, both of them are always on me. So I definitely don't feel the press to have my MacBook screen be able to be touched. But I do understand if somebody is mostly Microsoft based and they're used to just having everything touchscreen, I can understand how that might be a little confusing for those people.
Mike, do you have the Magic Keyboard?
I don't.
So we have, and once you've got that on, there's such a little difference now between the performance of the top end iPad with the keyboard. The difference is mostly software, as we've been commenting there. Like they're slowly starting to merge the two OSs, and the fact that it was interesting that they said desktop like apps, so they were admitting that previous generations were substandard. But I mean, once you get the same app experience, the performance is already there with the new processors. So it's like you get the experience of having a Mac through an iPad plus screen, and
And I
that's really
love that.
seems to be where they're going with this.
Right. And I love that. And I think that like I the reason that I don't have that add-on particularly, it's not because I don't think that it's not useful. It's that because I have my MacBook, I don't need if I if I need to do any typing stuff, I'm just gonna pull out the MacBook. And again, like I understand the idea. And for the average user, I think, yeah, perhaps that add-on obviously is really nice because not everybody wants to bring both devices. But for me, I have very, very specific things that I use the iPad for that I would not use my MacBook for. And I've got very specific things I use my MacBook for I wouldn't want to do on my iPad. But I think that, if people have to choose one, it's great to have an add-on keyboard.
I think, didn't you ask a question about the AR tools? They didn't mention really anything about that, but I know a lot of the developers are integrating a lot of the touchscreen stuff for AR developing apps. So it might be necessary for you to interact that way while you're looking at something on the screen and being able to touch it.
Yes.
So I think that might be why they're doing that.
AR development is going to be, and this is where I'm most excited about in the M family chips is I love my Quest 2, as you all know. For those of you that don't know, if you want to hear something funny, way back in the day, probably like a year ago, I actually I probably got about a dozen people to buy Quest 2 so that they could try VR porn in this room, and it was really interesting because I was getting messages from people saying this just changed my entire life. So y'all know I love my Quest 2, but one thing that I think is the biggest issue with Quest 2 is that it's just really fucking front heavy. And I think that once we have chips that are small enough, and once we have processors that are both small enough but also powerful enough and efficient enough that they don't need fans, that Quest 2 size is going to shrink down. Now, there's already they've been doing A&R. They've been doing a lot of R&D on getting smaller VR headsets, and they've made some. The problem is they cost between 5 and 10K. So they're not that's not, public consumption headsets just yet. But I think what Apple's really why it's taking them so long is because they're working on making it so that it feels like you're wearing a regular pair of glasses. And I think that's going to be I don't know if people understand how big of a game changer that actually is.
Huge. That you just answered two of my questions. One, what do you do on the days you're not playing Fortnite, and why haven't we played in the last week or so?
Well, I really don't think that Apple's going down the VR route first. Number one, AR is the more practical solution, and they're already seeding the market with AR kit, and I think that's where they're going to go first. The VR,
Oh, 100%.
if anybody who's done VR as long as we have, it's fleeting. Look at the kids; they don't play VR anymore. They really don't. So it's
You
just not
said the
practical.
kids. You said the kids don't play VR anymore.
Yeah.
Oh,
I would.
that's
I,
not
I
Roblox.
would
true.
Circles are
Yeah.
rolling in
I would
now.
argue
Roblox
Oh,
against
Rec
it.
Room.
well, here
Rawr.
I'm in Chicago. We started a VR experience company with my son years ago. We've got HTC. So Oculus is obviously low end. We've got the HTCs, and you know what? They move off it.
But
They
that's
don't like
because it's
being
the
on it for a long time.
HTCs. Like the Quest 2, the growth on the Quest 2 has been insane.
Sure, it
And
is, but how
I
long do you
think
see
that,
people playing it?
oh,
Well,
I
you're
see
not.
people.
That's the thing, though. You're not seeing them. The outlet stores. You can't go 2 blocks in California without going to a VR gaming center, where
True.
people they're in the mall. They're down the street from the malls. But now that you have the Oculus 2 and it's easy, it's more accessible. They're at home playing it, and it's
And
cheaper for the parents.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you this much is that
Minecraft.
Well, I
when
see
we
them
play,
sitting on the counters and they're not being used. And I mean, actually, around here, wasn't it AMC that started the chain of VR centers, and they closed down like within 2 years?
Well, that could
which
have
one?
been
Which
because
one are
of
you talking
COVID.
about?
Which one?
AMC was opening them up in the AMC. So they had one in New York that we actually flew when we first started our VR experience startup. We flew up to New York to go see what they were doing there, and they shut that down within 2 years. It just wasn't, it was.
I never saw that, but I will say this though. While I never saw that, there was a company that was partnered with Disney that was opening up uh, places all over in different malls. They had 7 of them before the pandemic hit, and unfortunately caused them to go bankrupt. But they had put up 7 of them at high end malls. There was one in Paris. There were 2 of them out here in California. Um, but basically you could basically put on these backpacks in your VR goggles, and you would go into an actual 3D environment that had props. So there would be bridges and stairs and spaceships and all this stuff. The physical was melded with the virtual, and so you were actually playing Star Wars, but you were in these Star Wars games. You would be walking across a bridge, and there'd be on a lava planet, and there'd be you could smell uh, dead stormtroopers down in the lava and all this kind of stuff, and you would fight with Darth Vader and all these crazy things. The experience itself was only 15 minutes long. It cost $35, and you had to reserve it ahead of time because it was sold out every day, all day for the entire year and a half that you could play. And I had to reserve spots for my family when they were coming to visit months in advance, and it was really, really big. But I think what you're seeing is perhaps a demographic kind of deal. But if you look at the data and the numbers with Quest 2 and the sales numbers and how fast that thing is blowing up, no, I think VR is really, really at its birthplace. The same with AR. They're both at their birthplace right now.
Yeah. I think we've definitely see I'm in Chicago, so there's those come and go, the VR places. There's a couple of them now, but again, there was some before. The thing with the backpack's pretty old. They've been out there, and there's been, I think, two companies that had warehouses here in the burbs of Chicago. They've gone under. Now there's some mall-based ones that are doing the VR. There's just not enough content, and it's a novelty.
Hey
Unfortunately, we're
guys,
finding.
sorry, Phil, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
So, I think I was having sort of a sideline conversation with somebody in the audience, actually. I think it's interesting that they focus so heavily on privacy, and not only privacy, but it started me thinking about some of the other organizations considering speaking about AR and VR, and where Apple made some announcements earlier this month or in the last couple of months, and some of the things that some of their Apple fans have been talking about, and the expectation around whether or not we were going to see a headset or what they were going to put into motion for their developer community. But when you think about it, when they talk about privacy and all of the wonderful things we heard today, I start thinking about the larger issues that they're trying to not necessarily solve for or lay the foundation around. Like when I think about the companies that have made major uh, forays into AR and VR, specifically Meta, Facebook. Um, One of the key things that I worry about when I look at what Meta's doing and what Facebook or some of the other players like Microsoft or some of the others are doing is we're not solving for the problems we've been dealing with for the last 5 to 10 years, and that is, how are we solving for the crowdsourcing that they're all using about who's building on their platforms? And that's not necessarily building out a developer community, but look at some of the trouble that like Roblox has gotten into by allowing their users to build without really creating a proper creator network. And how are they compensating those folks, or how are they really giving proper attribution to those who are building on their platforms? Same thing with Facebook right now and their virtual worlds, and what and who's building, and how is that going to be attributed to them in the future, as well with privacy concerns and who's allowed to do what in these worlds. How is that going to be governed going forward? I mean, all these questions haven't been answered necessarily. So I think, and this is just conjecture on my part, when Apple starts to look at privacy concerns from a hardware perspective or from a software perspective, I see them kind of trying at least to answer some larger questions before they even start to roll out what and how they're going to offer AR and VR to the masses and their developer community. But that's maybe just my perspective. Wondering what you guys think about that.
Could you summarize the question part?
Just that instead of coming at us with yet another product or a feature that says, here's what Apple is offering as far as AR and VR. They haven't done that yet, even though everybody wants them to. They're giving us privacy controls. They're giving their developer community as well as their users more feature functionality instead of offering something that like we're clamoring for, which is a headset or the actual. I guess I don't have an actual question. I'm just kind of wondering the concept regarding privacy controls.
I
Maybe I
I
don't
don't
have a
know.
question, Michael. Sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of a statement. I kind of
No, it's okay. I was just trying to understand what you were asking.
I think it's a
I'm not
legitimate
really
question. I
asking.
mean,
It's just sort of it's a theory.
don't forget we had the same issue with the Google glasses. I don't know if everybody remembers, but certainly here in Chicago, New York, you'd go to restaurants where they actually created that ban Google Glass badge that they didn't want you walking into the restaurant with Google glasses on. And I mean, it was
Right.
really it wasn't even, I mean, it was in development. It wasn't even something that was out there. So I think they're going to run into the same thing. Because I think what's going to come out first is our AR glasses. The VR is something I don't think they're going to delve into that until much later, especially since they've seeded the market already with AR Kit. There's so many apps out there that if they have glasses, that suddenly all these AR Kit apps become available on glasses. All of us, it's a game changer.
I agree,
They
100%.
they go out on launch day. They have thousands of apps. You know, the IKEA app. You know, I don't know if anybody's familiar with a company called Vuzix, but we use Vuzix glasses called Smart Blades, and I walk around with them. I run with them. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what we see happening. And you've got just a heads up display that's tracking and doing probably similar things to like what you're doing with your Apple Watch. But there's just so much more you could do with it. So to your point, bringing it back around is a privacy issue because you won't know if that, are people recording you? Because I record.
No, they absolutely will. They will be. The machine will be recorded for sure.
So Apple being Apple, they're probably looking at that, and they probably have I mean, the thing with the trackers, how they gotten into, I don't know that they got in legal trouble, but certainly there's been a lot of bad press about the trackers. So they're already thinking about what the privacy implications of AR glasses out there that allow people to record everything they're seeing.
Yeah, the state of Illinois just did I guess they won their case against Facebook, Meta, for privacy, biometric recording. I don't know what the details of it was because I wasn't in Illinois at the time, but I know a lot of people put their name in that lawsuit. They all got like $700 mailed to them as part of the settlement. So there's
I think I
definitely
got like
issues with
15.
privacy. You got, how much did you get?
I think I got $15. I gave it to my son. I think it was something like $15, $20. It was.
Dude, I'll tell you what pisses me off when I watch all of this stuff. Facebook doesn't care what state you're in when you're doing it. And I know
Jason,
that,
is there a hissing sound in your background?
yeah, this long guy about a block and a half away, but my microphone's super
Okay, I was
sensitive.
just checking. I
Sorry.
was making sure. No, I was just
Yeah,
checking.
this serpent talking to me. Yeah. Yeah, but there was a large settlement for stealing biometric data and, from pictures and other things. So it's definitely a concern with glasses that run cameras all the time.
The ones that made a lot of money there, just the lawyers.
Yeah, I live in Madison County. I don't know if you know where that is, but it's the county seat, and there's about 2 lawyers for every person that lives here. We're right down the street from the Amazon warehouse that got hit by the tornado, and there's like 20 different teams of lawyers here at Amazon right now.
It's funny because, as you mentioned that, I think that this is and I've mentioned this before. I think we talked about this about half a year ago. Every time a new technology comes out, uh, a whole new set of questions and ideologies come with it. And this is just one of them. With Google Glasses, that came way too quickly. And it also came from a company that, quite frankly, no, I know this is a point of controversy, but nobody really trusts, let alone with their data. And there's certain things can be released by certain companies before they have to be released by certain companies before people accept them. And I know that sounds crazy, but people trust Apple more with that type of technology, I think. And I think once they set a standard, and they set a release for it, I think once people get their hands on that, then they'll be more open to other companies releasing their versions of it. As unfair as that might sound, but certain companies just have a certain reputation to the general pop. I'm not talking about people in the know or people like us, but to the general population, they just feel safer about certain companies than others. And with something like glasses, where they're going to be able to track everything, they're using AR integration. It's an all eyes, all audio, all the time kind of thing. It's easier to swallow that with a company that is always talking about privacy and security than it is with a company that we know really profits off of it. So, and you know,
Also, they just weren't great as hardware. They were really expensive. They looked awful. They had focal issues with Virgin's accommodation. Like there wasn't a brand that you wanted necessarily to wear. Most people wanted to sort of show, hey, I'm with this brand. Like Google isn't known for that. It's just all round. It was never going to work ever. And as you're correct, like it was too early, and everybody's been primed now with the usage of the Oculus. I mean, the two things that Oculus has done great, because it surely isn't actually the VR experience, which is awful on the Oculus compared to what you can actually get, is that it's primed the hardware and the delivery. So all of that sort of background infrastructure that needs to be created has now been primed and created and set. And the logistics of it have been done, and it's normalized using VR headsets. So now all these other developers like Magic Leap and everybody else and Apple can come in and actually create the actually want, because the Oculus is great only because it's cheap. And almost all of the games are they're either one of two things. They're either glorified mobile games, positional logic in it, or they're really bad ports over from Steam VR where you pay twice the price and only get one quarter of the content. So this is actually, it's a really bad, both Google Glass and the Oculus are actually really bad, in my mind, yard to use for the direction that VR and AR is going to go in. And whether or not Apple does AR or VR, I don't know. I would say that, yeah, okay, AR is more useful in more areas, but there's a ton of physics issues like to solve with AR, with the screens and everything else, and how to actually get the contrast that you need, and how to overlay it without making people sick, and how to do it. Like there's core fundamental issues that nobody in the image, in the screen industry, manufacturing, or the lensing, like there are no companies out there that have got this down yet.
Well,
someone's
Apple
on a Quest
does.
2 in their background.
ARKit. That's exactly the problem that they've solved with ARKit. I mean, just go. I mean, there's a beautiful Apollo 11 AR app on that Apple pulls out every now and then, and it's everything you just mentioned are things that they're solving with ARKit. That's the whole reason why AR is more practical.
Yeah, and I would argue that combining ARKit and combining that with it's more or less about um, the software developer, in my opinion, and how well they are taking advantage of the particular protocols that they're being given. And so, what I mean by that is, um, for example, and also the utility, because I feel like a lot of people aren't seeing the utility of these devices just yet, in the ways that they could be used. One example I like to imagine, and I've imagined this out very extensively, in one of my spinoff rooms that I used to do about VR in here. Um, but just the fact that you have kids who are in underprivileged neighborhoods, really bad neighborhoods, the type of schools where you go to school, you have to walk through two metal detectors, and these kids, they don't have resources in their school, and their books are missing a quarter of the pages, and it's just all run down, and the pencils are trash, and they can't take notes, and the kids in the back won't shut the hell up, and they can't hear the instructor. Now you throw that kid in a Quest 2 and you can put them on a pristine campus. Not just a pristine campus, you can throw them on a campus up in the clouds if you want, on a sky castle. And they can have perfect books every single time, and they can take perfect notes. And they don't hear anybody in the back of the class screaming and their heads off and all that shit. And they can focus on their teacher up at the front, and they can raise their hand and all that because the VR is tracking their hands as well. It's like, there are so many utilities that we aren't even starting to approach yet, because again, we're at the birthplace of this technology. I think it's going to be another 5 years before we start actually seeing how awesome it's going to be to use these types of things. If you're in a rush, for example, and I know this sounds crazy, but if you're in a rush and a family member got in a car accident and they're in a big ass hospital and you can't wait in line, and you are wearing your AR glasses, and you ask your glasses, find out what room so and so is in at X hospital, and they go through the protocols to get to know that you're a family member, and they get you that information, and as soon as you walk into the hospital, there is a blinking line on the ground guiding you over to the elevator you need to get on, and there's it lights up exactly which button you need to press to go to which floor you need to go to, and there's arrows guiding you all the way to that room that you're supposed to be in, and you never had to stop and wait in that long ass line. Like, there's so many different types of ways to apply these particular the hardware and the software and the just the ideology of AR and VR, that are going to be so useful and help to advance us both medically and in the education space and every space you can think of, really. We're just not even close to being there yet, but that's absolutely the direction this is going. And it's the reason I said VR is not dying out. Both of them are very, very awesome utilities. They're at the birthplace. We just need good software developers to come in and partner with some of these companies and really just change up the game.
Oh, 100%. We need the hardware there. We need the contrast, the field of view, like all of that there opens up the next generation experience of VR. It's a little ironic that we're spending the most amount of time talking about the one thing that
They
Apple
didn't talk
didn't
about.
actually
Exactly.
talk about. So I'm
Well, I
wondering
think
if
that's
there's anything
because
else.
I'll tell you what I was excited about is CarPlay. I
oh, it
mean,
looks
it
amazing.
That
it's
was
one of
pretty
those
cool.
innovations, right? Why didn't we think about this a long time before?
It
Because
looks
car
incredible.
companies are not good software companies.
Not at all.
So giving it to somebody else who's going to perfect it, and then they just put it in their. It was brilliant.
I think, and Apple always goes the extra mile to make shit like really overwhelmingly cool. They could have had CarPlay do that for and been like it's exclusive to BMW, but nah, they're working with hundreds of manufacturers to make sure that this thing mutates and transforms to fit every display in every
Michael, it's
car.
worth
Like,
mentioning that I don't think, like, you can get OBD level 2 diagnostic tools which plug in, and
yeah.
there's a lot of the high level stuff, like I was saying to Cal, is transferable. The diagnostics, a lot of them are unified across all car platforms. There's going to be like the specific in car systems, like your your heat seating and that kind of thing, is going to remain much more proprietary. But
Mm,
things like the RPM and the speed and everything out is pretty much unified across car manufacturers, which is how they've been able to do this.
it's so cool. It's so damn cool. They
It's very cool.
actually did a lot of really cool things like that that just kind of blew my mind a little bit.
Was anybody else surprised how that about the medicine aspect of it? Like, I was really surprised at not only the fact that they're like the scanning it and recording it. I did when they came up, like I expected it would just be a list and maybe you could put like reminders in, but it actually offering you warnings for like complications for contrasting medications is a step further, right? Like, that's them
Yeah,
actively
that's
saying, hey,
amazing.
we've got health professionals that are willing to say that these two medicines should be taken together. Like, that's another thing. That's the next level. I'm impressed that they went that far. That's really cool.
Yeah, that kind of goes to the point that a lot of the medtech space folks have been talking about. Everybody should be in charge of their own data, and that's one way to help, because you might go to a new physician or a new clinician or somebody out of network and they prescribe you something and you end up getting hurt by those drugs. This is a good way to put that power back in your hands, so everywhere you go you have the detail, so you can avoid those types of complications.
But
I
what was
agree.
the
I
thing
mean,
that they
I don't know
were?
if anybody who's been to a doctor recently, they're doing the same thing. I mean, they spend more time
Yeah.
typing stuff in to Epic than talking to you. You know what I mean? And they're getting the same kind of stuff where there's an interaction between the drug they just prescribed you and something else you're taking, right? So
Yeah.
it's nice that you now have access to that and that they're doing more of that.
I know in the UK we have a very different pharmaceutical system, and I know there's a lot of worry in the US for a lot of individuals about whether or not medication they're being prescribed is because they need it, or um, prescribing it is benefiting financially. So I can see this being really, really popular over there. And if this is the first step, I'm really interested in seeing sort of where they take the next stage of this.
One of the things you can do, you can go to a website called Docs for Dollars, and they'll actually tell you what that doctor is being compensated for by what companies. And it's enlightening for that reason, because you can see if they're consultants for the companies that they're prescribing medications from.
I will say, just really quickly, I want to run, want to run down my notes real quick because I got a jet in a minute. But I loved the overhaul on the lock screen. I think that's very cool. I like that it's still very Apple because I mean, it's obviously Apple. They're giving us options, but it's not breaking from their format too much. And I think that the options they're giving us are very cool. I'm really happy about that. That the CarPlay makeover, CarPlay 2.0 is just really, really cool. I wonder if it was a preview of what they're doing with the Apple Car, or if they're, because it could go two ways. Either that was a preview of what the Apple Car is going to be like, or they're not actually making an Apple Car and instead are developing full UI kits and full autonomous driving kits that can be sold to different
That would
manufacturers.
be much more likely in my mind. The
Yeah,
sheer scope of manufacturing logistics required to do the car just doesn't make any sense
yeah.
whatsoever
Yep, I
So
for
agree.
yeah,
Apple to me.
Yep.
I was thinking that might be the route that they're going. One of those two things. M2 looked awesome. I love that it's 25%, more transistors than M1. I think it was 20 billion transistors, something like that. 100 gigabyte
Sorry, before we move on from the car, Matt,
bandwidth.
just quick. That means they're going to be in direct contention with Tesla, right? Because it could also be that Tesla
No,
starts
no.
distributing out their car systems and
Yeah.
their in-car systems and the AI systems and everything else. If Apple goes down that route, they could be in direct competition with
Well,
them for
Tesla,
the go-to OS.
one thing about Tesla that's confusing to me. I mean, I get it just because of Elon's ego stroke situation, but I don't get it because as much as I love Tesla, and I do, I every day I wish that I had the option for CarPlay, and I know a lot of Tesla owners feel that way. And if he could just put his ego aside, I'm positive he's missing out on many. They even said that 80% of new car buyers won't buy a car that doesn't have Apple CarPlay as an option. He's just skipping that out, which is crazy. The MacBook Air was really cool. I'm glad they added MagSafe. I'm glad that there's two Thunderbolt ports on it. They got the and speaking of, because I'm looking at my notes here, that's so cool that you can just clip on your phone now to just pretty much any Mac, and you have this
Agreed.
incredible camera. And that split view, how it uses the wide angle to show your desk. Holy shit, that's just cool. That's just downright cool. Um,
From a
Make
I don't
sure you
know.
development
wear your
standpoint,
pants, Michael.
Huh?
Make sure you wear your pants.
Well, I'll make sure that I'm not. Uh,
from a development standpoint, I was the smallest thing, but I was happy about WeatherKit, and also that there's a weather
mm,
app now on the iPad finally.
To be fair,
mm,
I was mostly surprised that it wasn't already on the iPad.
Yeah,
mm.
I don't know what the reason for that in the calculator, right?
Strange.
Well, it's funny because, and this is something that Cal mentioned to me, and he DM'd me and mentioned this, and I think that it's funny because 30. You look back, what 30 years ago, every single thing that was on an office desk has been replaced with an app. Every single part of a desk in an office it's all in your phone now, and that's just insane. But that also speaks to the point that every time Apple announces one of these things, they're putting whole businesses and even whole economies of businesses out of business. Every time they come up with a particular thing that is now an integrated and default application, every company that built an entire business around just focusing on creating an application that kind of satisfies that need, that company is about to go go out of business. And it's pretty wild, but it's also a note to all you developers out there. Make sure that when you're picking what you're going to choose to create, just know that there could be an expiration date on its utility if it's in the same alignment of a feature that can one day become a default in a future iPhone.
Yeah, that's very true.
And
Have you
Tyler,
seen
you're
my stapler? Hey, I've got
oh,
coming
Kieran,
from
come
Austin,
up.
where that movie's written from. Has anybody heard about the comma 2? And like, basically, why wouldn't Apple Car become the AI driver? Like, becomes an app you install on your dash that you run off your M1 running iPad Air. Does anybody know what I'm talking about with the comma 2 and the George Hotz dude that left Google Driving a long time ago and built his own
Yeah,
app
yeah,
that does this?
yeah,
Anybody know? I've never seen one in real life, but I've been driving 35,000 miles on a Tesla, and I can talk about the AI there.
yeah. I actually have never seen one IRL either.
Welcome back, Kieran.
Oh, is Kieran here?
Yeah.
Is it
Hey, buddy, how are you?
karma or
What
comma?
up, Kieran?
Hey, man, what up? Sorry, guys, just joined listening, and please go ahead. Thank you for the invite, sure. Thank you.
David, was that
Oh,
karma or comma?
comma, like the punctuation mark.
Okay, so I
Comma.
just I just searched for it and it came up with the third version.
Okay, so it's still probably viable. I think that's a very low price. That's basically to democratize self-driving. I haven't looked at his YouTube stuff in a while, but it was pretty impressive when I saw it. I just can't verify it. So I was
Comma
looking to network
AI
with something
is
here. Yeah.
It's
comma
impressive,
AI is
but
the website.
I'm gonna be honest with you. There's certain things like it might be impressive to me that you learned how to do, open heart surgery online, but if I need it, I'm going to Gray's Hospital.
Well, well,
like, I
Michael, to that point, you were just saying when Apple does it, they come in overwhelmingly over the top. Well, who's to say they're not using the OBD port like George Hotz does on that comma 3, and they come up with a subscription service where they're going to take on the liability. They'll drive your car. You have to do some supervised stuff just like a Tesla does. But a good buddy of mine's he's on his 5th Tesla in 6 years. He doesn't like the fact that of how many interactions he has to give now is more while driving it in auto steer than it was 6 years ago. And it's because he's the product training it, the AI, and he doesn't get to benefit from it as a
right.
longtime user. So there's some market availability, and back to the whole what brand do you trust? Probably not the dude off the shelf, but maybe if Apple does it.
It's true, man. It's true. And that goes all the way back to the beginning of our conversation today, about buying bots. Like it's when you see other people trust it really does change a lot. It's like I understand that I have friends who can do certain things for me, but I'd rather pay and just have somebody with the label professional at a corporation or at a company that does it for me. And I know that sounds bad, but the only time I want you to be a mom and pop, it's not open heart surgery. It's making my fucking pizza. So
I think Tyler was excited about the Apple Pay Later as a default
You,
oh,
option.
that was incredible.
Oh, that was pretty. Yeah,
just the Apple Pay in general to
much
allow
better.
The direct
that's
payments was cool.
direct
That was
payments.
sweet.
You have no idea. Like you, for people who didn't have to struggle through Web 1.0 of trying to figure out how to accept credit cards to sell shit online. Do you have any fucking idea how big of a struggle that used to be?
How many middlemen you had to involve?
Holy shit! Holy shit! And now it's just like, oh yeah, anyone can accept
No
credit
middlemen.
cards. Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy.
between that between
That is
that and
technology.
iMessage, they put a couple of companies on notice.
Oh, the phone on the using the phone camera thing. That's a cool startup. I've been doing that because my
It, it,
iPhone, my iPhone camera is about as good as my Sony DSLR camera for as a webcam. And
There's
there's
a guy
a
who does content creation for tutorial courses, and he does exactly that, Tyler. The effort of setting up his DSLR is no longer worth it. He just uses his camera because the iPhone 13 camera is just so goddamn good.
yeah, it's as good as a Canon, my Sony DSLR, and it's like I had to pay a $20 lifetime. Now I know why they suckered me into the fucking lifetime payment instead of like the monthly payment, because now I'm not gonna need it after year two.
Mm.
Fucking fuckers. Anyway,
Given on the payments, given just going back to that, two things I didn't realize initially. I must have skipped that bit where it's talking. Although it's 4 payments, it's not over 4 weeks like a lot of the others. It's actually over 6 weeks. So you pay the first payment, and then it's every 2 weeks, that's better than what you get with the likes of PayPal, for instance. And then the other thing I think is, given at the moment they already, when you're talking about emails, if you go to sign in something through your phone, it will offer to give you a temporary fake email. It will not surprise me if very soon, maybe at the next WWDC or something like that, that we see a very Klarna-like support where Klarna offered to give you like a temporary fake card to keep your card details a secret. I fully expect them to do that. Monzo in the UK is also doing something similar as well, where it's a fake card, so they don't get your actual details. So I think that's the next step for this. And then once you're at that point, if you've got an iPhone, why bother with any of the other platforms? It's got every feature that the rest of them have got at that point.
Yeah, looking at the Apple.com website now that the keynote's over, it's interesting to see how they prioritize the different features, because it's like the web page is like a distillation, tight summary of the whole 2 hour. Wasn't it 2 hours? Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. And the first thing they show is the MacBook Airs, and then it shows iOS 16 with the lock screen stuff, which is super cool. I love like the little Apple Watch stuff that you can add to the lock screen and customization of the lock screen and blah blah blah. And shared photo library, you can kind of do that now with a shared folder anyways in your, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah, but this was why you're taking it. So this is where you can set up the folder beforehand, and then when you're in the camera app, you can say, put all of these automatically in there. And that makes it faster than Instagram. That means you can take the photos, you can pre-apply a filter from the camera that you want. It goes straight into that shared thing. That's far faster than you can get a photo on Instagram. It's not compressed like Instagram do, and it will retain the live footage is a big one, because a lot of the social apps, when you upload your footage, it will lose that Apple-esque abilities, like the live photo, where it's it's a section of movement that will retain that. So you don't lose that. You don't even get to sort of, even if you upload to Google Photos, you lose some of the quality. So this is that's really
still
cool.
From Apple to Apple, though, correct?
Yeah. Well, it will be shared albums in Apple. Yeah.
Carl, I know a better solution.
Elaborate.
No, you got to tip jar her first before she reveals it, but
yeah,
that's how she monetizes.
Send her money. Send her money.
So
no, I didn't open my tip jar, unfortunately.
The next thing on the website is the Mac OS Ventura, and it's honestly, I really love the what do they call it, stages or stage manager.
Stage manager.
Yeah, which is a replacement for whatever that crazy.
It's awesome. Stage manager.
For
That's very Windows 11.
Yeah, it's actually, I love it. I think I'll use the shit out of that, because the way that they do it now, where you have to 3-finger scroll up to that bar at the top that wastes too much space. Task Manager or whatever, Stage Manager is just way, 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 way better. And then, what was the next thing? WatchOS 9, the MacBook Pro. That was it. So looking at the comparison between the MacBook Pro 13 and the MacBook Air 13, what's the big difference? The better microphones and the better speakers and the better camera and the slightly better battery life.
Performance, I guess.
A little bit better performance.
More RAM available, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can scale it up further, but if you get the bottom line one, the MacBook Air actually has a slightly bigger screen. It's thinner, lighter, with a slightly bigger screen for $100 less.
But that's the point of upselling, isn't it? Like, you make them so close that you may as well just go to the next one.
Yeah, but it says Facebook. It says FaceTime HD camera, studio quality mics. So is that really the main upsell? Is that they're claiming that you don't need external mics or cameras to do a podcast or a YouTube channel? Yeah, it is.
How much did you spend for your microphone that you don't use anymore?
$400.
And it said you're still using your phone right now, right?
Right now, I'm just on my MacBook Pro without a microphone at all.
Yeah.
But the difference is Tyler isn't currently like creating a production ready piece of content, sell and resell and resell and get as like on as viral as possible. You're
But
doing that.
but he
Is anybody
is.
really going to use the built-in
I bet
tools
they.
to?
I bet they do. I think for the reason that everything's built into the phone now, or it's built into that one computer. They don't need to get accessorize and do all of that stuff, and they're ready to go. One stop shopping.
I
I,
wonder how long before they get the. They really should do a MacBook Pro they call it like the fucking Content Creator Pro or whatever, so that like the
Yeah.
camera is good enough built in that you don't have to. You can do a YouTube channel with the mic and the camera built in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
yeah, I think the difficulty for that is the top of the screen is used much more on desktop. So they're already obviously the apps now when you're developing for desktop, you have to take into start adding more and more larger cameras there. That's going to take up more and more space, and that's actually used on a desktop. It's not really used on a phone, like the app developers got around it, but on desktop, and what tools you use it, like like Adobe Suite and everything else like that. That area is used. So I don't know.
Yeah, but if you get the Air and you use your iPhone as your camera, then you get a lot of ostensibly some of the benefit of the MacBook Pro. Anyways, then it's the quote unquote studio quality mics and slightly better battery time.
The camera, I would agree with. The mics, I'm still not so sure. Like you can tell the audio quality between a premium YouTube channel and one that isn't using a decent microphone. And I
Sure.
from an iPhone or a Mac where it sounds anywhere near studio quality. The physics.
No, yeah, he's not wrong. Like
I agree.
when I'm just playing around, I don't mind at all using my iPhone for stuff, but 100% when I'm filming for my YouTube channel or anything else, it's the A7S III. It's going to be 4K. It's going to be smooth footage that I can shoot raw and go in and fuck with all the color data and have enough data that I can really stretch it. I use Rode Link wireless lavs. I use a Shure SM7B. Like there's no that it's just nowhere near that setup yet. I'm not saying it won't ever be. I think that we're maybe 5 or 6 years off from starting to approach that. But as of right now, if you're really trying to like shoot like studio quality, it's not there yet. But that said, if you have a MacBook Air and you have an iPhone, um, 100% with those two tools at this point, you can for sure produce better sounding and looking quality videos than anything that was available on YouTube 5 years ago. So it's 100% a great starter spot
Do you know
for
what I
sure.
think is? Do you know what I think is most likely is we get to a place because if you're talking about the microphones, there's a shit ton of physics that I just don't see how we would ever get around with like the distance and how the sound waves dissipate and echo and everything like that. And AI can help. What I think more likely is we get to where you register, you do a vocal patterning, like you load up the app and you read a series of pre-scripted audio section, a text, and it gets a baseline for your voice in high quality. And then when you're doing a
I
recording
hear
or
it
anything
coming.
like that, it picks up what you're saying and then interpolates the higher quality version over that. Like it just recreates your voice and
I
takes the
like
speed.
that.
And you could do
Like an
that for image
AI
as well.
auto tune.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's not even your original voice that's going. It's picking up your speech and then it's replacing it with the interpolated AI created version of what you're saying, or your full 128 hertz whatever quality. Use that's likely maybe.
Carl, quick question: do you have a distortion setting on your microphone right now?
Not intentionally. Are you about to tell me that I've sounded
Yeah, because I
awful
was
all
like,
night?
that's an amazing idea for somebody whose microphone sounds kind of distorted when you speak a little bit.
All
But
right.
it
No,
would be great.
I have no idea why it's distorted. Is it that hard to hear?
No,
No, it's
it's
not hard to
okay.
hear.
No,
It's
it's not
just
hard to
distorted.
hear.
No idea. I'll have to listen back to the recording and see.
Oh, And by the way, I think they probably have headhunted the game guy from Sony, the Japanese guy.
That was the most stereotypical Japanese game developer I have ever seen. That guy was like out of central casting.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And one thing, and I guess maybe this only matters to people like me, but man, their transition game was so on point. Just the
Dude,
secret passengers and running down hallways.
that whole first one where he goes down the quote unquote elevator down to the
Oh, it was
base,
incredible.
that was ridiculous.
Can everybody
It
remember
was
the
so
last
amazing.
Facebook one? Can you remember how bad the Facebook one was?
I mean, they're at this point they're
This
just
is
like
terrible.
literally sticking up fingers to everybody else because Facebook doesn't have the budget to do shit like that. Like they're gonna rack their brains on like who in Hollywood they gotta hire to pull shit like that off.
You remember how hard we were laughing, Tyler, at the was it the Google one where they were all just sitting around at home or some shit?
That was Facebook. That was so bad.
That
It
was
was so
Facebook.
bad.
Yeah.
Zoom. It's a Zoom call.
It was a Zoom call. That was so bad.
It was so terrible. In the meantime, Craig is running around like the Flash, flying down corridors at Apple.
And don't
They're,
forget
call,
they are
they're
trying
calling
to
him they're calling him
and
Air Force One now.
yeah, and don't forget, Michael, they are trying to build your metaverse. You trust them to build your metaverse?
People were asking for his basketball sweatsuit to become merch.
Straight up, the biggest surprise of the whole thing was not like no, really no, a shocking lack of references to AR, VR, metaverse, what have you.
Yeah, true. But at the same time, I saw that coming. Like they're not gonna say anything until they can. It's Apple. That's usually how they are. A lot of people will be like, "We had that feature for 5 years on Android," and I'm like, "Yeah, but it was super wishy washy. Now it works perfectly and fucking damn near every time." And that's usually how it is with Apple. Is like they'll be late on things, but they won't introduce them until they're genuinely matching their marketing of it. It works like magic.
You know what feature I'd love to see on Apple products or just from my phone is if I type somebody's name in, it tells me every correspondence on whatever app I linked with that person on, so I can find conversations that we've had in the past.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying?
that's a great idea. I don't think they could. Well, I mean, I'm sure it could be done. The problem is because you're including apps too, right?
Yeah, like almost specifically apps, but like email or whatever. Like, did I talk with them on Miro? Did I do it on LinkedIn? Did I have it on WeChat? What was the last correspondence I had with them? So I have to keep
Mm.
searching around apps to find conversations.
I know in house with Apple developed apps they would do it, but I'm wondering what kind of issues they would face in terms of because for them they want to make sure it can all be hidden in the privacy enclave. So I'm wondering basically just because at that point you have to give them certain permissions to go into these apps and do X, Y, or Z. I'm just curious if they'd be open to doing that or not.
Yeah, I don't know, but it would be helpful.
You know.
Well, cool. You got
I
anything to wrap it up, Tyler?
Tyler, how
just
about we have 6 hours. Oh, now it's 8 hour limit, so that's okay. Originally, 6 hours
almost
limit.
6 hours. Yeah, it. I'm looking. If you look at the website apple.com and you look at they're adding they're allowing other app developers to tap into the modules on the lock screen. They show an example of Starbucks with your order delivery, order in progress. We are handcrafting your order, and it shows from it's a little widget is what it is. It's a widget on the lock screen that's related to an action that's in progress, right?
Right.
And
He said that with Uber too.
yeah, he mentioned Uber as well, and you deliveries. That alone is just fucking dope,
It
super
really
dope.
was.
Yeah, but doesn't that sort of do exactly what I was just saying, though? I mean, if you can do that from the lock screen with an app that's sending notifications to you.
Yeah, I mean they highlighted slightly better verifications, which is dope. Just the ability for pretty much any banana shop to accept credit cards. Lemonade stand accept credit cards. You need to have a Stripe account or a Shopify account or whatever. But those things are simple enough to set up. But man, anyone just waving phones at each other to charge credit cards is freaking beyond cool.
You know
Did
what we didn't
anybody
talk
else just
about
get a
was the digital
notification from
ID.
Uber, by the way?
I can't believe nobody mentioned it.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that the digital ID.
No, the sleep shit on the Apple Watch.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that was pretty cool.
That's kind of disruptive to Aura Ring, if anything. I think it provides a decent amount of the benefit that people are paying for extra hardware. It's like now you get not all of it, of course, but a big piece of what people are paying for a ring or for another bracelet or whatever for sleep monitoring, sleep stage report each
It's
night.
the one thing I wanted them to update the most on the Apple Watch was sleep conscious applications and just tracking my sleep. As somebody with insomnia, and I'm sure many of you probably suffer insomnia as well. I always want to track my sleep and understand what the fuck is going on and why am I getting any REM sleep at all? Because it feels like I haven't had REM sleep since I was 8.
Yeah, that's pretty valuable as just into the price of the device.
Did anybody else get a Uber notification, by the way, in the past couple minutes?
Oh, after I
I
said
was just
Uber.
checking because I use Lyft more than Uber and by far. And when Tyler mentioned Uber, um yeah, I just got a notification like 30 seconds later in my notifications. That was just crazy.
Anywho,
They're listening for sure.
Was it a
yep.
discount? What are they offering?
It basically said from home to work and back again, commute stress free with minimal contact.
Michael, they just got free advertising from you. What's going on? You needed to send them a request for
I mean,
payment.
that was pretty fucking. It was pretty fun. I'm always shocked still when my friends and I have conversations, and we'll be like, "Yeah, so the Mexican pizza's back at Taco Bell," and like 30 seconds later, there's like a Taco Bell notification. I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, it still shocks me as used as I am to it, and as inviting of it as I am, because I do invite those types of interactions, but it's still shocking to me that it happens.
I hope that irritable bowel syndrome clears up, Michael. All right, man. We'll do it all again tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Have a good one.
Yep.
And